Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.
Hello, welcome. We're gonna be heading into obviously first day of the playoffs. It's a big day for CS here. Obviously though, I'm joined alongside MJ and CMD. How are you doing today, MJ?
I'm good. That was the longest 3, 2, 1 countdown. I think that's why we're all thrown off guard a little bit there. But yeah, I'm excited for some Counter-Strike, and we're kicking things off with a really cool game. MOUZ NXT and Aurora Youngbloods. I got to cover a couple of those Aurora Youngbloods games in the Swiss stage as well. I thought they looked really impressive. So even though the betting odds are obviously heavily leaning against them, I think they've got a little bit more equity here than those numbers really show.
Yeah, I do think it's a similar statement that I definitely have when we do touch on this game a little bit more. I think they have looked really hot. I think MOUZ NXT are always going to have that slight edge on a lot of teams because of just how insane they look, the amount of games that they do end up playing. But yeah, Aurora Youngblood have looked really sharp. But guys, I think why not start off with a bit of a tournament format? In fact, why don't we start for the playoff bracket actually? We'll get to have a bit of a look at things. Oh, we go back and forth. Format though. We'll start off here, why not? Make things look a bit better, but obviously we have the play-ins to start with, which we are all done with now. Yeah. And then obviously the group stage and the playoffs where it really heats up.
Yeah, I'm excited for these playoffs. I think when you look at the teams that have got themselves there, especially in this first game, obviously that's something we'll bring up later, but I feel like when you look at the teams that have made it through the Swiss stage, I feel like there's been, I don't want to say a couple upsets, but you know, Copenhagen Wolves didn't get through the Swiss. They started off the series besting a previous season winner. They went 2-0 and then lost out 3-2. Gun 5 didn't make it through. The VP Prodigy didn't even take a series. I think this Swiss stage has really kind of had plenty of upsets, plenty of kind of unexpected results, I think you could say, and it just goes to show the level of competition and kind of the teams that have really optimized that player break time. But yeah, I think this Swiss stage was it was quite up in the air. I think there was many twists and turns.
Yeah, actually, it gets even worse than that, because every single layer that you peel back here, you realise, like, Metasport didn't make it through, and Endpoint didn't make it through, and it's a rough one, but right up at the top there, alongside Team Space, is Aura Youngblood, and they have not dropped a map. They've not dropped a map not only throughout the entirety of that Swiss stage, all 3 of their games were 2-0s, but they're actually a team that had to play through the play-in stage as well, and they didn't drop a map there either. So in terms of the entire CCT 6 sort of run that they've got going on, they're yet to drop a map. And I think that theme is finally going to break today. I really don't see them 2-0ing MOUZ NXT, but it's quite the narrative to follow if they can take it all the way.
Yeah, I'm really interested about this first game because I think MOUZ NXT, they're a team that have kind of shown consistent results in previous series and previous seasons in the Swiss, and I think that's why they are now amongst the invited teams. You know, you look at the right-hand side of all of these, you've got the Fanatics, you've got the Stores, Gaming Gladiators, Sandgals, and obviously these teams, they've done really well in playoffs before, but MOUZ NXT, they always seemed a little bit behind, but now I think they've kind of solidified themselves as a really, really strong squad, and I know you said, you know, Aurora yet to drop a map. I think this has got to be the series where we see it, because MOUZ NXT, they're no slouch, they're a strong-looking squad.
Definitely does feel like this is going to be the one that will push them to their limits the most, or at least you would assume so, as MOUZ NXT have had some incredible performances in the past here in the CCT. Aurora Youngblood are coming off of some red-hot form, but MOUZ NXT, they always seem like they're the absolute tyrants and really, really difficult to challenge and beat. M&J, I've got a question. We're seeing the roster here, obviously. We're seeing some really great names that are going to be on the server of MOUZ's side. Is there any players or player that you want to specifically point out as a key player to watch?
It's a difficult one because actually several of these players have been playing incredibly recently. I think Sierra is a scary man. I think that he can really put up some big numbers when he shows up in the server. But the same goes for PR, and Naitu kind of falls into that bracket too. It really is just who shows up on the day. When it comes to these development squads, you've just got superstars, right? And it's actually difficult to gauge. You know, sometimes you have these academy rosters, and there's always this super standout player that you say, okay, he's going to be the next one to be promoted to the main roster, or he's going to be the one to move on to some other tier 1 team. This MOUZ NXT squad doesn't really have that. Everybody on the day can be that superstar, and yeah, it means that you end up with quite an exciting team that really can just deliver. Now, the roster as a whole, as you say, great results recently, and yeah, I think that Aurora Youngbloods might just be next on the chopping block. But we'll have a look at this other side of the roster. Grix, Blixie, Philby, McHughes, and Blue White. I think your man to watch here has got to be Grix. He's been unbelievable recently.
Yeah, definitely. You know, in the series that we got to see from Grix, maybe didn't have the, I have to say it, maybe didn't have the best of games. He went 27-27, still neutral, but we're expecting far better performances, and that kind of just goes to show the performances that Grix puts up, right? He has a bad game and he's still neutral. And I think that's the really scary thing, because Grix, yes, obviously going to be kind of the player to watch, but it's other players, right? Blixie has some strong performances. McHughes as well put up an incredible game against BC Game, and obviously they've got themselves into the playoffs. He's shown himself against, you know, strong other rosters as well. And yeah, I think the fact that Aurora have gone unbeaten, not only through the play-ins but also the Swish, it just goes to show that it's not going to come down to individuals. It's going to come down to the fact they synergize well as a team, because that just means they're taking their opponent's map pick every single time. So they're clearly well versed on the whole of the map pool. They're looking strong as individuals, and synergy-wise is another benefit for them. So yeah, I think this is a bit of a scary team to face off against, and Grix is an individual. Look at that rating, 1.25. It's leaps and bounds above most, and that's something that MOUZ NXT might need to try and kind of work their way around.
I do actually have a player I do want to talk about, but I think we're going to jump into the vetoes first. Maybe I'll save it for a little bit later, but I've got a bit of a bold prediction in terms of who I think is going to be the standout player in this series. But why don't we jump onto the vetoes? Why don't we have a quick look at where we are going to be playing this best of 3? Because this certainly could have a lot of impact in terms of how this one's going to go. We spoke about, obviously, Aurora Youngblood not dropping our map so far, and this is definitely going to potentially determine Inferno Vertigo being the first 2 maps being picked, Nuke and Mirage being banned, Dust getting banned here, so still a couple of interesting options, and Ancient is the decider. I did think we were going to see Ancient this game. I think there's a few unsurprising bans, especially the first 2, but in terms of the picks, I do think there's a few interesting ways that you can look at things. MOUZ, they are a very talented team on Inferno, despite their stats not always backing them up. They always can cause an upset, they always can have a really big result on it as well. Vertigo feels like it could be really punishing, doesn't it, guys?
Yeah. Honestly, this Veto actually worries me a little bit here, because Aurora Youngbloods are only really comfortably playing 5 maps in the pool, and it does mean they have to float Vertigo, which is one of the better maps for MOUZ NXT. They got a lot of blows under their belt pre-player break, so, you know, in terms of, like, how many maps they have played and everything like that, they're kind of completely up and away. That somewhat goes out the window a little bit when you have those 2.5 weeks off to prepare and sort of rework that map pool a little bit. So there is something to be said for that. But yeah, Vertigo is definitely a curveball. The last time these 2 teams faced up against each other on it was about a month and a half ago, and MOUZ NXT didn't only win it, they won it 13-6. So definitely not filling me with confidence. But I do think there's a decent chance Aurora Youngblood could take that first map of Inferno, and if they do, then Ancient will be a really, really cool proving ground, and I think kind of the decider that we all deserve.
Yeah, I think Ancient's a bit of a weird one, though, because we saw Aurora ban Dust, and Dust is a map that they've got, okay, maybe not the most reps on, but that's kind of quite synonymous of all of their map pool. Yeah, with Dust too, they've got an incredible win rate on it, and so do MOUZ NXT, and I would have loved to see that be that final map, but yeah, I guess sadly we won't be seeing it. It's a little bit unfortunate, but looks as though we are heading into the action on Inferno, and yeah, big map here for Aurora. As M&J said, they really don't look all too good on Vertigo when they both faced off against one another. So I think Aurora, they've got to take this map, but I think with confidence as well would be a key factor. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings about this one?
I mean, yeah, Inferno definitely feels like it has to be a guarantee for Aurora Youngblood. I'm scared to see what happens on Vertigo, because it could be an absolute bloodbath there. But so far, not so good, as MOUZ NXT are shutting down this T-side pistol. With the first 2 kills are heading their way, and so far the kills are continuing to do so, but a couple of kills back. Vilby's actually had some really excellent pistol rounds, so he's a bit of a player to watch. Could get caught out here. Dropping the smoke. The bomb site is being cleared, and the bomb is getting planted by McHughes, but not so fast. Vilby, I mentioned his pistol rounds, and he's still alive here. Glock in hand, flashbang goes out. The 1v1, Vermilov is wanting to look for this kill. He does creep out further, but Vilby committed to planting this bomb. Does he realize how close Vermilov actually is? The shadow's been spotted, and Vilby with the 1 versus 3 clutch. What a brilliant way to kick things off for Aurora Youngblood.
Yeah, it starts off so poorly for MOUZ. It starts off so poorly for MOUZ, poorly for Aurora. We see that double in apartments. It's what I want to say. It was a 5 versus 3. Maybe brought to a 4-on-2, but yeah, Vilby, an incredible round. And Charlie, we talk about the pistol rounds. All it takes, a couple quick shots, and that's where the round can go back in your favour. But the bomb was denied. There was a player on the bomb site. I think once those digits start getting punched in and we see the pick come through, where is the swarm? But it's just the fact that Vilby can just kind of take these fights quite comfortably. He can isolate these picks, but very impressive from Aurora.
Vilby on pistol rounds in general. Only seen maybe a few maps from him, sorry, a couple of series so far, in Series 6, but every single time he's really impressed me on the pistols. And a 4K, this one as well, just sort of puts him pretty high up in my rankings for some of the best pistol players right now.
Yeah, it was a great one. Feel like that's a pistol round that Aurora could be thanking Vilby for, because it was just an individual effort. If the game comes close and Aurora successful, I think we all know that Vilby will be a big reason for that, because 1 versus 3, bombs dropped behind enemy lines. It's not an easy one, but I like how Aurora played this. It is just that anti-eco. Got a couple SMGs in play, but they're just ensuring that they don't kind of mess things up, and they are about to go into the stack, and as expected, the CTs find that pick. Unfortunately for McHughes, doesn't in fact get a kill, which is a little bit unfortunate. The MAC-10 has been dropped across, and maybe there could be a bit of an attempt for MOUZ NXT to farm up some cash and potentially deny any players saving.
And we talk about Inferno, Charlie, about the long rotations, but something else that kind of sparks life on this map is the bomb radius. So we're going to be seeing these teams. They're going to have to make their way pretty far away, and Blixie could be going into a nice little crunch here as PR can take that contact, then the swing can come through, and look, a lot of kills have been found from MOUZ NXT, yet Aurora unable to post one. Kristen going to be pushing up, and oh, we see another pick found! What is going on? Griggs is all that remains. He's got a USP in hand, but 4 kills found from MOUZ.
Yeah, pretty successful eco there for them. They can't complain about that one at all. Some really great kills. We've been a couple of frags that look like they came from sort of 1v1s, which is impressive enough in itself. But Griggs does a good job to keep himself alive, finding 3 kills. But obviously, being the lone survivor for his team isn't going to be the most ideal, but it's still a 2-0 start for Aurora. And a map it feels like they desperately need.
You have to imagine as well, if there was a couple more bullets in that USP, I think Griggs goes down as well. But yeah, MOUZ. Okay, they haven't won the pistol. They didn't win the eco, but so much damage dealt to the finances, and with Zira just utilising the saved UMP, all players are pushing down. He now has to switch to the sidearm, but still gets the elimination. Griggs' double, though, opens things up towards being a bit of a running race, but Krisen might be able to get here beforehand, but I'll be able to try and deny them getting onto the bomb site. Only damage is what's found as Griggs still surviving, but chipped away at. MOUZ now.
There is a kit in play at least. A bit paranoid, maybe we wouldn't see a kit on MOUZ. A lot of the times in these sort of third round buys, you can see a lot of limitations. The kit is normally a pretty big part of that, but they've got to find the kills first. She will do so with that one, but a 2-on-2. Griggs still low. They've got to start to be aware that it could be this double dark play, but Blue White wants to take the fight. He does fall. Is there time?
No.
Oh, definitely not now. Bumilov.
Trying to look for the kit. Will be able to get himself off the bomb site. Charlie, it begs the question. Bumilov, he's got 2 flashes. We see that double ruin setup. We see that kind of MOUZ want to be retaking shoulder to shoulder. And I kind of assumed, okay, well, Bumilov's just going to stay towards CT. He's going to send the flashes over ruins. And then we would have seen that pick towards second orange. Very clean, very comfortable. And then they put themselves in that 3v2 retake. But it's the fact those flashes never came. It's the fact that, you know, this utility's in play, but what's the benefit for it? Why is Birmingham not gone with the pack if he's not going to send the flashes? It seemed a little bit unorganised there from MOUZ NXT on that retake, and just the fact they took so long not only to kill that first player, but to realise that, okay, yeah, double dark is the setup, and it is the reinvestment from MOUZ. Birmingham on the AWP, so big weapon to be wielded. And I don't think Aurora are going to be all too prepared for this.
Forced to stay at bay for now. Well, it's not connecting, but a nice nade did connect early on.
PR has
down, but Belixi's in front of this. Can peek out and confirm. Okay, no one's really fighting Banana. Maybe this area, this portion of the map is still clear, but I do think a really important player we didn't really speak probably enough in the pre-game, I'd say, is Blue White. I think he's someone on the team that has stepped up massively as of late, and I do think he's a really big reason as to why Aurora Youngblood are looking as strong as they are right now. He is so impactful. Sometimes can be a little more neutral, maybe not have as good a KD as some other players in the team. But, I mean, each kill has so much weight behind it, and he is a piece that I think we have to keep our eyes on in this series especially.
We've got a player in second mid. McHughes will have called, okay, they're all coming CT, I've not spotted anyone second mid. Banana's Claire, and that's why we're going to see this free kill for Krisen. It was just timing that worked perfectly for Krisen. The second McHughes looked away, that's when Krisen pushed down, and now McHughes just going to have to save. But it's just all that information gained there. Finally, MOUZ NXT to realise that McHugh's probably just this late lurk. Yeah, the slow defuse.
We're not going to see the bomb explode with no actual defenders of it.
You don't know.
We're not watching G2, we're watching MOUZ.
First round on the board though for MOUZ, and the thing is, this series is always going to be an interesting one because MJ pointed out, Aurora liked the float Vertigo. It's a map that I think since those kind of changes, and I want to say recent changes, but not so recent anymore, I feel like some teams who maybe were kind of having Vertigo as that sixth might have decided, look, okay, Vertigo, we're not going to be floating, we're just going to be banning it because we don't like the new changes, it doesn't fit into our game plan and stuff like that. So you understand why teams want to float it now, just because of, you know, new teams' negativity towards the map. But yeah, the fact that MOUZ is their strongest map on paper as well just feeds so negatively into this series. And I think Aurora, when it comes to Vertigo, it is going to come down to individuals. We're going to need to see some incredible kind of singular plays from Aurora if they want a chance. But speaking of singular plays, Sarah, nice double hit towards Banana. This is the force buy here from Aurora, so victory here for MOUZ. We should see a leveled up game.
I've seen them win a 3 versus 5 already.
Nobody is still in the round.
So again, this isn't going to be easy. Molotov, but the open shot miss is going to be the more important one. Is allowed to borrow for another. Allowed to hit the no scope and easy pickings there, Prison. Actually, doesn't even need to peek from pit just to create that pressure. You see every now and again one of the T's glance in there.
Yeah, something I do want to mention is, although MOUZ, Inferno is not their strongest map, you mentioned that they show positive signs on it. I feel like Inferno is a map that MOUZ clearly confident to play. Maybe would be their kind of 4th, 5th map. But when you look at the opponents that they played against and the recent losses, they've pretty much all been close. Their most dominant loss was over 2 months ago, and it was a 13-4. But every other game, it's a 13-10, it's a 13-9, and it just goes to show a couple more rounds going the way of MOUZ, and Inferno statistically could be a strong map for them. But Netchu, he's a player I want to point out for this MOUZ NXT side. I feel like he does a really, really good job to being kind of that anchor towards pit. And oh, the HEs slowly just feel bad for Aurora. They've hardly spotted anyone. And Grix, just the Glock and Crizzen pushing. Oh, the steps made top mid. Oh, 4x3. Anyway, look. Grix will get one. So at least the kill is found here from Aurora, but
well, you can see Crizzen's actually very smiley, very happy. This is always nice to see, and I mean it's pretty crazy the contrast we just saw when Grix did fall. He actually looked quite annoyed that he died there. I mean, I was impressed that he got one. He had a Glock. But obviously a bit of a joke in the camp of MOUZ, as okay, we've just let these we've just walked past him. Would have got a teammate killed, but
yeah. All fun and games. Yeah, it seems like MOUZ
oh wow,
kind of feeling confident. That's a team kill there.
Look at the amount of util it did, though. You can't really blame Blake C. Teammate was brought down to 5 HP. Griggs at best is only getting one there. This trade is too strong, but somehow Aurora staying in this round.
Even after that TK, it's just the fact that McHugh's still here towards 8, finding Burmy and I like this re-aggression from Netsu. Could find Blue-White out in the open. He's going to make his way towards second mid also. Netsu's going to get a lot of information here. We'll hear the steps in second mid, surely. Potentially not. Oh, this could be devastating if Crizzen goes down, but Crizzen, they're so prepared for Blue-White here. Crizzen could give up this 1v1, but Blue-White. Crizzen, what a round he's had. He gets 4. He's 12-3, Charlie. Kind of snuck into that kind of level of kills. I wasn't really looking, wasn't really paying attention, but yeah, Crizzen's had some big moments. The MOUZ are in the lead now. This is Aurora's map pick. Obviously, we talk about Inferno being kind of fairly even regarding siding. It's not like the Anubis with T-side, not like Nuke. And the fact that MOUZ not only looking confident, but they've got themselves back the lead. And also, it's the fact that, you know, MOUZ NXT, they're looking happy. They're feeling good. I think it's such an underrated kind of mentality. Confidence, we talk about it playing such a big factor.
I mean, it's always nice to see as well people in high intense situations and games, you know, just still smile, have a good laugh. But yeah, MOUZ taking the lead is definitely a nice turn for them in this one, considering how things started off losing that 1 versus 3. But here we are with them in the lead. Money isn't properly stabilized. A couple of players with a lot of cash, but damage in a round like this would be massive for Aurora. The aid of the smoke is going to give a lot of info to PR, and he's not shying away from any of these fights. Wanted to take them, taking minimal damage in the process as well. This could be a nice clean round.
Vilby will get one. Vilby doubles down, in fact. Can retrieve that M4. The bomb going down as well. The timer going to be ticking, and this is where MOUZ, although they've got the numbers, utility's good for Sierra, but Vilby's in a great position here. It might go overlooked. If Vilby can get one, although Grix doesn't have the weapon and now no longer the healthiest, well, PR cleaning up the round, gets the ace. Possibilities there for Aurora, and the bomb plant's going to be big financially for them.
And it's a perfect statement, really, these last few rounds. Exactly what M&J was talking about. Saying about the amount of individual prowess is on this MOUZ NXT roster, and anyone really can have a game where they can just take it by the scruff of the neck and control it and dominate it. I mean, look, back-to-back rounds, we've seen Charisma with an excellent 4K, then we see PR there get the ace. Just showing that, although it looking a little bit like the Crimson show, everyone else at any point can just have a stellar round and turn the tides of things.
For what seems like the first time, but we've got the AWP out for Aurora.
At what point are we going to mention Felixi here, Fred?
Yeah, we missed our moment. We missed the James Bond. Not having the greatest of games. O&A. Timing for Burmy Love. We'll spot out the individual here towards second mid. PR, going to be having a little look here towards Banana. And Blixie, just tucked away here. Flash is good. Blixie could swing at any moment here, and is opting not to.
He has liked to play a bit more reserved towards the Log's position, but in general just gets punished for it. Sure, a lot of damage dealt to Sierra, but damage is only one thing. Vilby, is he going to be ready? Well, he is. PR's not.
Yeah, this is where Burmy Love needs to try and kind of delay and deny. There is a gap for Sierra to work with, but Nechi now a little bit alone on the bomb site. Burmy Love will be rotating in, and Burmy Love finds one through the boxes. Burmy Love again! And you said, Charlie, you pointed out we had a big round from PR. The one before was Crimson, but Burmy Love, those rotations are key. The fact he can find those 2 picks towards short, it just keeps Nechu alive. It allows for those rotations to come through, but they weren't even needed. But MOUZ now, 6 rounds on the bounce. Ever since kind of the true weaponry's been in play. They've looked really good. Ever since Burmy Love's had the AWP. I know he's only 5-5, but it's the type of kind of positions that Burmy Love can play. It's the way and the style that MOUZ's CT side can be played because of that AWP.
Yeah, it gets caught out as well, which is the impressive thing. Brilliant first, nice second. I mean, even though he didn't get the third,
it looked like he did. We'll say he did.
I mean, even though he didn't get it, he allows Nechi to go in and get the kill. Basically guaranteed at that point. Very difficult to go for that sort of 90-degree flick to try to get Nechi. But yeah, I'm liking how dramatic Burmy Love tried to make that. He wanted that to be one for the montage. I think we all wanted it to be one for the montage.
Yeah, definitely.
Sierra is brilliant to watch towards Banana. Have to see how brilliant they are with a bit more pressure applied though. I mean, this is what I mean. Look at the reaction time, the awareness. Goes 1 for 1, but PR's there. Ensure man advantage goes the way of MOUZ.
And Blixie was in such a good position. It seemed like they lined up for him, but the reaction time just not there. And Blixie 0-10 now.
See, I don't know if he kills taking something away from the HUD, but I mean, either way, I think it's 0-10, 1-10 doesn't really make too much of a difference, does it?
Yeah, it's a tough performance. And if this, you know, if this map was MOUZ's map pick, if we saw Vertigo first, then Inferno, then at least you could say, well, look, okay, Aurora maybe just not warmed up. At least they've got their map pick next. But yeah, this is scary times for Aurora. We mentioned how vital Inferno is for them to take, and got an opportunity here, attempting to split the defenses and kind of make things a little bit awkward here for MOUZ NXT. Contact made, and McHugh's finding. Brick's just dropping the smoke to ensure no aggression from Library right now. Ooh, bit of a miss, Nate. Still deals, yeah, decent damage.
Plenty of time MOUZ still have. Both players here towards the bomb side. Bomb is about 1/3 ticked.
No one holding the sight lines, so Aurora could be anywhere. For all MOUZ know, but they will eventually find out. They're both situated on the bomb side. They spot out the first, and oh, McHugh's lucky to be alive. PR just needs to find one bullet's all that's required, and he gets the kill while jumping, and I think there is enough time for the defuse. An unfortunate round there. A tough one for McHugh's, but the fact he just gets dinked, all it takes, one bullet, but MOUZ NXT, what a shriek of success. It's a 7-3 scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, you were questioning their retake a bit earlier in this game. I think that just shows a very different look to MOUZ, and it's only, what, 5-6 rounds apart. More than happy to take their time with it. Know that if they just slow it down, make Aurora start questioning, where can they be? Where should I look?
Are they saving, you know?
Yeah, just all this doubt in their head that they can't provide goes the way of them, and still, MOUZ continue their streak. Chris and Great fine, they're two kicking things off.
And it seems in kind of most rounds we're seeing the opening kill found by MOUZ NXT. Aurora, seemingly in these tough scenarios, round by round, and Blixie. So tough scenarios throughout the game. Opportunity for his first. But Burmilove is holding though, and I'm liking the setup here. Just PR to jiggle, take contact away from Syrah. We've got the double kind of one apps, one pit. I think this is going to be a really tough site for Aurora to break into, so they have decided to go towards B. It's the right decision, but you can see the awareness. Already we're seeing Syrah rotate in, and Syrah's got so much utility.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing Burmilove does as well. A Molotov to delay. Syrah's got one.
And Burmilove can just fire off this shot, and then we're going to be seeing the molly drop by Syrah. The setup's going to be brilliant. There's very limited time. Molly to come through now, or in fact the smoke, but Burmilove finds one beforehand. 31 seconds, and they're going to have to kind of get their running shoes on, because it seems as though, yeah, Aurora.
What can you do here? You've got no control anywhere on the map. They've just seen you. You've just lost a teammate. You've got to save.
Gives them weapons for the final round, but already MOUZ have found 8.
But I mean, 8 rounds and a half is one thing on its own. But knowing that you got 8 rounds in a row, after sort of losing a pistol round that, I mean, let's be real, you should have won.
Yeah.
5 versus 3, it was a 1 versus, or a 3 versus 1, whatever way you want to look at it. It was decently favoured for MOUZ. It was a round that definitely should have gone their way, but since that sort of small mishap, it's been very upwards for them.
Yeah, I think, Charlie, we talk about small mistakes being kind of an impactful thing in these games, and for MOUZ, we could have said, look, okay, if they lose this game and it's close, it's because of that, they'll be clutch. But I'll be honest, Charlie, MOUZ NXT, it's not as though Aurora have been the ones to make kind of copious mistakes. It has just been the fact that MOUZ so good at getting these opening kills. 9 times out of 10, they head into a round with that man advantage early doors. It's been so tough for Aurora.
I mean, that's the thing. A player like Netu, he is someone that is actually a really exciting watch on this map. Even when you look at him 8 and 5, you sort of look at it, oh, it's a decent game. It's pretty good. Maybe his teammates are playing better. It's not really like that. He plays the pit position excellently. It was a bit unfortunate that I said it in this round, but in general, he plays pit really, really well. He's done a great job of finding his kill. He's been the reason why a lot of the opening kills have gone the way of MOUZ, but so far in this round, Aurora look like they are finally about to break the streak. 4 on 2 here in the post plant. They've got AUX, they've got a bit of extra util that they need, flashes to delay, and Molotov and Vilby as well.
Yeah, I think MOUZ NXT. Oh, well, I say MOUZ NXT. I think PR is going to really struggle here now. Something to mention, Charlie Blixie got his first kill. Took a while, but not the end of the world. So Aurora, they ended with 4. As you said, though, it's just the fact that it just took them so long to kind of break MOUZ. 8 rounds in a row. CT side as well. It's really, really not the performance you want. And when you look at the individuals, okay, yeah, Grix neutral, or Grix only just positive. We see Vilby's neutral. We've got 2 players on 1 and 2 kills, Charlie. It's just not enough. It really isn't.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully for them, regardless of what happens in this game, hopefully we can at least see a bit of resurgence from these 2 players, just to sort of give them a bit of confidence, even if it comes down to just giving them confidence for map 2.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'd love to see a turnaround. Always do love a bit of a redemption arc in a game. And these 2 players have the chance to do so. Was that a dink through the wall into Griggs?
I'm not too sure, but he's taking a lot of damage.
He might have peeked towards bedroom there. Probably a bit more likely, but I could be wrong.
Blue-white spots the tees, but MOUZ, they're still shifting. I like this kind of idea. It's the fact that they're trying to kind of mess with their minds, but they've now shown plenty of players making their way up short. Blue-white on the bomb site, trying to find one. Is successful. Grix, in fact, to secure the second. And the T struggling to confirm the kills here, but eventually PR and Netsu, they chime in through, but Vilby, you mentioned his pistoling prowess, and he's showing it here once again as he secures his second, searching for the third, and is successful. And what a round once again for Vilby here on the pistol.
I mean, I thought he was lethal on the pistols for a decent amount of time now. I don't know if sort of since 2016, we sort of have even sort of given a title of like the best pistol player in the world to anyone. The only last player I can think holding that title was Dennis. I mean, that's been a long time ago. I don't think Dennis has even played CS on a team for like at least like 3 years now. So, I don't know, maybe this is a new kid on the block who wants to take that title. If he keeps things like this up, why not?
When you look at Aurora as well, their pistol round win percentage, on most maps, it is very, very good. Like Inferno, they've really got a 71% pistol success.
Yeah.
And obviously that will go up after this game. Netsu just having some fun, chiming the bells.
Yes, making some tunes. He's done that.
CS player by day, DJ by night.
Clearly combining both his passions.
That's what the map Inferno can do. You know, it's
Probably
got.
the only reason he MOUZ players before.
And this is PR's side hustle. He evaluates the price of artwork.
It is always interesting watching MOUZ NXT's fully go around. Because a lot of the time, especially on this map, they are more than happy to do literally nothing. Like the first minute 20. And here we go. First is coming out now. We'll see if they get any reward for it. They do at least find one. This has got an MP9 to work with. MP9 with no ammo. And 1 kill is all they will find. So, I could say they wasted some util. I don't really think we saw much util used from Aurora Youngbloods. They didn't have a lot at the end of the round, so they either didn't buy a lot, or they did at least waste a decent bit. So, either way, MOUZ would have wasted a bit of money and found a kill. So, not too bad things for Nico.
I think as well, you know, they were just kind of showing their true passions.
Yeah, they're bringing the vibes up as well while they're at it.
Big round here though for Aurora against the weaponry investment for MOUZ. We've praised MOUZ NXT's ability to find these openers, and whether they will in this round is going to be the question. Grix on and off.
Across the map. Really connecting. Grix though is connecting. Takes down his open counterpart, Miller falls.
Yeah, this is where Grix can just reposition. Ready for that aggression towards apartments. We are seeing the bomb retrieved by Syrah. And this is where MOUZ They haven't got much util to work with. I think best case scenario would be going towards the B-bomb site. They've got a molly for new box, they've got both the smokes, and they've got a flash to get themselves in, but A, this is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, 52 seconds on the clock.
I wouldn't even hate the call of MOUZ called to save this. Still a good chance they can win it though, and that's why you're going to see them
Probably at least have a bit of a crack, but 30 seconds on the clock. Time is dwindling.
The problem is they've got to try and deal with the AWP here of Grix. Ooh, we're seeing a rotation. Grix have fallen back, holding towards long now. Vilby, with so much work to do. Grix, though, will be the one to take that contact, and with the AWP shot being fired, Vilby peeking into the Molotov, and he will be able to get one, but Grix doubling down, third in the round, and all we have remaining is Syrah. He can find a pick, might be able to save, but Aurora, an important round for them to win, should allow them to level up the game, and Grix, big performance there.
Yeah, things actually looked pretty good there for MOUZ. Blue-white rotated off. You had Grix who missed the initial shot, molly towards pit, but yeah, no one able to actually deal with anyone really.
It's the fact that Grix, sometimes when you see an AWP towards Moto there, when they fire off that first shot, you'll see them kind of stay in the same position and offer Vilby very little help. But it's the fact that Grix kind of got himself into the action there. He's quite happy to get aggressive, and that's what really helped out there for that Aurora defense. A lot of contact here towards B, but Syrah successful. Surely to just drop that AK across the prison.
Yeah, has to be the idea. I'm liking the hero AK. Syrah does find the opening kill with it and will juggle that across to his teammate indeed. You got a bit of a second crack at things, and MOUZ are going to be having another crack at the whip towards B.
Yeah, when you look at the defensive utility, nothing major. Got one Molotov on blue-white, but Netsu does have a smoke. So they just want to push through it. But Crescent going to be sent in as the entry, sent in on a bit of a fact-finding mission. Blue-white's position might go unchecked though. Smoking the CT. Utah gonna come over, and I like the flashbang play from McHughes, able to find two off the back of it, and Netsu will fall as well, and they can just double up here towards Ruins. There's no need for MOUZ to try and push this. They're not gonna gain any success, but we are seeing PR peeking, and McHughes, he's found four, and he's hungry for the ace. He might find it though, and he will. Second ace hit of map number 1.
Yeah, really good hold. It felt like things were going to be going in MOUZ's favour. All the players, all the T's snuck so close towards B. In front of the molly. And yet, still just couldn't actually do anything with it.
Well, I think it's because Aurora, they had limited utility. The rotations would have been pretty slow. I like the kind of the play there from McHughes. He knows, look, I've got to send myself in. You saw him priming that flash for quite some time. It seemed like Aurora were very prepared for the eventuality of MOUZ hitting towards B, and it's just the fact that they gained the success just from the flash. He was able to find 2 picks. Then we see Netsu getting aggressive, but speaking of Netsu, he finds the opener, but it's with a molly. Takes down Vilby. Really know how he just kind of burnt to a crisp there, but
Potentially a flash behind it, just nobody didn't realise was fully in it, perhaps, maybe.
Already, Charlie, we've seen, 30-odd seconds of play and so much utility drained here. Big pick from McHughes, and the molly's going to make things even harder because MOUZ NXT, they send the smoke, and now pretty obvious that they wanted to push through it, so they are going to just have to back away. PR's taken a lot of space, but Grix, steps will have been heard, and PR. If PR can find this pick, this will be huge. Utah coming over the top. Grix now fires off the shot. Molly going to force him out, surely, and PR still holding. Oh, Grix, all he needs to do is keep himself alive. There's no need for him to peek out, but eventually he will. looking up at the sky, but how has Griggs not been taken down? He's missed so many orb shots here. PR now though. 1 versus 2. Flashbang comes over.
How is Griggs still alive? This is actually ludicrous. And I mean, brilliant job, I suppose, from Griggs to
he gets the attention
away, I want to say. I mean, didn't find anything, didn't die, probably had about 158 bullets heading his way that round, and managed to dodge them all somehow. I mean, you did see PR's cam at the end. Did look a little frustrated. PR was given a good few opportunities to take him down, and none of them actually able to come through, but a bit of a competitive one there.
Yeah, I would have really liked to see kind of PR get himself right out on the balcony, you know, shift out into the open, and then when Griggs finally emerges, PR would be just in such an awkward angle instead of mullying him off, because once that smoke comes down in pit, Griggs can just play around it, and I think it couldn't really worked out better. Obviously, kills coming through from Griggs would have been nice, but yeah, I think Aurora, I think they're quite lucky to find that round, because MOUZ NXT, as you mentioned, not just MOUZ, but PR himself had many opportunities to find the orb there, and Nechu eventually will find him. Sadly, it's in the next round, and Vilby, I love this kind of re-aggression from Vilby with the knowledge that Burmilove and Nechu gonna look to want to take some control towards brackets. Vilby's low, but still sticking around. They ought to go through this smoke. Vilby can find loads, and will spot out the first. Oh, Vilby, in fact, takes down Syrah. But the rotation from Blixie is quick enough, and although the health not too pretty for Aurora, they do restabilize, and they're the ones to find double digits first. You know, that's what, 7 rounds in a row from Aurora?
Yeah, I am very impressed by Aurora's resilience, actually, to come back into this game, but there are a few times where, I mean, we're seeing a number of mistakes. I mean, Griggs in the last couple of rounds has actually missed quite a few orb shots. I think he wasn't really doing earlier in this game. Things like that happen, but yeah, MOUZ are kind of all missing right now.
Yeah.
That round feels like another really good call. Vilby's alone on the bomb site, like 20 HP. You've got 3 players pushing him. He's able to find 2, delay for a rotation, and doesn't even go down for it.
Ooh, Crescent out in the open for far too long there. Dropped down to 4 HP. Does seem like MOUZ want to take this space. We are already seeing a rotation coming through from the AWP of Griggs. That's got an HE grenade as well. Free aggression with the flash hit.
I mean, maybe we're seeing more and more why Aurora did go on to pick Inferno. We know MOUZ are good, but they are being silenced. These last few rounds or so, it's been the Aurora show.
It's
haven't
interesting
had
as well.
any sort of back and forth rounds though, Fred.
Aurora's win rate on both halves are they're fairly even. It's a 54.6% win percentage on the CT side and 52.7% on the T side. It just seems today maybe both teams heavily favouring the CT side. Nade eventually will take down Crescent. Rotation's going to be coming through, but Blixie can find one, he can delay. Griggs needs to hit the shot, but it's very simple. Syrah to be found as well, and PR, he's on a late lurk. We'll be able to keep the AK into the next, but Aurora. We mentioned the fact that it was 8 rounds on the bounce for MOUZ. Aurora have done the same, and once again, another pause called here from MOUZ NXT. I think they've now realised, look, what has happened in this game? We were dominating. We were hitting every shot required. We were finding these openers, but the T side for MOUZ NXT, it has to be said, Charlie, it's been looking pretty poor.
Yeah, I mean, it's just trading's not been very good. Spacing's not been great either. I mean, worst of all, they definitely aren't hitting as hard as they were in the first half. Griggs is feeling like a constant threat, but so is McHughes and Vilby right now. Which is incredible, because it does feel like we're only really seeing three of the Aurora side really stepping up. Blixie's had a couple of moments here, considering he was 0-10, 0-11,
yeah,
along the lines of that. He definitely has stepped up, while Blue-White is still only on 3 kills. So this second half has been a huge resurgence from Aurora in general.
Aurora winning 11-8, and they've got a player on 3 kills. Like, that is mental.
They could go on to take the game with a very similar stat if things continue like this. It'll be Flash not blinded him. Looks like it blinds Etchu more than it does Vilby. Sierra eventually does get the trade, but again, it just feels like we've seen these small mistakes. PR has so much to do if there's any chance to win this round. Blue-White just delaying on the back of the bomb side does go down. Rotation comes in. Tap of the bomb, but Blixie surely not going to be fooled. Great fight from PR with his final bullet. 12 HP up against McHughes, who's had some huge moments here as well. PR just sneaks around the corner. McHughes looks aware, looks ready.
PR. Oh, he spots him out! Dropped down to 10 HP. This is very possible now for PR. McHughes going to be pushing through the smoke. I like this play from McHughes, but PR's been able to back away. What a call from PR. And McHughes, he's searching in the smoke. He's so sure that PR would have gone through as well. PR's going to take the round, surely. McHughes does have a smoke and a defuse kit. I don't think it matters. He's got to stick the bomb, and PR can swing at any moment. PR, what a clutch! What a round! A 1 versus 4! And you can kind of see it. I don't know whether it's a smile, I don't know whether it's realization.
Belief, perhaps.
Yeah, it seems like it. I was about to say, look, PR, he was so late in the pack there. Where are the trades? Where's the kind of, you've got the AK in play and you're just sending in the Tech 9s, but final bullet of the mag there, 1 taps Blixie, and just the awareness, he drops the smoke and backs away. And this is something McHughes will never expect. The bomb defuse nearly comes through, but PR able to win it, but what a clutch. And MOUZ, that's the round they've needed for quite some time, isn't it, Charlie? That's kind of the confidence booster that MOUZ NXT might require if they want to take things on Inferno.
Yeah, we saw some really brilliant moments. Some very disadvantaged moments that Aurora Youngbloods have won that have not only kept them in the game, but allowed them to flourish in it. MOUZ, this feels like their golden ticket. If they don't take it, they only have themselves to blame, because Aurora Youngblood, they've been playing a very good Inferno so far, and MOUZ, we've seen quite a few mistakes, but they've been given a lifeline in the form of PR.
Well, look, if they win this round, the finances will be reset for Aurora, so we could be looking at a leveled up game and a close finish. Ooh, I like the idea here. Naded the smoke, and Grix will find Netu above it. Vilby now looking to aggress, PR just holding, and PR will find.
Fight towards Banana here. Blixie gonna be ready. Not ready enough. Sarah does take him down. The nade chips Sarah down so heavily. And Crimson just going down for nothing leaves Sarah in a near impossible situation. 12 HP, trapped.
Ooh, Burmy Love. Spots out McHughes. Got a fair bit of util here. MOUZ NXT, and no rotations have come through from Aurora. McHughes is in a nice position. They've got a molly and a doubled nade, so Burmy Love could molly towards Dark. He could molly as well towards Nubox and then send the nades out. Flashbang coming over. Burmy Love blinded. Swing has to come through. Oh, damage dealt, but McHughes still surviving. Still spots him here. Another big PR clutch is needed. It's 20 seconds. CT smoke's faded. Orp of Grix. No need for Grix to re-peek. Oh, I like the idea here from PR. Gonna send the molly out. But Blue-White is holding. Blue-White very prepared. And Aurora, they bounce back. They deny MOUZ NXT stringing rounds together, and they find themselves the 12th.
I don't want to say it's the reason why MOUZ NXT lost a round, but I love missing the molly towards Nubox. is another just small mistake that really does impact things. Perhaps if that molly landed, they wouldn't need to even consider that being an issue.
Yeah.
Just stay glued towards dark, a position like that. But yeah, it is these simple things. And Aurora, especially Grix, have had a huge impact. But McHughes as well is actually top of the server.
Yeah, McHughes towards B, he's been really, really good. Blue-white gets the timing, will take down PR. Takes down the heavy assister on the MOUZ NXT side. But Charlie, with this two-man advantage, it's looking like Aurora going to be finding Inferno. Ooh, I did like the idea there from Griggs. He will eventually find, and Griggs doubles down. Third found, and Krisen now 1 versus 4. We've got a 1v4 from PR. Krisen, his time to shine now. Steps will be heard. The problem is, Krisen's going to take quite some time just to shift round and kill McHughes. Oh, he didn't even take him down!
I think that sums up kind of how map number 1's gone here. Aurora Youngblood, brilliant, brilliant resurgence to make this one work. Come away with a victory. It is their map pick, but it's also a map that looks like it would have fallen straight into their opponent's hands if they didn't do something drastic. And clearly, whatever they changed, whatever was said during that halftime break really helped this roster, because somehow they went from 8-2 down. They only dropped 1 round since.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous comeback from Aurora. I feel like when you look at it, it's the fact that they look so outmatched, they look so outclassed in kind of all aspects when it came to opening kills, when it came to strategies, the clutches as well. Okay, yeah, we saw that pistol round clutch, but then in the retakes, MOUZ, there was only one real kind of moment on that CT side where you say, okay, that was a bit of a mishap. But yeah, I think MOUZ's CT side was absolutely incredible. And Charlie, I feel like it was their game to win, and it was their map to take, and it was kind of, I don't want to say thrown away, but that's what it seems like. It really should have been taken by MOUZ. But obviously, Charlie, we've had M&J, he's been kind of sitting back, watching the game, and making his notes about how Aurora were able to mount that comeback. So I think what we will do, Charlie, is throw it over to M&J, and he can tell everyone at home at how Aurora looked so good and how they took Inferno.
Hello, you lot. Oh, look, I'm in a little box down here. This is my first time. On the analyst desk on the playoffs. But yeah, super interesting stuff, to be perfectly honest. I was kind of worried that this map would actually peak on, like, round number 3 or 4 when we saw that super sick clutch in the pistol round. We then saw this absolute chaos on round number 2, which is what we're seeing on the replay right here. Where, you know, way too much damage was dealt. I thought that would hurt Aurora Youngbloods going into round number 3. It did, but Grix really won them this round. A huge double entry into Banana, and then, you know, the clutch almost came through from Vermelov, but there just wasn't quite enough time. From that point forward, though, MOUZ NXT just ran away with it, and I was getting a little bit worried, especially, of course, for the Aurora Youngbloods, on the basis that this map pick was really their win condition. If they weren't able to take Inferno, this series was absolutely cooked. But in doing so, yeah, you know what, it really changes everything. But we just saw this incredible streak. We saw Blixie and Blue-White just asleep at the wheel. They had an absolute stinker of a first half, whilst Grix was still putting up numbers. McHughes had a couple of moments as well, for sure. Vilby did go a little bit absent, to be perfectly honest. When you kind of factor in that he had that 4K in the pistol round, to think that he only ended the half on 8 or 9 kills is, yeah, you know, not any major showing there either. But of course, it did come without impact in the first. It's really the second half that things really, really kind of light up again for Aurora Youngbloods. But if you want a good example of how to play a CT side, then, yeah, to be honest, MOUZ NXT CT side was pretty damn perfect. There was a couple of rounds towards the tail end that were really close. This one right here really springs to mind. Multiple clutch scenarios that could have gone Aurora Youngblood's way, maybe would have turned a bit of momentum in their favour, but ultimately it sort of followed this whole streak, this whole narrative that MOUZ NXT had been taking just over and over and over. But no, it was that one right there, the final round of the half, that kind of filled us with a little bit of confidence. And then from there, you know, some of the players that have been a little bit absent came to life. Blue White never really woke up. He, yeah, still just couldn't find his footing in the game. Blixie did. Blixie went from going 0-11 to actually finishing the game with a decent showing. We saw another brilliant multi-kill from Vilby there as well in the pistol round. He seems to just really, really shine in those opening pistol rounds. And from there, things just really built up nicely. We saw 2 aces, which is kind of crazy, right? Okay, against ecos and whatnot, but not something you see every day. And one of the big things, and it was something that we saw CMD and Zola picking up on as well, was the fact that Grix was going unpunished. Not only was he hitting his shots sometimes and playing very, very well, he was so consistently going unpunished. He had so many scenarios where he missed his opening AWP shot. That won't be one of them right there. This was actually pretty crisp from him. That was a sick flick. But in the rounds prior, in this sort of build-up where they were closing this gap, so many scenarios where he was missing his shots and they weren't able to capitalize. They weren't able to punish him for it. This round was where I thought we'd see things turn back around. Such a sick clutch from PR. And whilst in the 1v1, it feels like the blame goes on McHughes here because, you know, he had 100 HP, PR was down to 12 the whole time. You really can't blame him. When that smoke's down on the site, it's just like a guessing game, and he just runs out of time. So, to be honest, the blame goes on the entire team there, you know, peeking into him one by one. It's very disjointed, as the start of 1v4 clutches normally are. But honestly, the resilience from the Aurora Youngbloods to lose a round like that and actually still just come in and pull them together is pretty huge, to be perfectly honest. And from the 3 following, they looked absolutely perfect. We almost saw PR do it again here. I like the initiative on the incendiary rather than swinging for the peak. But again, Aurora Youngbloods, they had each other's back, they were covering each other well and just putting up an absolutely brilliant showing. And it's frankly what we see here. Now, whether or not they can do this into map number 2 is a big, big question. This was their pick. It's one that they're very good on. Vertigo's up next, and yeah, as we said in the pre-game, it's a map that they struggle with. It's a map that they don't play very often. It's a map that when they played MOUZ NXT last time, they lost 13-6. Now, you know what? For MOUZ NXT, they'll come off of a win like that and they'll go and celebrate. They're probably not going to watch the demo, right? That's enough of a stomp that they're not going to learn much from it. For the other side, that's a demo you go and watch. Aurora Youngbloods, especially with the support network they have under the Aurora organization, they're going to go back. They're going to watch that demo. They're going to work out how it went so horribly wrong and try and patch some of those holes and stop the boat from sinking. And well, we'll see if they're able to do so. That's going to wrap things up from me. We're going to go to a short 5-minute break. When we return, we will be back with the second map of this series. As I say, it's Vertigo. It's one that MOUZ NXT absolutely have to win. Otherwise, their invitee status and their run here in CCT 6 will be very, very short-lived. But it is one that statistically they should be able to take. Don't go too far though, folks. We'll be back with the action very, very shortly.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.
Welcome back, everybody. I've got boys by my side now, and I want to ask you, what's your guys' predictions for map number 3? Because history shows that Aurora Youngbloods do not like Vertigo against MOUZ NXT. Is that going to continue, or are we going to see them follow and carry a bit of momentum from that first map?
Yeah, I really don't know. I think when you look at MOUZ's Vertigo, it's very, very consistent. It's very strong, and you look at the previous results against Aurora, it's dominant. And I think you mentioned it. Yes, they've got the demo that they can look back on, but I think something that this MOUZ NXT have been really, really good at is they're very innovative. I feel like they were the first team that we saw do that kind of boost in and peak into Connector with that new change. And I feel like the way that MOUZ play Vertigo is really, really good. I like their aggression on the CT side. I feel like it's always very, very well versed. So I think Vertigo is going to go the way of MOUZ. I think it probably will show a similar trend of dominance. Ancient, though, I'm very interested by, because it's a map that we've seen these two teams play against one another before. It went the way of MOUZ, but it was 13-11. I think when you look at it like that, Ancient's going to be very, very exciting. And I'm quite happy that we saw Aurora take map number 1, because then it means that we should be able to see that Ancient as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. CMD, what about you? How are you feeling?
I really desperately want to believe Aurora Youngblood can do it. I just don't think my body or mind is physically letting me say it. But why not? I'll do my best to try to get it out. I think Aurora Youngblood can pull off probably the biggest upset we've ever seen on a map that they don't even really play against a team who is unbelievably good at Vertigo. It's going to happen. Why not?
Well, let's give this guy a knighthood when somehow he's wildly right, yeah?
Yeah, because we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see if this somehow, if a miracle happens in this game.
Yeah, I miracles, and more than miracles, are going to need to happen, I think.
Yeah, probably a good few of them.
Yeah, I don't want to discredit Aurora. I'm sure their Vertigo has something, but to the level of MOUZ, I don't know.
Well, by the sounds of things, we're ready to get into the game, so I'm going to leave you boys to bring us in, and I'll see you all afterwards.
Look, Charlie, I'm guessing, are you going to be back in Aurora? Well, you can't say that you're back in Aurora and then not back. So you'll be Team Aurora. I'll be MOUZ NXT. And
I mean, I think Aurora showed some nice positive signs on Inferno, some good resilience. They might need to have a similar level of resilience again. I wouldn't be surprised if things start off poorly and pistols are not connected here. McHughes will find one, but by the time the dust has settled, it's already a 4-on-1.
Yeah, Blue-White, I don't think we're going to see much. He's getting flanked as well. Has kind of made his way back, so we'll have the opportunity to find Netchu. Just going to be backing away. The swarm of T's. Yeah, MOUZ, it's a great pistol. I like the early smoke that they throw. It just allows the team to kind of push onto the bomb site without players needing to be lining up utility. I think it's a innovative smoke. We see it early thrown, and it just lands the second they pop out. Obviously, the flashes are coming over the top. Kristen with a very nice find there onto Blixie. But yeah, I think MOUZ NXT, it's an important pistol for them to win. I think they need to kind of, you know, start how they mean to end here on Vertigo, because, as you said, Aurora, okay, yeah, they're not the best Vertigo team. It seems as though they float it a lot. But it's a game of Counter-Strike, Charlie. We all know that all it takes is one individual having an absolute kind of heater of a game, and then that's the game won. You know, if Grix ends this game 30-6, it doesn't matter how well MOUZ are kind of strategized. It can just be one individual that steps up. So, yeah, I think for MOUZ, they need to ensure that they're confident on this map, and they've just got to get as many rounds on the board as possible early doors. They don't really want to allow Aurora to get into this one, but I'm liking the idea here. Flashbang's going to come over. Oh, they're so ready for it. The only players that are blinded are the teammates. Krisen gets a triple. Mac10 making the money. And Netchu by his side. So no casualties there for MOUZ NXT. And money. A very positive aspect here for MOUZ. And they've still got Mac10s in play. I'm expecting something fast here from MOUZ against the investment from Aurora. But I like what Aurora have done here. I feel like sometimes you'll see players drop down to a FAMAS. You could see the old hero warp here and there, but I like the fact that Aurora have just gone rifles. They've costed a little bit of utility, but I think they know they need to get the premium weapons out as quick as possible.
Yeah, that's what they are prioritising. Not as early speed as we potentially thought, but a lot of space has been taken towards A, and Krisen is going to press the issue. Blue White falls. No one able to respond. First kill goes the way of MOUZ. Weapons not upgraded, but we are seeing MOUZ has been spotted by Grix. Dismantled. Away from any danger for now.
My favourite thing about the fact that MOUZ have already shown that boost is Aurora. Any player towards connector, any player around kind of the sightlines of that is going to have to be hesitant now. They know that MOUZ like to do it, and Aurora are going to have to kind of have that within the back of their minds. And Grix will find a pick with Cyril with a quick trade. Upgrades from the Mac. But McHugh, smoke's faded. He's going to be searching for something, but Cyril finds, in fact. And now, Vilby and Blixie. Surely just going to save, but with Cyril falling. No kit, no utility. Will just be the save here for Aurora and MOUZ. Not only do they win the round, keeping 3 survivors, and it's the 3 rifles as well, and they're utilising those Mac-10s very nicely, just getting up in the faces of Aurora.
Another round going the way of MOUZ. We saw them have a good first half on Inferno, but it does just feel like the odds are very much stacked against Aurora in this one. It looks like they're really going to have to dig deep if there's any chance to try to best MOUZ on a map like Vertigo. We've seen stranger things, though.
Yeah, most definitely. I think when you look at MOUZ NXT's kind of recent win rate on this map, of their last 5 games, they've only won it once. So it shows that maybe, okay, MOUZ, when we saw the initial changes, they were kind of quick to react to it, utilizing, you know, the boost and also kind of the new utility that's going to be thrown. But now maybe other teams, they've kind of caught up, and although the fixtures were against tip-top teams, we look at teams like Fnatic, like NIP, Bleed as well, but yeah, I think MOUZ NXT, I want to say they've slowed down a bit but on Vertigo, but they're looking really good. Oh, Grix. Steps will have been heard. We've still got 2 players towards the lower site. Look how split MOUZ are. They're just hunting already.
Yeah, they do want to take these weapons out the hands. I mean, it is obviously full loss bonus. There's going to be obviously a buy regardless, but it will make them damage their economy more.
I don't know if you saw that. Netchi was dropping utility over to Krisen, just for Krisen to throw the exact same util that Netchi was going to throw. Just the look on his face said everything. The hunt has not gone well for MOUZ. They've lost plenty of players, but look, the money's looking good. 2 players above 8k, or 3 in fact, and Yeah, I think MOUZ, already it seems kind of similar to what we saw on Inferno. Smiling faces, fun to be had, and it's always scary for the opposing team when stuff like that is happening.
You'd say that on Inferno, and look how that went.
Yeah, true.
Exactly in the favour of MOUZ, but yeah, the hunt couldn't have actually gone worse. In fact, Aurora ended up upgrading weapons thanks to that hunt.
Yeah, we now have Grix on the AWP. Same for Love, so first kind of AWPing engagement. With the smoke coming down, there is a slight gap for Love to try and utilise, but with the boost coming through here for Aurora, something that MOUZ might need to check. Blue-white. So close to spotting Crizzen. Oh, Crizzen's the one to get the information. Little bit of damage onto Vilby as well. And MOUZ getting the opener here is big.
Yeah, really great awareness from Crizzen. Great shot as well. Instantaneous onto blue-white. Oh, and she's going to be under pressure here. A couple of players pushing towards mid. He's not actually looking for now. Could all be on timing. He's looking back and forth. Just sneaks around the corner, peeks into Vilby though, who will take him down, and 4-on-4 once again.
Just a tag onto Love there.
He's not even considering Rosses just yet.
Grix. Good position and fires off. Will be able to back away, but Crizzen is holding. A nice off angle. Crizzen expecting the peak, but it's not come through. Ready for the players swinging through elevator. Trade is important for Syrah, but Grix gets it back, and now back to this 2-on-2. And it's going to be an 1v1. They know that Love's low. That's why Grix has got the pistol in hand now. Sticking the bomb here, Love. Might be so prepared. Oh, and Grix peeking will find. Important round now for Aurora. Finally putting a number on the board. The question is, Charlie, whether they can double down.
I felt a tad disjointed, that A hit from MOUZ. Didn't really feel like we had the whole squad going out all at once, but close round regardless. Definitely could have went either way. Love seemed like he had a good idea. It was towards rafters, but as soon as he planted the bomb, he had other options in his mind. Weapons still in play. Money not nearly as strong as it could have been for MOUZ, so it can be reset here. This could be a massive round for Aurora Youngbloods.
Important opener though from Grix. Successful once again against the AWPing counterpart. Blue-white forced back by the Molotov and Syrah. I like the acceleration. Finds a pick. Very quick, very reactive there. And now just going to be backing away. So onto this 4-on-4 PR. Taking a nice creep out towards B. Blixie will get the trade though. And this is where Netchu, he's going to look to push. Aware there's got to be, well, there were two players towards B. Maybe middle is where the gap is, but Grix is taking it up. Timing's excellent for McHughes. And Syrah now. A 1 versus 3, not going to be easy. Oh, McHughes could peak at any moment. Luckily, Syrah does have a molly and an HE grenade, but looks as though
he's got a good idea how McHughes wants to play here. Such a good idea. Finds the first. Able to drop the molly and get the bomb down.
Oh, okay. The nade as well could deal a lot of damage to Grix. Missed AWP shot, and somehow he's been allowed to back away, sending the flashbang over the top. Not fully blinding. Can find one, but an important trade from Blue-white. So Aurora, they will double down as mentioned. An attempt there from Syrah.
Yeah, not a bad one. 1v3. All the way to that 1v1.
I think he just needed to find Grix before crossing back. Bring it to that one-on-one scenario, but MOUZ still with the lead. And an investment to come through. Just a deke here on PR. I'd love to see something a little bit faster from MOUZ NXT. I think a lot of the time they're trying to take kind of contact and trying to take space towards, I don't want to say everywhere, but that is what it seems. Oh, flashbang's good. And Grix trying to escape through the Molotov and will fall. Still the man advantage though for the CTs. Love gonna have to make his way towards A to support Sarah.
Blue White was hanging around for a little bit. Opts to back away now, give a bit of space. Now it's gonna be difficult to try to break their way into this round.
Yeah, just a one smoke. Heading towards A. Not the easiest of scenarios. I think the one saving grace for MOUZ NXT, the rotations aren't going to be too quick. We are seeing Blixie. He's kind of a little bit more aggressive, no longer playing towards headshot, trying to make his mark here towards white box with contact shown. This is where Aurora are going to be so prepared. Smoke here towards connector, but doesn't look perfect. I'm not too sure why we aren't seeing the double up here from the CTs. Love to see them play shoulder to shoulder, but PR an important trade. Love eventually goes down to the half HP McHughes, and PR now with the AWP in hand. Smoke gonna fade. Oh, missed shot from PR is tough. McHughes forced to reload. Oh, okay. PR with the deagle. Needs a quick shot. Gets the tag down to 2 HP, but wow. McHughes still victorious. Successful here. Can save the AWP as well. And Aurora, we should be looking at a leveled up game now. But PR.
I mean, that's the scary thing. There is an insane amount of clutch potential on this server. This was a brilliant fight. 2 HP on McHughes.
It's just such a tough one for Blixie.
That feels like my facing games there.
Yeah, yeah. Blixie, he started this game kind of as to what we saw in Inferno. 0-6 currently, and when those are the types of deaths that you're falling to, it's not a fun one.
I mean, yeah, you look at that, you're surprised he ever can get a kill.
Oh,
that feels
okay.
brutal, but this is a really brilliant response. It's another full investment from MOUZ, and the first 2 kills going their ways. A couple of weapons that can be upgraded.
Util needs to come down
from Aurora.
We need to see a smoke onto Grix's position. Finally it will come down, and I like the aggression here from Grix. Pushes himself out of the smoke, gets himself a bit of a timing. Ooh, misshot though in the Mac 10, surely to find. Okay, Krisen, not the quickest of kills, and Netchu will find as well. Weaponry can be upgraded. No casualties there for MOUZ. Those openers though, they were so quick, so clean. And as you said, Charlie, Aurora, they had to gamble, even with 3 players on the bomb site. It was tough there for Grix. It was just the fact that we didn't see the player towards gap face. Grix had a little bit of a look initially, but just the amount of presence and pressure MOUZ shown towards the bomb site. Somehow this game isn't leveled up. There was weak weapons, poor utility. And now just the eco from Aurora.
Yeah, after we saw a good few rounds in a row from the Youngbloods, they get punished with one mistake. Force them onto this weak buy. PR goes down for nothing. The A bomb site is going to be cleared. Netchu in between a bit of a rock and a hard place, but he's hearing a lot of these steps. He's getting a lot of information to relay to the rest of his team. That okay, don't be worried about the flanks. Be worried about these deeper spaces, and Sarah could be making a heap of cash here. Ooh, timing is abysmal.
This is where MOUZ needs to show a little bit more respect now. Although players are low, it's still a 5-on-3. I'm interested why Aurora aren't going a little bit more on the front foot here.
I'm just going to save this Galil. So much damage dealt from the bomb. I really wouldn't have minded seeing a couple of players just look to get that extra bit of damage off to see if they can take down these remaining players. Not many rounds left, and we know how fragile the money is still for both teams, so those final kills could have been huge, even if it's just a couple of them. But either way, MOUZ feel like they regain control a bit of Vertigo.
Yeah, from what could have been a leveled up game and potentially an Aurora lead has turned to MOUZ quite in front. And as you said, Charlie, with only a couple rounds remaining, Aurora, if they can reset the finances of MOUZ, that's all they're going to be asking for. But when you look at the money of players like Netu, like Chris and Burmilov as well, they're going to be able to invest in the next round regardless. So, yeah, I think Aurora would have had a really good chance there. But, Charlie, we still got a Blixie without a kill. It's a really tough one.
It turned things around though on Inferno. But yeah, it is difficult for a player that we praised a decent bit in the pre-game as well. Both games starting sort of 0-10, 0-11 on Inferno. Now we're here 0-8. Yeah, hasn't had the easiest time of things.
Sometimes that's just how it goes though. You're always going to have a bad game here and there, and
I don't know if I've seen this one have a start like this in back-to-back maps though.
yeah, it's...
Not been his finest hour. I mean, like we said, we did see a resurgence on map number 1. Give him time and he can deliver.
Yeah, I think he was 0-11 and he still didn't bottom frag. Which is pretty insane.
Prison, swing on out. Oh, almost 3. Players perfectly lined up. Burmilov finding blue-white there. Blixie is at least on the board after this round. McHughes, 1 versus 3. We've seen some pretty mad clutches today, but McHughes thinks better of it. Doesn't want to attempt this one and will get on his horse and leave the bomb site and look to save this M4, which I imagine he'll be allowed to.
Yeah, it's the right decision. I think for Aurora, they're in need of one of those scrappy rounds that they find from nowhere. They kind of need to win the next one. Otherwise, MOUZ are going to find 8. And this is MOUZ's home turf. So this is where, you know, 5-7's invested, maybe a couple Deagles. Although the kind of the odds of success aren't so high, they've kind of got to make things work. It looks as though they're going to be going for the full investment.
Yeah, second last round, they go for the full buy. It's not too bad, to be fair. A decent bit of util, obviously thanks to Blixie dropping down as well. Scout on Grix, I'm fascinated about this. He's looked really sharp with the AWP. In general, Scout, I mean, we've seen some pretty nuts Scout rounds, but consistently, it's definitely a cut below. Oh, that feels like Sarah should find that. And we'll do so.
Yeah, I like that Siri took his time with that. I feel like sometimes you can fire off the shots a little too early and kind of alert your opponent.
The smoke covers your eyes a bit again.
Yeah, yeah. Tight angle here for Grix, and if he had an AWP in play, you'd kind of understand, but with just the scout.
Oh,
great flash. He's just got the information that there's 2 players here.
Good nade as well. Util has been very strong. Another piece of util to force them back. Blixie takes the advanced position towards danger in case he needs to quickly get involved with the fight, but MOUZ still no defined end goal. We'll be finding that one might force MOUZ's hand towards B.
In fact, they're going to go A, and I kind of prefer it. The kill there found onto Zero was kind of a very reminiscent kind of lurk kill. Okay, Ciro's on a lurk towards Gaffy, trying to find a timing. Not there. So they might have rotated a player across, but no. Still 2 defenders here towards A from Aurora. Bilby holding Mouse 1 in the hopes of connecting, and Grix now posted up with the scout. Yet to spot anyone. Oh, the swing through the smoke. You understand it, but PR kills in plenty here for PR. Gets 3. MOUZ NXT, an important round. And now weaponry. Going to be pretty poor for Aurora once again. And 9th potentially to be found here for MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, 1 round for Aurora, and all of the exact same first half score as we did on Inferno, but MOUZ, surely they're not going to be making the same mistake they did there. This is their map pick. Their opponents haven't played many maps of it in the last 3 months. Just 2 maps in the last 3 months, and a very big mixed bag of results, and obviously one of them being against MOUZ NXT when they did get a one-sided defeat against them there. Yep.
But look, you know, the second we saw the vetoes, we knew where this is where it was going. We knew that MOUZ were gonna look strong. I don't think anyone's surprised by this.
Ooh, triple liking the boost. This is going to be so brutal if no one steps up here. We've seen a lot of early ramp pressure for MOUZ, but in this one, it is just Sierra being the lurk here. He's been very aware of the boost last time, but it doesn't even look like he wants to push forward. Triple boost. Doesn't find anything, sadly, before he gets dismantled.
Yeah, Sierra's going to look to try and creep his way up ramp. I like this aggression from Grix, but it could go very poorly. Does have a second player by his side. Oh, okay, timing couldn't be worse for Netju. Molly in hand, will in fact get the molly off, so Blue-White gonna have to maneuver his way around. Burmilove posted up here towards Guardian. Zira on a bomb retrieval mission, while Burmilove is just left on his own to try and defend.
You might not realise how deep some of these players actually are now. I don't realise they are out towards gens, but they have backed away. Smoke's allowed space to be taken, just the tap of the bomb. No one pushing yet. Flash comes over. No shot going off there for Burmilove. He would have at least found one, surely. But opted just to switch away from his weapon, and Aurora Youngblood do win the final round. Very reminiscent of Inferno.
Yeah,
Very similar
definitely.
way in terms of how it happened.
I think when you look at it, Netju could have got both, at least to find Grix there. But the second he pulls out the molly, that's when Grix decides to shift on through. But Aurora, it's the fact that we saw a little bit of a comeback. There was a lot of positivity to be said about Aurora, but fell a little short. MOUZ kind of finally came into things here on Vertigo. And 8 rounds on the T side, it's something that MOUZ will be very happy with. Big pistol here for Aurora. We praise their T pistols quite a lot. Let's see what they have to show in this one. Pretty simple B hit, it seems. Vilby going to be lining up the utility. Sending it towards middle.
It worked really well for MOUZ on their pistol. See if Aurora can find some success. You can see MOUZ playing a lot more timidly, not wanting to give up this early pick like Aurora ended up doing. But back and forth kills. PR under pressure. Still back and forth, 2-on-2.
Yeah, finally Vilby going to be making his way through. And the delayed plant, all that indicates is to MOUZ is, okay, he was probably alone for a little bit. Maybe there's a late lurk. Maybe there's kind of someone trying to get themselves into the back lines. McHugh's still stuck on the bomb site. They're going to be peeking left and right side. Kills need to be found, but with the ding onto Burmilove, doesn't seem to matter, and Syrah will find Vilby. So pistol round goes the way of MOUZ NXT, and that's devastating for Aurora. We mentioned how vital these pistol rounds are, and the fact that Aurora unsuccessful, MOUZ NXT creep ever closer to that all-important 13.
Yeah, it is difficult there. I mean, not a single bullet landing for McHugh's there.
Yeah, very tough.
He finds Burmilove. We're in a very different round. But with the pistol going the way of MOUZ, just 4 rounds away from taking their map pick, bringing us to that 3rd and final of Ancient.
Yeah, Bomb plant coming through though. Aurora will invest. They've got 3 Galils, 2 pistols, a little bit of util.
Big risk. Definitely can pay out.
A little bit of nade damage there onto Blixie. Nice find from PR. Just going to drop the smoke to try and delay and try and evade, but PR goes in for seconds. The flash from Netju's good. Sarah finds one as well. Deep positioning here for MOUZ NXT. Once all that aggression's been shown from Aurora towards the B bomb site, Crizin and Sarah very reactive, very mobile, and
look how claustrophobic the map looks for these Ts. Both of the angles back towards the A site are smoked off. It just gives that indication that the CTs really can be everywhere. Philby has spotted out 2 of them, somehow still clinging onto life, but eventually goes down to the MP9 and Edgy.
Yeah, 1v5 now. Aurora and Blixie himself in a very tough scenario. Nice initial shot, but now information's given up and utility not on the side of Blixie. Spotted one though. There's only 30 seconds to work with. It seems like Blixie, he's going to have to fight his way out. You mentioned he feels a little claustrophobic and eventually will fall to Birmingham. But MOUZ, it was a force buy there from their opponents, but it didn't seem like it. Just based on the level of aggression and the confidence of MOUZ NXT's peaks.
Yeah, it was a really brilliant double initially for PR. The flashbang, the support in flashbangs was so strong on the rotating players. Denied any possibility for a trade, any possibility to take any more advanced positions from the Ts. But just going to be the eco head now. MOUZ should comfortably find 11. Should find themselves just touching all important round number 13, not far away from it.
Deagle of Blixie. They're around for Blixie to step up, getting the opener here towards B. Rotations. Yes, there'll be 2 of them, but they could look to accelerate. I think Aurora taking a bit of a page out of MOUZ NXT's book of let's just sit, let's just force them to use their util, but MOUZ have been pretty reserved. I mean, I've just jump spotting and Syrah take that contact, and eventually they're going to be swinging mollies and nades to come through. Just one aggressor, but surely to fall to the flames. And now Syrah looking for the pig, running out of ammunition. Brought to a 3-on-3 here. Great nade from Crizin though.
Doesn't overextend, just will drop the smoke. You holding the cross. We are going to see the smoke to allow this cross to come through. The spam not coming through, in fact. I'm liking the push from Accused, but he does get punished for it. Blixie, one with the deagle. This could be his round, Fred. Looking for another. The USP outduels the deagle in this one. MOUZ win the round, and certainly not exactly as one-sided as we thought it was going to be. A lot of damage was dealt, but the damage might all count for nothing if Aurora can't start posting rounds on the board, because only 2 chances left before MOUZ will bring us to the 3rd and final map of this series. What a playoff game it's heating up to be.
Well, yeah, I think Aurora, we needed to see a more kind of compelling first half if there was any indication that they could take it. Oh, the tag there onto Blixie and the nade from PR. That is a rough one. Crizin repositioning here towards sandbags. Blue-white. He's going to look to creep his way up, and he's found himself a bit of a timing. Vertigo is holding, but gets caught out with util in hand. Blue-white falls, and Syrah as well, holding for Grix. It just leaves McHughes and Vilby. You mentioned there's 2 more opportunities, but this was the most important one. This was the kind of the true investment. There's going to be weaknesses in the next for Aurora.
And information both these players have been running up. Loving how calm and calculated Syrah is to watch. Has usual in his hands, even after hearing these players bomb their way up the ramp. Still very aggressive before finally up to him. Yeah, maybe I'll back away here. Not really any sort of pressure. Great to watch.
Yeah, the problem for Aurora is, yes, they've got utility. They can try and execute the bomb site, and the bomb can go down, but the problem is it's just the sheer numbers. They do deny one, though, with McHugh's Molly, but Burmilove's peak going to make things very difficult for Vilby, and Burmilove's will find his second, but that is 12 now for MOUZ NXT. It is a 12-4 scoreline, Charlie. They've got 8 opportunities to close out map number 2, and I think we all know that MOUZ will be successful here.
Yeah, it felt like from the very beginning we knew Vertigo was going to be a near impossible task. Mission impossible, really, if you will. And yet, here we are. It's exactly what we've seen, but luckily for Aurora Youngbloods, it isn't the end. Even if this map does go the way of MOUZ, they did secure Inferno. They did sort of exactly what they needed to at least make this game interesting, bring us onto Ancient, and we'll see where that final map goes, because that one could be a lot more interesting when we talk about that. Still, MOUZ need to get over the line. 12 isn't the finish.
Look at PR's position, though. He will have spotted Blixie. Just biding his time. Eventually takes him down. Gives him that man advantage back and alleviates any pressure and control that Aurora attempt to take towards B. Syrah, once again situated here towards sandbags, but Blue-White doesn't seem too worried about it. Syrah can peek at anyone. Ooh, big kill from McHugh's. Netu still ready and waiting to pick their way up. Oh, not the nicest of fights for Syrah. And Blue-White, he's going to be taking control. The fact that Netu finding that pick, it leaves Blue-White now in this 1 versus 3. Very much prepared for Syrah, so we'll be able to find the pick and upgrade to that AK as well. Bomb needs to be retrieved, though. Steps are going to be heard. And what limited utility Blue-White has, he's going to have to use it to try and retrieve the bomb. So worried that there's players down here where, in fact, both pretty split. Blue-White decisions.
Oh. It's a difficult position to go to. PR lying in wait. It's going to be such an off angle from Declare, and Blue-White does fall. PR will confirm the victory for MOUZ, and it's a one-sided one, isn't it, Fred?
Yeah, definitely. But it's not something we weren't ready for. It's MOUZ NXT on Vertigo. It's Aurora. The map they try and slide in the kind of as they're 6th in the pool. We all knew this is where it was going, and I think the fact that Aurora weren't finding 6, 7, 8 rounds, it just goes to show that MOUZ not only take it convincingly, and it means they're going to head to Ancient with a lot of confidence. And we talk about confidence having such a vital impact here for teams, and I think that's something that's only going to go in MOUZ's favour. But look, Charlie, Aurora, they were able to take map 1, and realistically, Inferno, we know that to be a bit of a close battleground between these two. Ancient could be something similar as well. But obviously, we've got M&J ready and waiting to talk things through of how MOUZ will look in successful. So take it away from us, fella.
I'm muted. Hello, you lot. It's me again. That went pretty much exactly as expected. MOUZ NXT just stealing the show. It actually started off quite contentious, even though they were pulling those rounds together. Very much felt to me reminiscent of what we saw in that first map, where there were constant close rounds. We're going to see in a couple of moments time round number 5. That one came down to a 1 versus 1. Probably should have gone the way of Aurora Youngbloods. Here it is right here. Yeah, they've done fantastic work to sort of put themselves into a very winnable position. But, yeah, as soon as it came down to that even spot, Grix just could not anticipate the man to his right. And that's where it sort of... Oh, sorry, Burmilov couldn't anticipate the man to his right. And that's where that sort of streak stopped. And I thought Aurora Youngbloods would be able to snowball off of that, especially when Blue-White took that follow-up. But didn't really end up going their way. We saw more either clutches or very, very close to crazy clutches from PR. This was another one where the casters erupted. We didn't get to see him miss that second shot, but he got him down to 2 HP, and it was, yeah, pretty damn wild. Then things continued going in MOUZ NXT's favour. It came down to that very, very final round of the half, and we were at 8-3, exactly the same as where we were on Inferno. I could kind of see the stars aligning. I thought we'd see another 8-4 half. It was absolutely the way it went. But yeah, going into that second half, there was nothing, right? As soon as MOUZ NXT hit that CT side, the same kind of force we saw from their CT side on that first map of Inferno. They're just so well coordinated. The cohesion behind these guys, yeah, the second you put them on their defense, they are very, very scary. And I think that translates across a lot of maps as well. Obviously, Inferno, a map with very, very different blueprints to the likes of Vertigo, for example. But yeah, just generally the ethos, the idea behind the CT side and how it needs to be played, they seem to just have it very, very well drilled. Unfortunate that Aurora Youngbloods weren't able to take that pistol round. That could have been that foot back in the door. It came super close again. Some of the recurring theme of this map and this series as a whole. But honestly, as we said before, it wasn't a map that they were really expected to take. And yeah, maybe just a bit of weight off their shoulders that they were able to snatch away Inferno, because yeah, they're going to be feeling reasonably confident about Ancient, I feel. You can sort of write this one off, say, yeah, it's a map that we just barely play, so whatever. I think it's difficult always to come off of the back of like a brutal loss like this, especially after, yeah, not winning a single round on your T side. I think actually the knife round in this third and final map is going to have a little bit of a bearing on the basis that, yeah, if they do lose the knife round, if MOUZ NXT opt to start off on their CT side, and we see just, yeah, Aurora Youngblood having to sort of follow up from losing an entire half, right? Losing from an 8-4 halfway point to then 13-4 with no contention whatsoever. Then going into their T side again, it's always awkward, right? And I think that it's a bit of a recipe for disaster. But yeah, just round after round there for their CT side, MOUZ NXT just coming out on top. Sometimes quite convincingly, sometimes it did come close. But even when it did come down to those 1v1s, those 2v2s, they were still always coming out victorious. So yeah, just so much to be done for them there. That's another one to add to their tally as well of dominant Vertigo victories against Aurora Youngbloods. I mentioned the last game they played against these guys, it was about a month ago. It was 13-6. They've topped that. There was another Vertigo matchup between these two sides I didn't mention before because it's not really relevant. It was from 7 months ago, back in January. That was a 13-1. So going to take quite a lot to top a scoreline like that. But, you know, as I say, another one for the books of a very, very dominant victory. That sort of wraps things up for that one there, though. I'm going to be perfectly honest. There really isn't too much to say besides the fact that MOUZ NXT do exactly what's delivered. No knighthood for Charlie today, unfortunately, with his wild prediction. But, you know, you got to play devil's advocate sometimes. And we are going to be going to this third and final map very, very shortly. So we're going to jump over to a 5-minute break. When we return, we'll be back. I'll be joined by the two guys that will be bringing you through the action, and yeah, hopefully it delivers the goods and gives us an exciting game that I think we all deserve for this first opening playoffs match. So don't go too far, we'll be back in about 5 minutes time and we'll be waiting with the game ready. So see you all in a moment.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.
Look, Charlie, we're heading straight into it. Ancient underway, the final battleground between these two, and obviously it's do or die. A loss here, removal from the playoffs. And Charlie, I want to hear your predictions. I want to know which team you think's going to take it here.
I do think this is a really tough one, and I would love to give a bit of a prediction to Aurora Youngblood. I think they've done really promising stuff, but I am going to favour MOUZ NXT, but maybe not in this round. Blue-white, nice early kill, a lot of early info, but the site is being claimed as we speak by MOUZ NXT. Vilby is looking for a push through the smoke, gets punished though. Zero not blinded and rips the head off of Vilby. Q's looking to tap through the smoke, looking for a gift, something to bring his team back into the game, but nothing being offered up at all. The discipline of MOUZ NXT. Look at the crossfires that we could have.
Triple cave. But it is Crizzen to take that initial contact, and we will see Syrah fine. Could double down, and in fact does. Gets the third. It's devastating for Blue-White. He's creeping down the ramp. Obviously finds the first, and there's plenty more to be seen. It's so tough. I think that was just kind of a perfect opportunity for the dualies, but it was just the instant headshot. Not really much you can do about it. But it's an important pistol. MOUZ, coming off the back of that Vertigo victory, now they're looking to take things here on Ancient. Just the eco, expectedly, from Aurora. No no trickery here, no dualies or deagles invested. And I don't mind it. I feel like the eco, the right decision. It's clear that Aurora, their game plan, prioritizing quite a lot of the time being weaponry over utility. So, you understand. But another moment where we're seeing a bit of a stack and a flash. With the flash coming through, Syrah now realizes, okay, probably plenty towards middle. Let's not mess around. Let's let the Mac 10 of PR try and find these picks. But at range with the Mac, we all know, probably not the best scenario for it, but
I mean, deep positions here from MOUZ. Crizzen needs to be aware. Might not expect 3 players. I'm loving where they're playing from. This jump might have been heard. Crizzen might get a little more than he bargained for, but apparently not. Nice triple. Brought down to 1 HP, but it's still alive and kicking. MOUZ NXT do win the round with all 5 surviving. And a nice clean anti-eco. Aurora, though. They ecoed for a reason, and this is that one.
yeah, and I think when you look at it, Charlie, it's still 2 Mac 10s in play. We're gonna see something fast from MOUZ, and look at the spawns they've got. It's screaming a B rush, and surely we'll see one.
See, even if they don't want to straight rush into the site, they can at least look to take some sort of space early, whether that be cave, something along the lines of that. And I mean, considering there's only 2 people directly here towards B, cave might be that goal, but the util is good enough to halt them for now. Flash comes up, and no, they are swarming into the site. Player towards Cubby does find the first, that being McHughes, and the rest are going to be backing up for now.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing Syrah take some contact here towards middle. And Vilby will find, so Aurora getting these two openers going to be key. Utility a little weak for them, but they can just back away and play the numbers. And this is where Crizzen, oh, damage dealt to Grix. Nothing major, but MOUZ are going to be hunting for kind of a kill from nothing. And Blue-White could be that player, jiggling here towards Cave. Molly's going to come down, forces him onto the back of the bomb site. In fact, going in front. The problem is we got these fast flanks. Vilby and Blixie are going to be so quick. The bomb's yet to cross. This could be dangerous here, but with Crizzen, does emerge, can double down. He has taken a lot of damage, but we mentioned this fast flank. Crizzen holding for it. Nechu will get one.
It's great information though. Vilby, huge find. Brought down to 12 HP.
Well, he knows they're both here. He heard the reload and the molly being thrown at the same time. So he knows both towards Cave. Nechu's in a good position. Gonna find Vilby, the low HP falling, and Nechu eliminating Blixie. AK to be retrieved, but nice 1v2.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I was questioning, does he play a bit of trigger discipline? No. Takes both the 1v1s, deals with them brilliantly. And after a 5-on-3 start, somehow MOUZ clawed the round back in their favour. Brilliant double though. Initially.
I think if Vilby's got more health, I think we're looking at a very different round. Because I don't think he would have been taken down. Just the angle that Nechu was playing, he could have crossed, and that's where it could have been a bit of a 2v1. There's no escape for Nechu either.
It's fine from Grix onto Crizzen. Just a straight up B hit, Grix. Still looking for something, gets given up the kill. Lack of util being used is definitely helping these pistols out. Blue-White has been heard, but it doesn't matter how much he's been heard, he still finds the kill. Nade up to the back of the side, chips Blue-White down to 9 HP. He crosses to ramp. This position alone could be round winning. PR does seem like he's got a bit of an inkling.
Yeah, the problem for Blue-White is PR's got so much time. Yeah, PR very much
aware. Spots him out, does find the kill. Blue-White feels like he does God's work there, crossing. But somehow PR is aware of it. That's really, really impressive awareness. And MOUZ NXT, these are close rounds. These are down to the wire, but they are still coming out on top.
Was the fact that Grix can find two, but we see these initial fights just one by one, no trade potential. If Nechu falls there as well, we're looking at a very difficult round. But it's the fact that Vilby and Blue-White, they emerge on the bomb site. PR nowhere near it. Although these rounds have come close, Charlie, still being found from MOUZ, and that's the difficulty for Aurora.
Good thing is, though, at least for the CTs, is they are very close to being able to reset MOUZ. One round and the money will be put into disarray. Blixie under pressure here. Can't deal with the task. Syrah rips him out of the server. PR combines for one more.
That's tough. That's back at the bomb site there. We just see the spray through the wall. It's unfortunate, and now Blue-White on a bit of a mission, searching for something, but the AWP of Burmilove always going to find a much more convincing round here. Grix rotates in with the AWP in hand, but can't find anything. MOUZ NXT, a 5-0 start here on the T side. And something to point out, Charlie, it's MOUZ NXT's T side that's usually weaker. It's the second half to be far more interesting, as both teams heavily favour.
See, if you're MOUZ here, I understand they kind of want to take down Vilby. I also wouldn't mind them just saying, keep the M4. Go for it. Well, they take him down without losing a single player, so any of my issues have been taken out.
Look, only 25 damage. That was a full investment from Aurora. And it seemed as though they couldn't put nothing together there. It's disappointing.
Gonna have to be a weak buy for them again. Could be another round that allows MOUZ to start growing some bank. A lot of bodies here towards a big A gamble, but we've seen MOUZ in the last couple of rounds like this. They do like to lean towards B early, sending 4 bodies here and just leaving Sierra to get that information.
Yeah, I like the idea of the boost for Vilby. If McHughes can go 1 for 1, they're never really going to be expecting an elevation.
I just can't see a world where we see MOUZ go towards A. We've seen another round like this previously where they will eventually take Cave. After taking Cave, though, you have to clear out the rest of the site so much easier. And we're starting to see already Crizin probe towards the site, Netu by his side.
The problem here for Aurora as well is if it was an eco, you'd understand the stack. But the problem is they're going to want to full buy in the next. It's a bit... I don't know. I don't love the fact that they've stacked here towards A. I would have loved to see maybe 4 players in middle, try and then kind of get yourself up shelf and look to peek down towards B ramp. But I think Aurora, the positioning, it's for if we see MOUZ NXT go fast towards A, but MOUZ, it doesn't look as though they're going that fast in any of these rounds. So maybe Aurora were just hoping, okay, maybe they're going to change up the game plan, trying to catch us off guard. It's a tough one, though, because I think you've brought out weapons like the MP9, like the Scout, and why aren't we seeing kind of an early peek, searching for information?
Terrorists win.
I think maybe they did just gamble that it might be some sort of fast pop towards A, but yeah, didn't see any sort of rotation, so they fully stuck with the gamble. Didn't pan out for them in this one in MOUZ. Already, first half is halfway over, and they've taken every single possible round so far. 6-0 lead.
Once again, we've got Grix on the orb. I feel like Grix has been a real key player.
Oh, it could be an excellent call if they burst towards A here. Take some space. Sierra pushing out towards mid, finds 1. That's plenty of information. You can start to see these MOUZ players creep out here. You can see Netu's now joined them.
Oh, he's the barrel. Bit of an awkward altercation. PR will get 1. Goes 1 for 1 again, and still the CT's going to be taking control here. Nice find from Grix. We'll be able to back away as well, and that's the key factor. Man advantage here for Aurora on this retake. Ooh, Netu as well, been heavily chipped away at. This is where we need to see Crizin find something, but still the low HP Netu, in fact, eliminates the AWP.
Vilby's just got to double up. Now with McHughes. The bomb will go down. Netu, if he's able to find anything, that feels like it'll be a miracle. Just 16 points of health. He's gambling Temple. Starts to consider it now, but the flashbang's too strong.
Crizin does have an HE grenade. He's got to get lucky here. Deals damage. I think he's forgotten where the bomb's planted. Yeah.
Not even aiming at the right area. Potentially a bit of a lack of communication. Nate does a decent bit of chip damage to both those players, so maybe if he was at least spamming in the right area, maybe we could have seen it. I mean, honestly, I love the call from MOUZ. They were just slightly too slow to actually get out on that A-bomb site. It was clear, I mean, it was clear for the whole round until when they actually pushed out. That's when Grix rotated on in, took down Burmilov, whose job it really would have been to hold that angle. That made things a lot trickier after that.
Yeah, I think MOUZ do well to go 1 for 1, not only in middle, but also here towards lane. But yeah, as he said, just Grix is able to rotate in so quickly. After that contact's taken, after that kind of space confirmed, look, they're not in mid, we've taken B, it's only ever going to be A. And I think, although Grix just gets the 1, he deals so much damage to Netu, and that's what makes this fight impossible. And the flashbang, to be honest, if Netu was full HP, I don't think it would have changed much. But I think because he was low, it kind of forced him to play such a, I don't want to say an outrageous angle, but one with no cover, one with no safety.
At least the first round has been posted now from Aurora. Start to see if they can expand upon it, or if MOUZ will instantly shut them down. No limitations on either side. More power for both AWPers. Haven't really had much of an orphan duel this game, really. Had a couple of moments, but nothing too crazy. Prison fast taking towards K, but there's one up shelf and doubles down. That's Vilby.
And now
It
MOUZ
looked like it was
NXT.
the exact same call as well, actually, just with 2 plays towards B.
Just that early elevation. MOUZ NXT not ready for it whatsoever. Too fixated on taking cave, but Aurora, I think the main focus here, not only winning the round, but ensuring plenty of players surviving. Boost. Shot comes through. Grix surely to get one hit. And there it is. Burmilove not going to be ready for that whatsoever. It puts Aurora in this 5 versus 2 scenario.
You might even need to see the save here. MOUZ will be able to buy next round if they do so. They're locked out of everywhere pretty much in this round. As they go towards mid, take down Blixie, pick up the orb. I think that confirms it. The save will be coming through. Aurora keeping 5 alive though.
Yeah, vital. I think Aurora know that MOUZ can come back into this at any moment. They just want to ensure that even with a round loss, they can still invest in the next. So, no need for the hunt. But it's very important that Aurora started putting rounds on the board. MOUZ were looking far too confident, far too successful here on Ancient, especially towards kind of the B-bomb site. But Aurora, they've done a good job to silence in the last couple rounds.
Very, very promising that they were able to string those rounds together. Sometimes you can see teams fight so hard to finally get one on the board that it feels like they run out of steam before they've even begun, but much better looking one. And there's still a world where we can see this first half become quite close. Because there are no guarantees with Ancient. Oh, blue-white, so ready for this swing. Oh, not far off finding both, but PR does shut down any possibility of it. Just about.
It's all going to be about timing here for Vilby. Can peek into cave at any moment. Ooh, great nade and has it smoked off PR. Oh, Burmilove, just as the smoke fades, we'll be able to find Vilby, and that's a big pick. Keeps PR alive.
I like the idea of the boost there.
McHugh's brilliant stuff, and Grix as well. Finds one towards middle. Turns the round on its head. Could see Blixie's aggression. Be a bit of a mistake, but certainly not as Blixie can find the pick. It's all on net shoot. Gonna be a tough 1v3, especially without utility.
Yeah, the longer he takes, the more difficult this round's gonna be. Grix looked like he wanted to rotate in, not just yet. Ichu has got quite deep here. Spots one, tries to bait out the second. I think he realised I need to hit the instant headshot. Hoped he had done so. Wasn't to be. 3 in a row now for the CTs. Money broken.
Yeah, we could see maybe a hero AK. That's about it. Timing is perfect for Burmilove, but we just see those 2 picks. One onto Burt, one onto, well, one from Grix, and yeah, it just makes this round so tough for MOUZ. And when we see that pick come through from Burmilove, you understand why that mid aggression's coming through, because mid should be open, but the realization from Grix that there can be this late lurk. Aurora, though, I think if they can find 6 or at least 5, will lead for a competitive kind of finish, but the problem is MOUZ can still end this one, you know, with 8 rounds, maybe even 9, if they're somehow successful with the techs in hand.
There always is a possibility on these half buys. I don't think we've seen... Have we seen a half buy victory in this game? Normally it feels like we see quite a few in a series.
I think the
I don't think we've
closest...
seen one yet.
I think the closest there was where we saw a couple Mac 10s in the Galil, but it wasn't a half buy. It was a full investment, so it was just weaker weapons, I guess.
Feels like we're due a couple then.
Well, I hope Aurora aren't gonna be the ones facing the loss in this one. It'd be devastating because the comeback, vital. Flash is good.
Great. Oh, the spray's so much better though from Vilby. Brilliant rotation on in. Finds 3 with 1 spray, and the final 2 players are towards A main. Gonna eat a decent chunk of the nade damage. Vilby not able to secure his 4th, but it feels like he's done enough work to confirm this round going the way of Aurora. Sierra maybe at best can find 1 more. 31 points of health, blue-white. Starting to clear now, offers up his head, but the bullet's not connecting, and Sierra... I mean, you can see blue-white smiling there a bit. I think he realised I should be dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that Vilby spray's vital there.
Yeah, brilliant.
Well, Vilby's been kind of, I want to say, pretty consistent from Aurora throughout this series. I think similar can be said for Grix. I think the problems though is when you looked at Vertigo, when you looked at Inferno, although it was a success story on Inferno for Aurora, we saw plenty of players missing. Grix though with the opener. Damage, a lot have been dealt here, but blue-white finding PR, can drop the smoke as well, and looking at the HP of Crizin, this is going to be so tough. He's crept out, and even on that low HP, he can find Blixie. I like the idea of this re-aggression though. It's all going to be about timing on when this smoke fades.
Ooh. This is really aggressive.
I mean, Love just needs 1 more bullet, takes down blue-white, and now it's all on the low HP McHughes. So much space has been taken by Sierra in the meantime though. The bomb can comfortably make its way towards A, and Sierra can look to split apart from his teammate. Not going to be an easy round here from McHughes. With 2 HP.
Surely not going to expect both players here as well. Gonna give it a bit of a crack. Swaps to the AK. This would be some clutch.
I just think the finances here for Aurora are looking so strong. The molly there onto Burmilov's position. The problem for McHughes is just so low HP, and a stick of the bombs a little bit too risky for him, but he's going to go for it, and we can see as to why. Only 2 HP, didn't really expect survival there, but MOUZ, they are going to be taking the half with 7.
Yeah, just about. It feels like Aurora maybe feeling a little too confident after that streak. I like the idea of that aggressive play, but it feels like they were in a pretty good spot in the round in general, and maybe a little bit overkill going for something like that.
Well, it wasn't as though the kill from Burmilov, the first one, was too quick. It's just the, kind of the reaction time from the second. Probably should have seen a trade there, but blue-white, oh, he's gonna be aware he's close, doesn't matter. It's the instant headshot onto Crizin. PR attempting the trade through the smoke, but unsuccessful, and McHughes is nade instilling the final killing blow, but Burmilov not gonna be too happy with that one.
And not gonna be able to play out the final round of this half. 3 versus 5 really has been a different look to Aurora coming into things. 0-6 down, and the comeback has occurred. We've seen a similar thing on Inferno.
Yeah, I think
Couldn't make it work on Vertigo though, but already much better signs just in these first several rounds, and probably the whole of Vertigo. Oh wow.
Cheeky way to get the pick. Could see a boost assembled. I think we will, yeah. McHugh's going to be heading up here. We'll spot. Can't deny the plant.
Bomb has been planted.
As a smoke fade. Oh, we would have been able to spot the player crossing into cave, I believe. Man advantage, though. McHugh's getting that trade, continues that trend. Sarah kind of got to find McHugh's. Blixie. No casualty, but not the best of sprays, and it's just leaving PR. We've seen how good PR's been in these clutches, but smoke on the bomb now. And PR can't even find McHugh, so no attempt to take the spray. And although MOUZ win the half, Charlie, they go 7-5. As you said, it was a 6-0 start. All things considered, I don't actually think MOUZ will be too happy with that. Getting 1 out of the last 6. Devastating for them.
You did touch on how MOUZ their T side isn't the best on Ancient. It certainly is their CT that is a bit a cut above the other, I suppose. We're gonna need to see that because there was quite a clear drop off. Things were looking very bright, but it felt like Aurora started to suss them out a bit.
Well, look, I'm excited for the Aurora T side. Having nearly a 65% win rate, pretty ridiculous. Seems as though we do have some slight technical issues at the moment as Blixie has disconnected. But yeah, look, Charlie, I think MOUZ, okay, they're going to their favoured side, but it's also Aurora's. I think when you have that 6-0 start to work with, the fact you can only end the half with 7, it's not really enough. We were expecting MOUZ to maybe finish with, 8-9 rounds quite convincingly, but such an important comeback for Aurora. They could have been out of this game already.
Yeah, it definitely could have been. It could have potentially been too far gone, but our first playoff game has so much more action to come still. I'm excited about it. I know Aurora are going to deliver something. Whether it's going to allow them to bring it over the edge and keep this dream streak going is still up in the air because MOUZ, they're no strangers to these playoffs, are they?
No, definitely not. And I think once we saw Aurora take Inferno, I think we all knew Ancient would have been on the cards. But a 3-mapper. 1 half remaining unless we go to OT. Crix with the PT50 in hand. Has just spotted one.
Prison wants to fight this. This is a really risky fight. He had so much on him.
Had the kit as well. Can be retrieved by Burmy Love, but Syrah situated on the back of Donut. Spots out one, eventually finds. They're going to realise he's back here, but Syrah doubles down. And if he can delay long enough, that's all that's required. Vilby. Oh, Syrah takes him down, finds the bomb. PR eliminating Blue White as well, and that's the round done. Although the opener was found here by Aurora, and it was a mismanaged play from Crizzen. He had the kit, he had the flashes. Still doesn't matter. Syrah's triple.
Yeah, I suppose it's not a risky fight to take in mid if you've got teammates like Syrah.
Yeah.
So keep on doing it, Crizzen. Do what you want. Seems to work, but important pistol round for MOUZ will deny Aurora bringing this game closer. And Aurora, they're going to concede fully. They're just going for the eco. They don't want to go for a force or anything. They want to get the weapons out ASAP.
PR, though, with a lot of work to do. So many players coming his way, and he can't even find a pick. The fact that just the movement alone was just so difficult, so awkward for them to deal with. But Syrah able to find 2 while blinded, and now the MP9's attempting to clean things up. And all left for a low HP Vilby.
Be fair, there's a lot that was done in that eco. 2 players brought down to extremely low health, and 2 kills found as well. So,
looks a bit
not
scary.
Bad eco.
If one more bullet connects, could have been looking at a possible round there. Yeah, look at the finances already for MOUZ NXT. A win here for Aurora. It's going to be a weak force. At least for MOUZ, they were able to retrieve those M4s. They're fighting off with 5 rifles, the same as Aurora.
Syrah nade in the smoke. Not a perfect nade, and it feels like it favours Vilby after the traces of the M4's been spotted. Crizzen's still fighting and gets punished. Blue White through the smoke takes down Crizzen. And the aggression does not pan out in favour of MOUZ.
Yeah, now Netchu gotta go on a bit of a mission. We'll spot out one. Aurora, they can kind of just shift up ramp as a 4. Blue-white still just sitting towards middle. The utility going to be coming over the top now. And now Aurora decide to progress. Seemingly just a save here from MOUZ NXT. Keep the weapons in play for the next, because it's going to be the investment.
Yeah, I mean, the round's too far gone. Aurora didn't do anything special. They just did what they needed to. Took space towards the lanes. Held, and Blue-white had a really good read on a couple of kills. Found them both. From there, the round was pretty simple.
Well, I think as well, it's clear that MOUZ NXT want to take these fights, want to get aggressive on the CT side, and that's something that Aurora have very heavily read into, but... Ooh, the hunt here could be brilliant. PR is holding, but... Flashbang to come through. Will have heard the pin pulled, and PR very quick to react to that. The Molotov coming down could deny. And to be honest, Aurora don't actually need to take this fight. I think for these long comebacks, you want to ensure that you keep your own finances high. Netu can, in fact, drop over an A1.
Yeah, it looks like some investments were coming out. Yeah, it does feel like the Tracers maybe helped Vilby in that fight a little bit. Then Blue-white with a brilliant double, finding the first there. Instantly on the prison. I didn't realise it was that clean.
Once again, though,
the investment. I mean, look at the util, Fred. I think that speaks for itself. Not a lot of it remaining after the early smokes have been thrown.
There's 4 MOUZ NXT players pretty close to be. Crescent. Gonna drop the util towards middle. Vilby getting close here. Oh, the swing comes through and timing couldn't be better. But McHugh's able to get 2 there. Syrah aware that Blue-white went for kind of a late push towards middle last round and probably going to opt to do the same in this one and catches him off guard. Onto this 3-on-3, but...
Still anyone's round. PR just clearing out towards A. Soon gonna have the realization that there's a good chance this side of the map isn't the end goal for Aurora. Already a double B setup that is about to be bolstered up. After PR clears towards mid, already contacts made. McHugh's gonna be the first spotted. Shadow spotted early doors, but still the kill goes the way of the T.
Brilliant awareness from Netu. You saw the quick look to Cave. I really like that from Netu. He gets the first kill, knows the seconds behind, worried about a Cave swing, and even if there was one there, I think Netu was still finding that pick. He was just so quick there, but somehow able to find all 3, even when it should have been Syrah to find the first. And Aurora now in a bit of a tough scenario. You've got Blue-white kind of not as financially savvy as the rest. Doesn't have the goods for an investment, so potentially a Mac 10. But a loss in this round could be disastrous for Aurora.
I mean, both teams have played a reasonably similar T side. It does feel like it's going to come down to the CT side. The biggest issue for Aurora is they're very slow to really hit the ground running.
Vilby's taken a heavy hit here for utility. 4 rifles, 14 pieces of util. It's not too bad at all. And it seems as though an attempt for MOUZ NXT to potentially find 12, and Aurora up against quite a lot of pressure here now. Slowly looking to take middle. I feel like this is the first time that we're seeing Aurora early doors trying to take this portion. Crescent. Bit of a tap through the wall, but no bullets connecting. Speaking of, though, Burmilov gets aggressive. Blue-white's trade is key, though. And the fact that Blue-white can back away. The timing for PR seemed quite good there, but just couldn't connect the bullets. And Syrah now looking to creep towards middle, but blue-white, he's been so good towards mid. It's going to leave Crazy the lone defender.
Oh, so much damage dealt to these two. No damage in util. Will take them down, so it is going to have to be done with bullets.
They're going to make their way up ramp, but they've got no smoke for this right-hand side, just the flashes. The delay has, in fact, caused PR to rotate back away. And blue-white searching for the opener here towards B. Kristen going to be re-peeking, the ammunition being his biggest problem. But instead of going back to reload, looks for the fight on the USP.
It's going to be a bit of a double swing. Flash comes over, dodge, brilliant spray transfer from PR. Holds his spray and he gets both of them. Nichu as well finds Vilby. And MOUZ will find 11. Yeah, Kristen, I think he realised how important it was to find one more kill after that, so he tries to do it all alone. Turns out you just need PR to do that instead.
Yeah, the problem is when we see that kind of aggression towards the right-hand side, the flash is so high. You can see it for so long, and PR can just dodge very easily. The investments come through from Aurora. Similar again, it's 4 rifles and a deagle.
Oh, heavy A-lean here from Aurora. Nothing outside B early.
The problem is MOUZ have been very proactive. Already Crescent, he's taken a lot of control, and now give that information away. Look, I'm deep here towards B. No utility, no players. It's all going to be an A hit.
Aurora do have to start to consider this being a possibility. Very static. Seeing Nechu make his way towards A now as well, but mid could actually be the biggest point of contention. It could be a decent bit of a mid hole with the player towards the lane support as well. Flash and Molly comes out, forces them back. Aurora, they've lost all of this control for one half-hearted peek that hasn't worked out. Flashbang comes over though, they're going to give it a crack again.
Ooh, Sierra attempting. Control taken here, and the steps allow. Burmilove with a lot of players coming his way, but I love the rotation in from the CTs. We're going to have 2 towards Cave, but 1 behind the other. I was a little bit worried for Nechu to get that team kill, but it doesn't matter. Nechu to find 3. And now PR, the back of Donut. Ooh, important bomb retrieval there. Blue-White didn't realise PR's position, but he's just dancing around. And Sierra spotting. MOUZ NXT find 12. And this is so tough for Aurora. A team unscathed through the play-ins, through the Swiss stage. Didn't drop a map, but now to drop a series, as there's 6 opportunities here for MOUZ NXT. He dinks him twice. How has he not killed him?
Yeah, I was going to say, the amount of bullets that you did pump into his teammate, he did feel like he surely would have had to go down, but managed to cling onto life just about. But I mean, the rotations were really key. It was the proactiveness that you mentioned towards B that allowed Nechu to rotate off and support his teammate. But the rotations into Donut really were the game changers. This is it. Another Aileen PR on his lonesome this time. Rotations definitely not going to be as close. Spots players out, able to drop the molly. Gets his gun out for a couple of bullets, but that's all. Love will find 1. Wants to fight for more.
Yes,
to find the success. Still a chance for Aurora. Players pushing into Donut. Oh, the team kill!
Brings it to this 2-on-2, and Crescent brings it down to the 1-on-1. Nechu gonna be creeping his way out. Cave, steps heard, kill found, and Nechu getting the killing blow to give MOUZ NXT a chance, another game to play. And Aurora, it's devastating. It's always a tough one, but I think Aurora, the second that Vertigo was shown, we knew we'd see that 3rd map, and the fact that Ancient, it's a map that MOUZ plays far too frequently, yet Aurora, only 6 maps in the last 3 months. It's a tough one, it really, really is, but MOUZ NXT, they looked incredible. They looked really, really good, only dropping 10 rounds on the 2 maps that they won.
Yeah, they did look very sharp. they looked comfortable on Ancient, especially their CT side where it felt like they manhandled Aurora a little bit. But I do think we have to give credit to Aurora. They are a very, very, very young team. I mean, so are MOUZ, which is crazy to say, but obviously MOUZ are a decent bit more experienced than this Aurora Youngblood team, and I do think coming all the way from the play-in stage, making it to playoffs alone is a very big achievement, and given MOUZ, especially on Inferno, a good run for your money, it is something we have to look at and say, I'm hoping we get to see Aurora progress throughout the next seasons and continue on this form.
Yeah, and I something to mention. We say that MOUZ, okay, yeah, they're a team that have got a little bit more experience. I think they have played against tougher opponents. MOUZ NXT, the average age is younger. PR's only 16. The average age of this team is 17.7, yet Aurora's 18. You know,
okay,
it's
that
just,
is mad. I thought it was like ever
so
slightly older. That is crazy.
Well, I think everyone did. It's because MOUZ, they've played against so many tough opponents and looked really good against them. It seems like they have a great understanding of the game and a real maturity with how they play. It's not as though they're kind of just all great individuals and they just do their own thing. The team synergy is absolutely incredible. And something that M&J said earlier is, you know, every single player could be picked up, could be brought up to their main roster. And I'll be honest, I wouldn't want that. I want to see this kind of roster stay together because I think they are, as a team, incredible. I'd hate to see someone have to kind of be brought up. I think what they've shown and what they've done has been absolutely impeccable. And yeah, I think MOUZ NXT, they looked really, really good today. But M&J, what are your thoughts after that series?
Yeah, honestly, it's a bit of a carbon copy of what we saw in that last map as well, isn't it? It's sort of MOUZ NXT getting off to a great start, everybody leaning in towards like, okay, yeah, they just led the better team here. Then we see moments of brilliance from Aurora Youngblood. They bring us back to like this palatable situation at the halfway point. And then the second that MOUZ NXT get onto their CT side, they just steal the show, right? They just run away with it. So crisp. PR, lights out performance throughout the series, not even just in terms of his numbers, but actually in terms of the impact he had in so many rounds, so many clutch situations. Even if it's not just a 1vx from him, but actually like alongside his teammates, sort of taking that initiative, finding those entries in the retakes and things like that. Just so impactful. And you know, at the start we were talking about like who would be the one to be picked up at his young age. Give him a year or two, and yeah, I think he's destined for very big things. Blixie having an absolute stinker of a series. I think that's possibly one of the worst best of threes he's ever played in his professional career, which is really unfortunate given the weight that was behind it, right? These guys have been fantastic, Blixie included, throughout all of the group stage, the play-ins and all of that jazz. And yeah, to move on into the playoffs and just have such a poor performance like that is a real shame, and I think one that he's going to be feeling a little sore about.
Yeah, definitely. I think Blixie's usually the third, just behind McHughes. So, you know, we pointed it out in the game. There's always going to be days where you're just not feeling it, but today of all days, you know, maybe it would have been if it came out in the Swiss stage, you'd at least say, well, look, he can step up in the playoffs. But yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things that do just sometimes you go down to and say, is Blixie the reason they lost the game? I'm going to say no. I think add 10 more kills to his tally. I don't think it would have made enough of a difference on those final two maps, which you look at it in the grand scheme of things, were pretty one-sided. Sure, it definitely would have helped things, but I do think today MOUZ were just a better team, and we have to say as well, MOUZ definitely had a few mistakes in them as well. They definitely didn't play perfect CS, but I mean, that second half of Ancient was as close to it as you can sort of get. That was very impressive from them. It felt like they finally hit their full stride, and at that point, did it feel like Aurora could have made that comeback? It just didn't feel like things were going their way. MOUZ, they had brilliant reads, they had brilliant rotations, the trading was on point, the sprays were. We saw so many multi-kills towards the end of Ancient as well. I think they really did come alive there. And guys, what this means though is obviously we have our first quarter finalists confirmed, and obviously MOUZ NXT are going to be playing against Fnatic or Sampi, which, I mean, that alone is going to be an incredible game, but the possibility of the MOUZ NXT versus Sampi or Fnatic is an exciting prospect, isn't it?
Yeah, I think when you look at, I don't know, maybe I'm kind of too eager to say my thoughts on the result of that game, but Yeah, I think when it comes to MOUZ, they've not really got kind of an easy run, and no team really does. I think when you look at it on the other side, or kind of the lower side, it would be Saw and BC Game. That's the game we're seeing in just a moment or so, and then also Gaming Gladiators, Passion UA. I think this is a tough half of the bracket. I think it has to be said.
Yeah, I'm going to sort of chip in here a little bit and say often when we have these invite teams, these opening round of 16 games are statistically very one-sided, right? Because, you've got the superstars coming in, you've got some of these sort of tier 1.5 squads that are invited for a reason, but actually, even a lot of these round of 16 games are looking incredibly contentious. I know that it maybe didn't feel like it. It felt like that was very dominant from MOUZ NXT, but that still went the distance. That still went to 3 maps, and I expect actually lots of these round of 16 games to follow that theme. BC Game looked on great form. They've got great tools behind them. On a good day, they could absolutely beat Saw. That Passion UA game just below it as well. Those boys have been on a tear. And I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled a bit of an upset against the Gaming Gladiators, who have obviously had recent changes and therefore could be a little bit vulnerable to an upset. But there's a schedule for the games there today. And just as I was about to switch over, we go back over to the bracket again. But yeah, it's interesting stuff.
Yeah, look, you look at that Ruby 9Z game. I think that may be the only one where I don't want to say 100% confident, but like a 90 to 10, because 9Z.
The round of 16 games. Yeah. We have seen a number of crazy upsets in here, though. So I mean, this would be one of the craziest upsets. But you never know. Yeah. I'm definitely not saying anything's a guarantee here for any team, and I think that's one of the things that is exciting about this bracket, because, like we said, there's a lot of games that really can go the distance, and it just gets even more intense as we do progress through the bracket. But obviously, BC Game versus Saw, not too far away, guys. Yeah. Not too far away. Any early predictions before we take a bit of a break and go into a deep dive after? Any early predictions for this one?
Neither
I'm going to chip in. I'm going to chip in and say, yeah. Well, that's both of us. But yeah, I'm going to chip in and say Saw. I think that they are just a better team. They've had good results pre-player break especially. And yeah, I think that they should absolutely be able to take it. But as I said a minute ago, BC Game are a little bit of a wild card. And they've got some... The whole thing with this roster is it's like, get a load of European superstars, hope they gel together. A lot of time that doesn't work. With these guys, it kind of is so far. And yeah, because you've got all of these superstars, there's potential for any one of them to just shine bright and put up like 30, 40 kills in a map and run things away. So yeah, I'm leaning towards Saw as my prediction, but yeah, I don't think it's as clear cut as the odds might show.
Yeah, I think as well, if we saw this game in a month's time and BC Game had a little bit more time to kind of prep and more officials under their belt, I think we'd be looking a little bit more closer. I think people might be saying, okay, BC Game have got a chance, but it's still just the fact that they've only played 14 maps on HLTV. This is still a very, very fresh team. And I do always like the idea where kind of there's a mastermind behind the scenes who's just gone, look, we're going to get these players, they're all free agents, let's see what we can do with the team. And I think when you've got an in-game leader as well who's got so much experience, things can work out well. But yeah, I think maybe it's too soon to see a BC Game upset. But who knows? Look, I could be wrong, we could both be wrong.
Find out soon.
Yeah. I think what we will do then is go to a short little break beforehand, and then we'll kind of head into the deep dive talks of that BC Game versus Saw.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin plays.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.
Welcome back, everybody. With the last series going to 3 maps, we weren't gone for long, and we are ready with the action for the next game. It's going to be Saw versus BC Game. We touched upon our thoughts a little bit towards the end of that last post-show, and yeah, to be honest, this one feels like it's got lots of layers to it. It's very deep, right? You've got a top 30 team versus, in terms of rankings, a team that aren't even in the top 130. But it's a lot deeper than that. It's a lot deeper than that. BC Game have had some fantastic results recently. Saw have had some questionable results. And yeah, we're going to be here to break it down. Zola, how are you feeling about this one? What is your prediction?
Yeah, I think it's a weird game because, as I said before, we still don't really know all too much about kind of the heights that this BC Game roster can get to. Obviously, Saw, they've been a team for quite some time. As a 5, it's been over a year. So they've got great synergy. They've got great experience as a roster, which is always something that's going to go in their favour. And kind of on the flip side for BC Game, they don't have that. They've only played 14 maps on HLTV as a roster, so there's still going to be some slight cracks. It's always going to be seen. But you said it. There's a lot of good individuals here. I feel like BC Game, they've gone the route of, look, we're going to bring in some stars, we're going to bring in an in-game leader who's played at the highest level, and we're going to see what can happen. And the thing is as well, Guardian being their coach, he's obviously played at the highest level as well. So I feel like there's a lot of experience on this roster, and that's something that a fair few of these newer form rosters aren't really going to have. But I talk about synergy a lot. I think that's going to be a bit of a struggle for BC Game. Maybe they're going to look to focus when it comes to the maps on more of the kind of the simple maps, I guess you could say, the likes of maybe like a Mirage, an Inferno, a Dust 2. But who knows? I think when you look at the rosters, I think there's it's an interesting one. I like your point on the layers because I really don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is going to be a bit of a sentiment of how this game does go. Saw as a team are significantly more experienced as a sort of core. I mean, pretty much the whole team's been together for well over a year. You've got players who have been on the roster not far off 5 years now, which is pretty crazy to think about. Whereas BC Game, I mean, it's less than a month. You look at it like that, there's always going to be a leaning towards Saw. They have achieved more as this roster. It is to be expected, considering BC Game, literally, like I said, less than a month. I'd be impressed if they won a major in that time. But yeah, it's going to be difficult. I really like the BC game roster. I feel like there's a lot of really nice pieces to it. I think there's a nice balance there as well. But I do think it might take a couple of months for us to fully see what they can do. And I think Series 6 is a perfect example of that. We saw them go 2-0 up with wins against Sinners and Mess Sport. They looked really hot coming off of that. Then we saw a couple of shakier results where they got a couple of 2-0 losses. Sure, there was a couple of close maps in there, but it definitely wasn't potentially the way BC Game wanted to get into playoffs. It did come right down to the wire, right down to sort of that last chance. So it's definitely not going to be coming out the gates fully swinging, hitting their prime instantly, honeymoon period, all that. There is some teething problems, but there pretty much always is with these newer teams. But like you said, MJ, there definitely is the possibility that these guys can step up and cause a lot of damage on the server. I do just think it's going to be a very tall order for them.
Yeah, a couple of players I want to touch upon. So Joel has been unbelievable since this roster formed. He's just been top fragging every single game. He's been nuts. He's rocking a 1.4 rating. Lecro as well. Maybe I'm a little biased, but I'm a big Lecro fan. I really, really like Lecro. I love the fact that, you know, all of his former teammates have retired and he's still smashing heads. You've got Guardian as the coach in this roster who was getting 1-deeked by Lecro 10 years ago, and now he's kind of transitioned into the next stage of his career, and Lecro's still playing, right?
Is that your legacy of Guardian? Just getting 1-deeked by
getting
Lecro?
1-deeked by Lecro.
Not all the major finals he's been in,
well,
not being one of the top warmers. Just, yeah, he got 1-deeked by Lecro a couple of times.
He got 1-deeked by Lecro. But yeah, as I say, the pieces to this puzzle are sublime, but it is obviously the tenure that Saw have that is a little bit scary. But they did lose to Rebels the other day. Their only games that they've played so far post-player break are in Challenger League. And yeah, they've had good results, to be fair. But yeah, the most recent one, just a couple of days ago, that was a 2-0 loss against Rebels, which is a game that they should never be losing. And actually, if you were to put BC Game against Rebels, I'd say that would be a pretty close matchup. So it does sort of show that there's an Achilles heel here to them that you can definitely take advantage of. Pre-player break, the last tournament they played was the Blast Spring Finals. They did great to qualify for it in the first place, but then when they were up against the big boys, they just got absolutely demolished by Astralis and FaZe. Ian UK asked me for like my predictions, and because I thought it'd be funny as like a dark horse, I put that Saw would win. Obviously, they let me down. But yeah, it very much feels like it's their game to lose, but it is still very losable.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one. I think the vetoes will determine that, and I think that's where we're going to be heading to now. I think when you look at both teams' kind of map pool, for BC Game, there's still a lot of unknowns when it comes to, you know, maps like Vertigo, like Nuke. We haven't seen them play it, so we're expecting them to ban one of them. They've gone for Vertigo here, which is understandable. It's clear that that's their insta-ban, and they just haven't had to play Nuke yet. Wonder if we're going to see Nuke being picked, because for Saw, it's a map that they looked really good on. It's their strongest win rate, probably the most played, and yeah, as we see it, Nuke is being played. So I think the vetoes are an interesting one, because we see the Anubis pick. It's Saw's worst map. They're yet to win it in the last 3 months, and I think Inferno is the deciders. We talk about Inferno being the king of the third maps, and understandably, it's a map that both teams, they don't really want to play it, but yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what these vetoes entail, because I think BC Game, they've kind of got their best chance to take the series, really, with Anubis being in play.
Yeah, I mean, Anubis is definitely... See, the issue is, it's nice that we do get to see BC Game on Anubis, but we have only seen them on it twice. It's clearly a map they're comfortable enough to pick. Their 2 wins have been, or their 2 games, sorry, have been a close loss and a close win. And these are obviously against teams that, on paper, you would say are slightly easier than Saw. So I definitely don't think Anubis is a guarantee, and I don't think anyone's saying that, but it still leaves a lot up in the air.
Yeah, most definitely. I think when I see the vetoes, I was leaning towards Saw initially, and I still think Saw will take the series. I think it could go 3 maps. I'm not too sure, but I think this is possibly the best chance for BC Game. And maybe if Dust was played instead of Inferno as that third map, then you could say, okay, BC Game, it's even better. But yeah, I don't know. It's so tough. You know what? Why not? I'm going BC Game. I think they win it 2-1. I'll make the outlandish one.
go for it. I'm not completely convinced that you're wrong here as well. I think that the map veto is a map veto of two teams that haven't been playing too much CS recently. BC Game, obviously their nuke is a completely unknown, and the stars have kind of aligned there for Saw because it is the map that they'd want to pick into anyway, so it's just convenient that it's one that BC Game haven't played yet. In terms of Anubis, yeah, Saw have had bad results, and it's not even like they can scratch any of them off as losses to big boys, you know? When they played against Astralis, when they played against FaZe, you take a loss on Anubis, you go, whatever, it's FaZe, right? But actually, their losses have been against teams that are within their tier. Sangles, Sinners, Zero Tenacity, teams that arguably they should be beating. So they are mortal, and I think there's a decent chance that they could lose this first map. Without further ado, though, we will be jumping into the game, so take it away, boys.
Yeah, look, I think it's completely true as to what MJ said. I think 2 losses to Sangao, 1 to Sinners. The Sangao game was close, you know, it was a 13-11, but it was pre-player break. Ever since we've seen them back, it was a 13-4 loss to Sangao just about a week or so ago. And not to say that Sangao are a team that Saul should be beating, but it should be competitive. I think that's the scary prospect that the Portuguese side have to face off against. But kills coming through and BC Game favoured. And Lecro able to find 2. Oh, he's not going to be ready for the player in heaven whatsoever. Ro16 will find Lecro a 2-on-2, a possible round. But the problem is, Ujax needs to try and find this pick. Needs to try and fight his way out. And he's got a teammate by his side now.
Oh, Joel gets taken down as well. It looked like he might have just caught a timing, but doesn't go his way. And Prime taps now in the 1 versus 2.
Yeah. Prime
He's
taps.
getting pushed, finds the first.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if there's a kit down anywhere.
That's the problem. Finally, contact been made. Rose still finds though. Great pistol hit. And so, although it doesn't go too well for them initially, we see Lecro having a lot of work to do and a lot of success as well. But still, Saw, they do find it. Start the game quite conveniently, as we've mentioned the difficulties that Saw have had on Anubis as of late.
Yeah, I mean, a big response there from Saw. Things looked difficult early. Turned them around and did steal away a huge favoured pistol round for BC Game, and now they're just going to be on this weaker buy. A couple of upgraded pistols in play, but majority of the guys do just have these USPs, so a little bit of damage will be nice, and already Prime Taps does find one with the Deagle.
Very much prepared as well for Mutarus. Ooh. Unfortunate there for Prime Taps. Great awareness, but crosshair placement not perfect enough. The bomb is very alone here. This could be a bit of a problem. Luckily though for Saw, BC Game aren't progressing any further, and with the smokes down towards B, we'll see a fast rotation.
Roman does find Joel with the Mac. Back away slightly, not wanting to give anything up.
Problem is with these smokes being down, BC Game can't really do anything. And as it fades, Lecro could be found. Him being the only real weapon. And I say that, he's got a Deeg in hand. Can't really expect much. But smoke's fading.
Lecro with the Deagle is a bit of a menace. I think a lot of people not long ago probably would have said he's got the best Deagle in the world. So never count Lecro out when he does have a hand cannon in play. But the round will go the way of the Portuguese side, as expected.
Yeah, just the one casualty. Roman will be able to get out of there as well. A lot of Galils though. It's not as though there's a couple AKs in play. One can be dropped across, so weaponry not going to be weak, but Anakin straight away. Love the idea here. Glass cannon could be a real big difference maker here for BC Game, and I think BC Game, although they're kind of on a great map for them to take, it just goes to show that they're, I don't want to say feeling the pressure, but they know that they need to take these risks. They know that they need to kind of bring out the AWP as soon as possible, and hopefully for Anarchez we can see success with the big green. like the idea of that double nade. Sadly for Saw, no one there. Joel very low now. Prime taps with a lot of heavy lifting to do. Kakanito going to be rotating in, but look how much presence and pressure Saw have kind of shown just from a couple pieces of utility. We've already seen the rotation in from, from Kakanito. Thankfully, though, for BC Game, the A defense with that big green.
Yeah, I like it. As the last time we actually got to watch it with BC Game, didn't have the greatest performance. Couldn't really find the impact with the AWP that we know we can. That's going to be a gunfight. I think that is going to be desperately important to see. Anarchez versus Story when we do it, so you see him on the AWP as well. I think that's going to be a very interesting battle because, I mean, looking at Story really with the AWP, he's been pretty poor with it before the player break. After the player break, though, he's starting to find his form again. Ratings improved massively. Maybe a little bit burnt out before the player break, but he's seemingly feeling it again.
Yeah, the big question here for BC Game is they've got the AWP saved, Lekker's got a fair bit of utility, and the defuse kit. I wouldn't mind a reinvestment here, because I think just a half buy around it, it's not really showing enough. I think if Lekkero maybe just had... Oh, he wouldn't have a 5-7 though. Yeah, I really don't know what BC Game are going to do in the next, but with the big green, you don't want to waste it and just half buy around. It's a tough decision here for BC Game to make, but...
Yeah, buy isn't going to be brilliant, but a partial investment. Damage can be done. And okay, so we're going to need to see him make some magic happen with this AWP if BC Game are going to be able to put a round on the board from this. As you can see, MP9's pistols alongside it.
Yeah, the problem there for BC Game is not only was it a great double entry, but it was the fact that Kakanito, the full HP player, goes down before Joel. Anarchez, though, on the AWP. And Story found. We've been asking for that AWPing Joel, and already goes the way here of BC Game. Muterus, he's taken some control. Oh, they are aware of him. Anarchez has just spotted. Love to see a bit of a swing come through. And oh, Muterus gets two! No head armor there for Anarchez is devastating.
Muterus, massive round. Then Prime taps just with the deagle at the back of the site. Trying to see what he can find. Oh, gets deleted. Muterus with 3 now. Tucks back into E-Box. Doesn't need to give up this kill, and he's aware of that.
I like what we've seen. It's kind of like pre-firing. I feel like the way that Muterus had got the second kill and the third, he was just so prepared for players' positions and the swings. Yeah, it's brilliant. With it just being the half buy, obviously BC Game will get an investment in the next, but... And to be completely blunt, guess I was wrong. They're looking really good on Anubis. I think that the style of play they're opting for is really, really nice. And you can kind of see the kind of dismay and the difficulties that BC Game are feeling already. The amount of gamble rotations, the amount of kind of fast plays that they're making in the hopes to kind of restabilize. You can see all it takes is a couple pieces of utility, and BC Game rotating quite heavily across.
Oh, I actually love this here from Kakanito. Does get caught out, but he probably won't mind. That was a partial investment. Takes another weapon out of the hands of the T's. That's basically a double kill. That was found there at the end from Kakanito, just at really the cost of the MP9. So it feels reasonably worth it. A 4-0 start from the Portuguese roster. And Muterus with a really strong round. 4 kills from him.
Well, it's the fact as well, Kakanito's going to get an investment regardless. He doesn't need to save that weapon.
Get to see Story on the AWP, though, finally. Like I said, he's been very promising since the play break has ended. He's looked very strong. Once again, he's always been a threat, but it feels like he's maybe a bit rejuvenated after the play break.
Yeah, setup's decent on A. The problem is Anarchez doesn't have any utility, so the molly comes his way or he finds a pick. It's going to be tough to back away. Kakanito finding Ujux though. Great opener. And it looks like Kakanito might search for seconds. Flash is good, but the molly... Ooh, Kakanito. Eventually to be found. But the molly could have eliminated him.
I mean, the molly actually being thrown out, even though it missed, was massive. Because you see Kakanito looking to back away early before coming back slightly. So it just allows Muterus to get a bit closer to that smoke. A little bit closer. Story might be given a kill here, and his Prime Taps tries to crouch peek into it, not realizing Orb's holding. Disadvantage now. I'm loving the play from Let Crow. Swings on out, finds Muterus. Will back away, so not too sure about what the rest of mid's looking like, but it's B that's under pressure. Joel gets deleted. Story's Orb's ready for the angle, and the site is being cleared. Let Crow rotating on in. With no util, no defuse kit, there's a chance the CTs might just concede this.
Yeah, it's so tough for Joel as well. He knows that the pressure is coming his way, but the awareness from Story is brilliant. And yeah, as you mentioned, just to be the same, but BC Game yet to post around. The problem is as well, we see Prime Taps rotating in, and it's just the fact that he's got full utility and doesn't use any of it to peek on out. Maybe just wasn't prepared for the AWP to be kind of so close there.
He just wanted to take a bit of a fight onto a mid player. Maybe he was hoping it was up against a rifler, but yeah, Story's AWP, too easy for him. And first round with the AWP, nice double kill.
Charlie, I think BC Game, the player who has been so key for them recently, has been Joel, and not the started one. 0-5 currently.
Yeah, I mean, not brilliant, but it's not exactly far behind his team.
No.
I think Anarchez is a player that I like that he's keeping the AWP alive a lot. And it is bound to be soon that he's going to have a decent round with it. Kakanito is so blinded. Isn't able to see anything for about a month, it felt like there, and the speed Saw take mid with is frightening.
Great flashbang as well to force Anarchez off the angle, and Ujux just going to make his way back. I really like this from Saw. They can look to head out towards the B-bomb site. It's open currently, and once again, the utility thrown. Saw have just done such a good job to keep all the focus from BC Game towards middle. Joel finally going to have a look back in, but as he emerges, Story peaks. And Joel's had a real tough one so far. And with it being a 5-on-3, yeah, the right decision. There's nothing that BC Game can do. It's not even though there's a fast rotation. But Saw starts 6-0 here. This is their opponent's map pick. And I feel like the map of Nuke is going to be something similar to what we saw with MOUZ NXT getting to play Vertigo. It's that similar scenario, right? It's where, you know, their opposing or their opposition float a map, they don't really play it. And Saw, we know how dangerous they can be on Nuke, especially against, you know, top opponents as well.
I mean, it's quite interesting, actually, talking about what to expect from BC Games Nuke, because we actually do have no idea.
Yeah.
They just haven't played it, similar to the fact they haven't played Vertigo either. Only played, I mean, their most played map's four games, and that's Mirage. There is a lot of maps, so we don't really have an idea of how much they've actually prepped on it. You'd probably hazard to say they would at least have a little something on Nuke. The fact that it isn't that right now seemingly they're insta ban. They do ban Vertigo quite a lot, and maybe it does just happen to be they haven't played it. So I'm hoping they can at least put up a decent bit of a fight regardless. And maybe it is just the case of we haven't seen it, so we don't really know yet. And I'm hoping it's less so that they don't play the map and they only have a 5-map map pool.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, when you look at their previous game against Guns, we saw Gun 5. They were the team that banned Vertigo. It wasn't BC Game, and instead of BC Game going, okay, yeah, we'll drop Nuke, they dropped Dust instead. So as you said, it's clear that BC Game just haven't really had the opportunity to play it, which is a bit of an interesting one. Hopefully BC Game can kind of show the reasoning for why they've kind of kept Nuke a bit of a secret.
Gotta show off the reasoning for why they picked Anubis first and foremost. 6-0 down. Still, obviously, T-sided map. If they can have a bit of a little bit of a comeback here on the CT side, at least give themselves a bit of a T-side to play with.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than sort of starting on the unfavored side of a map. That's quite one-sided, really, and just not really having many rounds to give it a crack. But still, only 6 rounds of play have been played so far, so still plenty of CS left to be watched here on Anubis.
Well, I think the main thing here for BC Game is, yes, okay, the map's T-sided and both teams very heavily favour it, but as you said, BC Game, they've got to find 3 or 4 rounds, otherwise a pistol round could determine the game. It could just end everything. So, yeah, I think, so if they can continue, who knows? Because this is a far better looking Saw than what we've seen against other opponents on Anubis.
A lot of back and forth util. Position. Oh, double A and still the kill goes against BC Game. Oh, and another one, Muterus. Takes down Anarkez.
Oh, it's
devastating.
devastating.
The spray through camera isn't great. Alljags push through and finds Kakanito. It's back and forth, but still favouring the Portuguese side.
Yeah, if Joel gets taken down here, I think the round's done, and Joel not spotting Muterus. Bomb to be planted, but yeah, it's so unfortunate for Kakanito. His bullets just in between his 2 opposing players. It's so tough. But
though, finding the initial kill is massive. I mean, not just does he find the kill onto Electro, does a great bit of damage as well onto the second. Allows his teammates to get an easy kill with Anarkez. And yeah, really impressive stuff from Saw again. They will indeed find their 7th. Prime Taps likely will be allowed to save.
Yeah, I think the best thing that we've seen from Saw is that they've really heavily conditioned BC Game kind of away from the bomb sites. It's control towards E-box, it's control towards middle that Saw have so heavily prioritized. And I say prioritized, they've taken it. 9 times out of 10, Saw have kind of sent players towards mid. The utility's been good, the openers have been found as well. And it seems in every moment, BC Game, they're getting outmatched kind of off the bomb sites. And in doing so, they're having to use so much utility to try and take back that control and so much focus away that we can see these late lurks. We can see these kind of last minute mid pushes because BC Game very rarely have control. Heavy half hit from BC Game in the hopes to find something, but once again Kakanito, he is not sticking around in middle. He's felt those flashes before and they were not nice.
Story finding the opener. Prime Taps does fall. Oh, this could be really cheeky. Kakanito has rotated here. Does find one, being spotted. He's got to do a lot more work than that. Force back, force to reload. Molly landing at his feet, but he swings in front of it. He's looking for something. No tick of the ball. He's massive. Oh, he gets the double, and Kakanito gives BC Game their best chance to take the first round, but Story holding the rotates isn't actually going to find anything.
Yeah, Anarkez is going to be flanking though. This is something that Story definitely not going to be prepared for. Yeah, the molly, it was just a little too far thrown. Unfortunate, but sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles, and Kakanito, he got himself a timing and took it. We talk about it time and time again, Charlie, where players just don't take their own timings, but Kakanito flying through the smoke, not to find the kill, but get some damage off. But BC Game finally put a round on the board. But Charlie, it's all from heroics. It's all from individual plays, and that's something that's very difficult to replicate. But now BC Game, they found something.
Yeah, it was very, very good. Kakanito, perfect timing. Story, not even questioning a possible flank.
It's just whether BC Game can expand upon it. Smoke coming through towards A main. Lecro looks as though he might want to go in front, but with a molly behind, it's going to be tough. Straight away, looking like an A execute, and Arosdos somehow finding molly to come over the top. Joel is completely kind of sectioned away from the site with the utility. Joel will eventually find one, and as the molly fades, Joel can peek. Orp holding, but Joel doubles down. Great spray, third in the round. Still a 2 versus free, but it doesn't matter, Joel. What a round he's had, and he gets the ace. That's an A defense that BC Game have been wanting for quite some time. And you can see the little smirk on his face. Quite happy with the result of that one, and quite rightly. But what a round there. He was 1 in 7 before that.
It felt like his teammates tried to join him, but they just weren't able to, or were getting killed. In the meantime, Joe was taking every fight he possibly could and was winning all of them. But I was gonna praise Saw for how fast that execute was after we saw Lecro go down. The Utah was so instant. It looked like Joel was locked out, but clearly the brick smalley faded or wasn't perfect. Allowed Joel to continuously fight.
Yeah, I think the problem is that the Utah was down so quickly, but the player's not out. It was still tucked away towards kind of pillar. We had 1 on the bomb side, but yeah, we just needed to see Saw get themselves into the action there. But I think BC Game, once again, they've got themselves a second, but it's come off individuals. That's not team play, that's Joel.
Sometimes you can win a game off individuals. BC Game, if that's the only way they're going to do it, they're going to need them to step up a bit more than just a couple of rounds. Once again, we're seeing Saw lean a bit more towards Zay. Lecro, again, the lone defender, but obviously Joel can be that fast rotate.
Impressive nade there from Lecro onto Aristos, but with the util coming out, Lecro now with a lot of work to do, struggling, can't find the first. Joel's out in the open. How's he not been taken down? Eventually creeps into the molly. Devastating, and straight away, Charlie, it's just the save here from BC Game. No look into the bomb site, no way at all to find anything, so Saw achieving 8 here on the T side.
Yeah, flashbangs were brilliant there. Joel was blinded for so long. Must be the absolutely perfect flash. Couldn't see anything at all. Lecro very close to finding Arados. Just slightly off in this spray, and it shows how punishing this Saw team will be. And whether they go A every round or not doesn't matter, because they're still posting rounds on the board, and that is going to be confirmed 8 at least.
And I think 8 rounds as well is kind of, it's a good performance on Anubis. It's what's kind of expected of the map.
Still a couple of chances to get more, but BC Game, 4 rounds would certainly be massive if they could get that on their CT side. After, let's be real, a pretty horrendous start to their map pick. A couple of rounds can really make the difference.
Charlie, we've had, what, 10 rounds now. Anakez, 4 kills, 4 deaths. Seems as though he needs to be in the action a little bit more. Whether it's an aggressive peak or kind of a risky fight, I feel like Anakez usually such a key player, but the problem is Saw. They seemingly look to kind of accelerate off picks. Prime taps doubles though, gives them that man advantage, and now BC Game with that advantage, they don't need to look to push, but Anakez, as hoped for, goes for a bit more of an aggressive peak and will find Muterus, and it leaves Arados and Ujerks in this contentious 2v4.
Spots the first, ready for this Joel as well. Takes him down, and all of a sudden this round's been turned around. No. Akanito going to be flanking from B main. Both CTs are very split.
Yeah, the double E-box setup could be perfect. There's still a molly in play as well. No smoke for the bomb. A lot of utility in here, though, for BC Game. Oh, Lecro spots one, but Arisdo's fine. And this is where Kakanito could be disciplined, but opts against it. Shows his hand. But utility, I mentioned, plenty of it. Gonna send the nade as well and defuse. Bomb has to be stuck, and Ujerks can't peek into the molly. Oh, Kakanito gets off it, but still will get the defuse off, will win the round. And BC Game, nice retake that. Could have been tough, though.
I mean, a round that was bought significantly closer than probably it had any right being. But most importantly, it's another round on the board at least for BC Game. Final round of this half, though. If BC Game can win it and get 4, a pissed round victory in the second half as well, and we can see a game that's significantly closer than probably the eye test would tell you.
Especially just because the CT side performance from Saw is so poor. 35% of the time they're getting around. Not quite good enough. Aristos though starts things off very nicely and finding Joel. Lecro is close to the action. Oh, Kakanito. Nice aggression, but sadly no pick. Flashbang a little late. Roman falls. Anakez gets himself the second of this round.
Having a lot more impact here. So he does spot one towards the back of sight.
Just whether they're prepared for three
And
players.
look at all these CTs very close by. Story does find one. Kakanito swings out. Finds the first. Can't double down. Look how low both the Ds are.
Yeah, Story, AWP in hand. Anakez close. Could deny, but has to go through the smoke. Doesn't want to risk it. And Story now. Connie just playing close towards Plat. Anakez. If he goes down, Lecro's going to be a little bit of time here. Anakez is just waiting. Oh, steps will have been heard. They know that Lecro's in the back lines, but... Oh, Anakez finally emerges. Round 1, BC game fine 4. And from how this game started, it looked like Saw weren't going to be slowing down whatsoever, but... Important there for BC game to win 4 out of the last 5.
Yeah, very, very important. Does continue to allow this one to be a possibility for them. Because losing their map pick would be disastrous.
Yeah, it was a nice idea for that kind of re-aggression. Oh, that's how Prime Taps fell. Smoked off, but in shooting through, it gives the sight line. Big pistol here for BC game. Ujax dodges the flash, but still goes down. Roman attempting to tap through the smoke. Unsuccessful. Temple going to be the next point of contact here for BC game. This flank could work out well. Aristos pushes through. Joel uncleared. Prime Taps finds as well. Aristos and Roman all that remains. So much focus towards Aristos. Roman currently smoked off. Gonna fall. But important pistol. Joel finding 3. Prime Taps is double.
And this is EC Game's chance to catch up to their opponents. Their chance to see if they can not only level things up, but start to extend, start to put a push to actually take their map. Something that seemed quite far-fetched only a number of rounds ago.
Well, yeah, it was that kind of 7-2 scoreline. Or 7-0, wasn't it?
Yeah, 7-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7-0 lead, so... Yeah, quite a response here from BC Game. And it's just that full eco, not a single upgraded pistol in sight.
Bit of a stack, it seems, from Saw. Temple stack as well. Not the worst of ideas, as it should just be one person peeking into this. But yeah, I think BC Game, it just goes to show how cautious they are. I think they're still yet to find out whether this is an eco or a force.
It is going to be a hit towards B. Smoking Temple could actually allow these CTs to get very close to it, maybe look to burst out. Still, they are just going to be sitting on the other side of it.
Joel can get himself in the back lines. No one's holding deep here. Lecro could look to try and take some space and find a pick. As he peeks in. Plenty will be spotted, but the flank is brilliant. It allows Lecro to find 3. And Joel getting 2 there's key, but Lecro pick's important. Will allow him to get out an AK full utility with no problems.
You just see everyone's heads turn towards Joel. It's got to have been a decent idea that it was a bit of a temple play, because the timing was excellent. Here we go. 2 rounds in between this, so have weapons out again.
Yeah, big moment for BC Game as well. A victory here. There's no excuse for Saw. The only thing they're missing is that orb, but they've got the weaponry now. Roman with the opener. It's big. It gives them that man advantage. Now don't need to be so aggressive. Uterus and Aristos. It looks like they're going to peek in at any moment. Aristos dodges the flash. One pick is found. Trade eventually. Oh, I was going to say eventually comes through, but Lekro's still alive somehow. Pistols in hand. Nice headshot from Aristos. Anakez, though, with that Galil. Just playing behind. I don't think Prime Taps is going to be ready for story here. Certainly not staring into the bomb site with the hopes of finding one. But it's a 1 versus 4 now for Anakez.
Yeah, story is still quite deep towards A main, so if Anakez can't find this, he'll have an open bomb site to play with, but he can't.
Yeah, I think the problem is...
Vorpers have a bit of a fight with the rifles, but this time Story comes out on top, and Saw finally will deny BC Game getting another round on the board. I mean, that round would have been so massive for BC Game. It would have probably forced Saw onto a partial investment again, and BC Game had the chance then to have a leveled up game, and from a 7-0 deficit, that would have been a really big statement to make here in this series.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you saw that, Charlie, though, but right at the start, we see the molly being thrown by the CT side towards stairs, and it forces that player forward. One piece of utility, changing the initial start for BC Game's T side. I really like the idea of that from Saw. Straight away, though, BC Game, a very simple game plan in this one. 2 players going to try and make their way into E-Box. Ooh, Miss Molotov's tough, but Joel's crept through. Ujak's not going to be prepared for this, not in the slightest. Does clear, but Joel still finds. Dropped down to 14 points of health. A nade can take him down, and it will. Anakez finding Roman, though, is big. Timing seemed perfect for Story, but doesn't matter. Oh, Mutrus in such a tough position. And now it's a 1v4 here for the CT side. First found, though. Molly to be thrown, but 32 points of health, not going to be easy, and goes down to Anakez. 4k in this round. Great response from BCK.
Yeah, so many things that were so close to going right for Saw. The gunfights just went through for the T's.
Yeah, the timing for Story seemed perfect. 2 players just looking towards E-Box. Just the eco / half buy here for Saw will allow Story to get an AWP out in the next, but it's also giving a strong opportunity for BC Game to get themselves their 8.
I mean, very little invested. Only 1 player with armor who jerks. Well, he does tick him down. It will force him to fall.
Seems like a
Taps gets another as well. It's all falling apart here. Roman, the only player with armor, does find 1, and that is Joel.
Ujak's position, I think it would have been perfect if it was like a 5-7, but a Deagle sometimes can be a little too tough at that range. A lot of control being taken here now for BC Game towards middle, and eventually going to be making their way into A.
I think Roman's probably going to look to keep hold of this AK, perhaps. Obviously, a couple of exits would be very nice as well. Not really sure why Roman hasn't swapped his pistol with Story.
Maybe he's just forgotten. Oh, there we go.
I think we've just seen it now. There we go.
Maybe you're a little bit ahead of me there. Look, though, BC Game. Yes, there was a bit of an upset beforehand, but now it's kind of full AKs in play. Potentially an AWP in the next. They've got the true weaponry out, and This is getting a lot closer than I think a lot of people would have assumed. Especially once again to mention that 7-0 lead.
Yes, sure. I mean, of course, they still have a chance to win this. They do need to show a little bit more because BC Game have found their footing on Anubis. I think initially we questioned a little bit, is this really the best they can muster? But clearly not. One round behind Saw now. A victory here would achieve a leveled up game and potentially more. Story is on the AWP though. So he's got a bit of an advantage over the T's. Got to see him utilize it, similar to how we saw Anarquez use his AWP towards the end of the first half. Was very quiet, but you saw a bit more proactive.
I do like
he has a lot of impact with it.
Yeah, I like the setup here towards 8. Just having Aristos maybe taking some contact. With all this util been sent towards middle. Story has to have a bit of a look, but Muturis gets caught off guard, and you can see by the flailing arms he's not too happy about that. And Joel, very deep hit. And it's a question of where BC Game want to head. The bomb looks as though it's going to make its way back towards B. Ujax is so prepared for Joel, though.
Seems like all the CTs are. Just does Joel look behind in time? No. He did have a little glance just before. Roman finds Lecro as well. This is very chaotic this round. The CTs aren't entirely sure where to go. Kakanito's also in a very deep position. Story is holding and does find the kill. 2-man advantage now for the Portuguese roster. Anarquez will make his position known by throwing that smoke. He's the bomb carrier as well. Will be allowed to cross, but can he cross the threshold through heaven?
Aristos so ready for prime taps. Oh, prime taps though. Doubling down, finds Story as well. As the bomb's planted, could see the CTs push through now. The timing on this nade looks good. Prime taps again. They spotted out Roman as well. Nade to come through. See the molly as well thrown. But prime taps, what a round. 2 versus 4, yeah. Quite simply finds them all. And it seems like that, you know, Saw could have had two kind of ideals, 2 game plans. Either the 2 players towards heaven, they look to fight a little bit more, or they just play it as a full 4 versus 2 retake, but they opt for kind of neither. Great shots though.
Yeah, really, really impressive shots. I mean, that's going to be a heartbreaking one for Saw. Because they were in an awkward position, and they handled it really, really well. Just for it to fall apart at the seams. Shot down by 1 player. Prime taps. Can he continue what he started? No. It's the first to fall in this one.
A lot of players with Kevlar. AK could be attempted to be picked up, but the fact we see Joel having a slight look back, not going to be easy. Kakanito now, Lecro. Oh, going to be peeking when Muturis finds 2. Oh, the steps from Lecro are devastating. Kakanito, he was just looking to shift up, looking to clear it kind of quite quietly, but Lecro stomping a pass, and then we just see the timing on the swing from Muturis. Unfortunate for Anarquez as well as he gets the tag. 3 players here for Saw, very low HP.
I mean, it sounds strange, but it is still around. Like, can definitely go the way of BC Game. None of these weapons have been retrieved. So they are all a little bit limited, but Joel could have a field day if they line up.
Anarquez has the bomb though. Muturis. Oh, timing. Works well for Anarquez, and finding that pick before the site's taken is important. I've got a molly as well on Anarquez. Oh, great shot from Ujax, and now this round becomes very difficult. Re-peeking. Orb shot. Close to connecting, but 15 seconds remaining. I love it. Anarquez, look, you ain't taking my AWP. You can take my life, but not the big green.
And Roman's like, where's it gone?
Big round from Saw, though. It was a half buy. The double from Muturis. The opener there as well with the MP9 from Aristos. it's given Saw that slight edge, and looking at the finances of BC Game, you see a loss in this round. Saw could find themselves an easy 12.
Well, nothing feels particularly easy in this one, but it would definitely give them everything they could need to close this game out.
Early aggression towards Canals here from the CTs. Yeah, Roman, although blinded.
He's back away now. Job done. Got the early kill. Now we retreat.
No need to give up an advantage. We are going to be seeing some aggression here towards B main, and Kakanito is holding. Oh, Kakanito, timing couldn't be worse. Just as he backs away, that's when the CTs decide to progress. And with this control taken, it's very obvious as to where BC Game are going to be heading.
Oh, there is a fight though. Kakanito versus Ujux, but Ujux does come out on top. All depends on these flashbangs. Muturis is peeking straight up, finds nothing.
Aristos, just whether they're ready for him with the molly on the back of the bomb site. Oh, it doesn't land. Aristos still goes down to Lekro though. All rotating in. Story needs to connect the bullets, but isn't. Prime Taps finds. What has happened here? Charlie, this was a 5 versus 3. We had a 2-man A defense, yet it looks as though Saw might have to save. What has happened here? And it begs the question, Charlie, we saw the aggression towards Canals early. They found the pick. They decided to back away straight away, playing the advantages. Yet Muturis here decides to swing. Aristos does the same. It just doesn't work out at all. I would have loved to see a far more passive approach. Maybe 2 players towards the back of the bomb site. Use one as a bit of a martyr to send out to die, and then you let the second clean up. But yeah, very poor there from Saw.
Yeah, there's a lot that could have gone right. None of it did. It was like every decision they made was the wrong one. I mean, it's got to kind of be similar to this as well. Shots weren't hit when they needed to. That's always a bit of an issue. Aristos from the back of the bomb site, just not finding anything. Roman going down too easily. Uterus as well.
It was a missed op shot too. I think, yeah, I think it was an unfortunate one for Saw, but as you said, BC Game. It's their map selection. They got a show, and they definitely did in that one.
10 to 10. I don't think Saw were expecting to be pushed this much to their limits already in the series.
Yeah, I
that
think
was a great dig shot in that one.
This is going to be such a vital round. The win.
Arados very cautious about A right now. Heard these early steps since Roman's now rotating towards there.
Smoke's faded. This could be dangerous for Aristos. He's still playing out in the open. I don't mind this. Problem is, there's just so much utility on both Jolt and Prime Taps. Ooh. Seems like that water's been heard.
Do allow him to back away. Don't want to press the issue, especially as it looks like the bomb wants to line up outside of B. It's going to be a bit of a fake. No rotations come through from Saw just yet. Story finds the first onto Joel. So much info gained. Prime Taps alone towards A. Surely can't open up this bomb site. Roman still at the back of the site. Not showing just yet, but Prime Taps alone. He is having an exceptional game. I just don't get how a supportive player is able to push out onto the A bomb site and constantly, single-handedly win rounds for BC Game.
Yeah, it's clear the BC Game altered their game plan. Look, Prime Taps is playing well. Let's see what we can find towards A. Joel, we'll send you with him. If you guys can open up the A bomb site, we'll head there. And it's a nice decision. It's kind of a split of a 2-2-1. Kakanito left towards B, and I think BC Game were kind of going to determine which bomb site they hit based on whether kills were found. With 2 players saving and the finances looking okay, we should see a reinvestment here from Saw, but they're going to have to survive. And the problem is, Kakanito, he is so close. one. And Story now realizes Kakanito can be pushing in at any moment. Orp can be saved, which is big.
Yeah, they can buy this. They can go for the investment. It's not a bad buy either.
Yes.
But I just don't think there's a world where Prime Tap should be able to solo go out A and do this, and then you consider just a few rounds ago, 4-on-2 in favor of Saw. Lose that round, Prime Taps fights 4. Another round that's heavily advantage for Saw.
Oh.
Yeah, it feels like Saw have so many chances. Muturis though finds the first. That's all of the control towards B gone.
And this is where BC Game have to accelerate. It's just whether we can see a rotation in fast enough. Smoke towards heaven. Oh, he drops into the back of the bomb site. And Joel, lovely stuff there. He takes the risk, doesn't get the reward. Ujerk's fast, but found by Prime Taps. Trade comes through eventually, but Lekro takes him down. Oh, kills back and forth. And now it leaves Aristos in a 1 versus 2. Anarkez is holding with the AWP. Slight look towards heaven. Gonna send the smoke through. And he finds one. Aristos doubles down. And Saw get themselves 11. It's going the distance, Charlie. Back and forth. But there's many moments that Saw, they make a big mistake. It was Story jumping through that smoke. It's the type of decision that if you want to make it, it's got to be made instantly.
That's the thing. It's a call that as soon as you see the util go, you've got to drop. You can't wait for the smoke to land, start to see mollies come down. You have to go, because we saw him just sort of caught out. It was too easy there for Joel, and it feels like we are seeing a lot of the Saw players try to do everything themselves. When you look at kind of the kills that we saw BC Game get, it was players going one after another, after another, after another. There wasn't much team play going on. I'm not sure if it saw showing BC Game perhaps a lack of respect and thinking we can just take you down single-handedly, because they can't, and we are seeing they can't. Saw probably could have closed this game out already if they've taken their chances like they probably should have, but right now they're just about hanging in.
Yeah, Charlie, though, look at the BC Game economy. Kakanito's on a Tech 9. We've got some Galils in, well, we've got Galil in play. Utility's pretty weak. And just the 1 loss bonus. If Saw take this round, BC Game, they're in a very tough scenario.
Is a similar thing on the other side, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not a lot of cash for Saw. Sure, their loss bonus is probably going to be slightly more, but it's not going to be a great buy for anyone.
No.
There's going to be plenty of limitations. This is the most important round of the game. There's no doubt about it.
You can see how it's affected BC Game. They're playing far more passively. We'll see the smoke into house. And now they look to take some control towards middle. Story on the AWP, though. He's had some moments. This one could be vital. And I mentioned the lack of utility here for BC Game. It could be a problem trying to flash the AWP off the angle. Ooh, reposition from Story. Spots out Lekro. Don't know if that information was double-sided, though. Lekro not knowing, and Prime Taps is low as well. Kakanito, if he falls, we're looking at a very difficult recovery, but it's just going to be the save, isn't it? Oh, there's limited time. They're going to give it a go. I hate this decision. They're going to be pushing into the bomb site with mere seconds remaining. No chance for the bomb plant. I think in that moment, Charlie, there's 14 seconds for them to not only get out of E-Box, but to get themselves onto the bomb site with no utility, no kills. It makes you question, look, there's AKs in hand. Just save.
Prime Taps is so lucky there. He was literally less than a second off dying after time. The save definitely feels like it might have been the better call there, but they've gone for it. They've given it a go. And this is what they've got to work with. Tech 9s and a Mac 10. Something tells me Fred is going to be a fast hit.
Yeah, we talk about these Tech 9 rounds, these Mac 10 buys, sometimes yielding success when they shouldn't. And here's a big moment for it to work.
Oh, it's going to be a fast B, sorry. Into E-Box already.
Yeah, very quick. The problem is they've made their kind of intentions known and kills yet to be found. Utility already sent out. Roman's repositions big. Going to send out the Molotov to deny the E-Box players aggressing. Ujerk drops the smoke as well for a reposition. Feels like the whole bomb site's behind Utility, but Muturis, he spots a gap and he finds 2. The health as well on Kakanito's poor, and Mutra still in the back lines, takes him down. It's a 5-on-2, but Joel will get one, taken down with the orb. Prime Tap's all that remains. He's been the hero for BC Game. Needs to be called upon once again. Brings it to the 1-on-2. Just under half HP, the CT shoulder to shoulder, but the bomb's been dropped towards main. His only chance is to take the fight to his opponents, but he goes down to the P250 of Story. Saw, they close out the game eventually on Anubis. From what was a 7-0 start, went the distance. BC Game, you have to say it, Charlie, they do a good job to bring the game back, but the problem is, it just couldn't get it the distance. It's devastating, and it also makes you question, look, if they went for the save in the last round instead of throwing bodies at the bomb site, would have had a much better chance in number 24.
Yeah, I mean, it really was a thrilling game regardless. This is what we want from a playoff game. This is a huge game for BC Game.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to think, this is one of their first series still on HLTV. They pushed Saw to the absolute distance. Prime Taps looked unreal. Put him 1v5 on a bomber site, and I still think he's got a chance. I believed he could win that there.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to. I mean, unbelievable game. Really, really exciting stuff. Saw just about managed to take it. It wasn't convincing by any stretch of the imagination. It really was drawn out. It was scrappy. It was poor. There was a lot of mistakes from Saw, but BC Game kept on pushing them, kept on forcing Saw into these awkward positions. But Saw just about managed to cross the line with it. And you've got to say, there was a few big moments from both sides, but BC Game, take out those first 7 rounds.
Yeah.
They were definitely the better team, but it sadly was just a bit of a slow start that ended up feeling like it punished them. But Fred, Nuke is up next. It is definitely in Saw's favour. We have no idea what to expect from BC Game, but that does make for an exciting second map in this playoffs.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It really is. You know, when you see that Saw only won 6 out of the last 17 rounds, it just goes to show how kind of the comeback, it was possible. BC Game, they do the heavy lifting, but when it mattered most, we saw the individuals for Saw stepping up. But look, M&J, he's on the desk. He's ready and waiting to give his analysis of that game. And I'm excited to hear it because what a game it was.
Well, here I am. Hello, everybody. Really, honestly, the game, the contentious match that we've been deserving all day, you know, felt like that last series was just MOUZ NXT playing catch-up. And, yeah, this was absolutely awesome. Saw just showing us really how powerful a T-side of Anubis can be, taking that early 7-0 lead. I think that sort of put our apprehensions to sleep, but only momentarily. BC Game were then able to fight back for a few towards the tail end of that first half. I was getting a little bit of deja vu. It was the same kind of theme that we saw in the second and third map of that last series. But then they were able to follow up with that. They were able to put up a convincing T-side of their own and actually give us a very, very exciting game. But unfortunately, just a couple of really poor decisions made towards the end there. Obviously, that call to press in on the B site instead of saving hurts the finances. Then they go in. In fact, before that, right, there's a 2 versus 1 that they should have won. Absolutely incredible stuff. I've written it down. Who was it? It was Aras Dodge who clutched up that 2 versus 1. That was nuts. Yeah, that was absolutely nuts. The spray transfer, we'll get to it a little bit later. But yeah, you know, if you win that round, you're on to 12. You're in a much better financial position. Sometimes it just happens. You've got to be able to take it on the chin. But it seemed to have flustered them a little bit. They made the big mistake in the next, and then it left them with pistols in that final right there. This is where the tide started to turn a little bit. What we're seeing on screen right here, Kakanito found himself a big double kill on the site in round number 8. That actually allowed them to put that first on the board, and then they snowballed and materialized that into a second, which, yeah, ultimately allowed them to take 4 of the 5 closing rounds in the half. So we saw another stint of a couple here too, with Kakanito clutching up a brilliant round to almost end things off. It was kind of wild. The way that it all unfolded in those final couple. It came very, very close, and it was that contentious match that we'd really been asking for. The problem for me is that the win condition here for this whole series was BC Game taking this first map, right? It's not going to get any easier on Nuke. Saw, for example, not only do they have their incredible win rate, but even, you know, when a team picks into Nuke, you can sometimes lean into the fact that, okay, they've picked into it, they're going to be starting off on their T side. They actually take the majority of their round win share on that T side, often as a result of picking into it, to be fair. But yes, consistently, they're actually taking 7-8 rounds at the halfway point on that attack. So definitely a force to be reckoned with on Nuke. And yeah, for BC Game, in terms of official matches, it is uncharted territory. I'm sure they've been practicing it, otherwise they wouldn't float it in a series like this. But, you know, again, it's untested, and I really, really don't know if it's going to lean their way. It's not going to get any easier than it was here on Anubis. By no means was it easy, but they had a very, very good opportunity to take it their way. Now we kind of dive into the second half. Excuse me. This is where Prime Taps really came to life, right? After we saw BC Game actually win that second half pistol, they had a little bit of a hiccup where they lost a single round, and then they started to close this gap. And Prime Taps was consistently finding these early entries and being that catalyst that allowed them to take the round. He wasn't doing everything, he wasn't finding crazy multi-kills consistently or anything like that, but he was so often that first point of contact. He was winning those duels. There's a brilliant example of him right here, just taking that initiative to actually buy space. And in that round in particular, he found a huge 3K that kind of snowballed him into actually a lot more in the rounds to come. But this is where disaster strikes. In these next couple of rounds that we'll see take place, it's where BC Game go from having the reins and having all the opportunities in the world to take it their way to losing that advantage. But it was this A-bomb site that was kind of the Achilles heel of Saw in several rounds. There's plenty of scenarios where they were just completely stormed, completely overwhelmed. The util setup that BC Game had. One of these rounds, we didn't quite get to see the start of it, but their B lurker was taken out instantly, and that was their cue. They just had to push right into that A site, and they didn't waste any time at all. Right here, allowing Story to save this AWP was almost a bit of an oversight. It was something that, like, Kakanito could have played the trigger discipline, could have actually waited for his teammates to sort of get into a better position and make sure they get both, because they did have the info on the AWPer. But here's that round where it all went wrong. That should have been 12 for BC Game. And again, it's more incredible mechanics from Ro16 than any major mistakes from the counterpart. But I think we're going to see this again. Yeah, this is the replay we want to see again. Here it is. You know, Anikas has to take that fight. There's no way that you can say, oh yeah, he shouldn't be facing or anything like that. He's got the AWP, kind of just gets caught on a little bit of an awkward timing, and the spray transfer is just brilliant. Joel had already taken the initiative to jump up, so it was all just about trying to duck back down, get your head down, play the 1 versus 1, and Ro16 just showed that mechanically he's a little bit too good to let you get away with that. So that's where things tied up at 11s. Into the next round, it was a scrappy buy. It was one that they'd committed into a force for. And, yeah, they just pulled the trigger a little too late in this round. They'd already lost the advantage. It already felt like a done deal. And you can see that timer, the fact they're funneling into the site with 10 seconds left, there wasn't a world in hell that was happening. And it was all down to just being a little flustered and making those mistakes. Because with 10 seconds on the clock, knowing that there's at least 2, maybe even 3 on the bomb site, there's no hope in hell that you're getting those kills and getting the bomb plant. So, yeah, big mistake. It meant that going into that final round, they were just down to those pistols, the Tech 9s and whatnot. And, well, for some reason, they went for the same strategy, rinse and repeat on that B site, and it did not work. So I'm going to be honest, heartbreak for BC Game. That was, as I say, a game that they really could have and probably should have taken. But Saw just showing that mental resilience, showing that they're a squad that have played in the top echelons of Counter-Strike. They've faced pressures as a roster. Now, not to say that as individuals, these BC Game boys have not got tons and tons of experience as well, because they do. It's not like these guys are an academy team or something of the likes. But as a team, they have not been in as many of those situations, and saw just claw their way out of quite a deep grave there in those final couple of rounds and snatch that first map as their own. Moving into the second and Nuke, as I say, it doesn't get any easier for BC Game. I think this is going to be a really tough task for them to claw back and even just bring us to a third. I'm not convinced. I'm really not convinced. However, as I said before, it's uncharted territory. They've never put an official map on record here on Nuke, as a roster, so they could have some tricks up their sleeve. They could have lots of hours in the practice server, and they could put that into fruition right here. We're just going to have to wait and see. We're going to jump to a short 5-minute break. When we return, I'll be joined by Zola and CMD, who will then be bringing you through the action to see if this gets done in 2 bites, or if BC Game have still got a little bit of fight in them. Don't go too far, folks.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.
Welcome back, everybody. This time I'm joined by Zola and CMD, and we are going to be discussing how things went in that first map, I guess, and then how things are going to go in this second. I said just before we cut to break that Nuke is not going to be an easy task for BC Game. The fact that they weren't able to get it over the line on Anubis is really, really going to hurt them in their sort of statistical odds to take this one. But I still feel like they've got a lot of fight left in them. Zola, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a weird one, Nuke. Obviously, we don't know anything about it. You touched upon it. They could be cracking very heavily in the server. We don't know what their scrim schedules are, so they could be a dangerous Nuke team, saving it for a rainy day. And it's something we talk about quite a lot. But I think at the same time, you can see from their previous vetoes, they do try and tend to leave Nuke out, whether it's that third map, whether it's that insta ban, just based off their other team or their opponents' vetoes and map selection. It's clear that it's a map they're not too comfortable playing. And I think when we saw the result from Saw initially on Anubis, I was kind of like, not head in hands, but, I wanted to see a 3-map. I wanted to see BC Game take map 1, just on the basis that, Saw should find Nuke. And that's the disappointing thing, especially because it was so close. If it was kind of a game where we see that 7-0 start, couple rounds go the way of BC Game, but then it's like a 13-4, 13-5. It's not great, but it's just so devastating that they get the comeback. They go the distance, and sadly for BC Game, it's just not possible. But yeah, I think Saw are going to take it. I think it's similar to what we saw in the first series of MOUZ NXT on Vertigo. I think that's just how it's going to go. I'd hope for a bit of an upset, but I think realistically, I doubt it will happen.
Not sounding too confident there about a possible comeback. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things. It's so hard to predict what BC Game are going to do, and even if they are an incredible Nuke team, even if they are absolute practice gods, we haven't seen them play in an official. So there's a big difference. I mean, it's like those teams that used to say at majors, oh, we're really great in the scrims. Scrims mean nothing. Yeah. We've got to see it in the officials. So, I mean, this would be a great time to show it, to be fair. So, BC Game, if you have been pracking it a lot, let's see what you can do against Saw. Because, I mean, one, it's a newer form team. If they can beat a top 30 team, even if it's just a one map, that is a really big statement for a team where there's still a lot of question marks up in the air about them. And I think beating them on their map pick as well would be even better. But not going to be an easy task.
Yeah, it would almost be a bit of a deterrent for future teams as well that then want to float Nuke, and instead of it being this 0% 0 maps played, they're going, oh my god, they beat Saw on it. Maybe we have to tread lightly. But yeah, Saw have got so many great wins against so many great teams, and actually a lot of them have been very, very convincing. Go back a couple of months, they're smashing Eternal Fire 13-3, Aurora up in there as well, 13-3, Imperial 13-4 in big, big high-level tournaments. But we'll see if they can repeat that here against BC Game. Throwing it over to you guys as we get into the map.
Yeah, look, I'm excited. I think Saw, they're definitely a strong Nuke team. Hopefully for BC Game, they've got a couple tricks up their sleeves, but starting off with the pistol, not started well. Ujax is double, opened things up towards A. We have still got a player on top lobby. They've gone down towards B. Oh, so not only have they kind of won the initial picks, but they won the mental game. BC Game not prepared for this in the slightest, and Ujax is still sticking around towards the A-bomb site. Eventually.
Brilliant awareness. Marquez does find Story. Ooh. Coming down there, but a flurry of kills come through for Saw, and Lecro's pistols have to start hitting a few more if there's any chance, and it doesn't. Saw, they will take the pistol round in a very good looking fashion. Ujax with the triple. And the double opening as well really made that round near impossible for BC Game.
Yeah, I think the problem that kind of BC Game are going to be facing is, Saw, they're not kind of perfect. They have had recent losses on Nuke. The problem is they're 13-11s, they're 13-10s, and so it just goes to show, even in games that they're going to get taken down or they're going to lose, it's still as close as it can be. And the fact that BC Game, we haven't seen much, but straight away, right down the vent, I love it. This is a force buy here from BC Game. Lecro's got a Zeus. I don't know if that's an accidental purchase, but I don't think we're going to be expecting much from it. Bomb site taken, digits to be punched, and the double smokes to lock them out. Surely just a save from BC Game, but I love the speed that Saw are hitting at. They're not letting BC Game feel comfortable whatsoever.
Yeah, Nuke really is a map that you can really easily change the tempo and the speed that you do certain things on. So right now they're showing us some very speedy plays, and I'm very much looking forward to some fast A hits to see what they can do on them, because so many times you see, even on half buys, even on weaker investments, fast A's can really shut down a CT streak or a CT sort of buy, anything like that. So I'm really curious what we do see from Saw.
Yeah, I think with it just being that hard buy, BC Game, they'll get a kind of another chance with these weapons, but at least Electro can drop that Zeus. Yeah. Might want to keep it for himself. He hasn't dropped it across.
I mean, it is one of those things that it feels, if someone drops a Zeus, would you thank them? Is that like, oh,
cheers, it's
great.
like dropping me a flashbang.
It's like dropping me your burden.
Lecker's still got this. He had it in hand. He must know he's got it. I don't know.
Okay, it's almost had a chance to spot someone with a flashbang very strong outside. The Zeus could come into play here. Just very passive in this one from Saw.
And once again, it's Muturis. He's the one to take that kind of first stance against his opponents. We saw the fast vent in the last. We see the outside aggression in this one, and Joel's already made his way down towards B. Kakanito, he's got a lot of work to do here. He's got to find this information about Muturis, but without spotting anything towards outside, I think Kakanito just has to voice, okay, there's a strong chance Muturis has made his way down towards Secret. Prime Taps had a slight look towards Hell, but it's going to be this ramp play. And sadly for Lecro, the Zeus not going to have that impact. And Muturis takes him down, and surely this should be the acceleration down towards ramp, but Lecro close in the Molotov, Zeus in hand. Sadly, cannot fire off the electric bolt. Steps heard.
Question going for it for a second. If Kakanito makes this drop-in noise as well, this will be heard, but the silo player does lure him back, but just lures him back to his death.
Yeah, I feel bad for Joel. He's been on the lower side the whole time. Finally, there's some control taken towards ramp from Saw, and 9 times out of 10, that would be a B hit. But for Joel, sadly not in this one. But Saw, they are looking really, really good. I know we haven't seen a full investment yet from BC Game, but it's a 5-7 that they're hunting. This is just all for ego. This is all just for kind of dominance. Look, we know you've got nothing, but we're going to take even that away from you.
I was just going to check something. I thought I had an interesting fact. Turns out I didn't. I thought Muturis was playing left-handed, as in a left-handed mouse. Playing with the mouse and stuff. He's not.
Camera's flipped.
So, turns out my fun fact is...
fun fiction.
Not real. Fun fiction. There we go.
Hey, look, Lecro. He actually
misinformation. Strange that Lecro changed his nationality to Danish. Anyway, in this game, Muturis getting much more aggressive. Joel holding out a nade, but might not find anything. Muturis sneaks into main here. This is brilliant, and he's gonna get a freebie onto Joel. Muturis is absolutely lethal outside, but he's not the only one making things happen. Arados finds a couple, and this is domination right now. Sure, it's only a 4-0 start, but it's the way in which Saw are winning these rounds.
Yeah, it's also the kind of the fact they're keeping plenty of players alive each time. That was a fast A. 6 damage is all that's been found, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was Muturis running through his own teammate's Molotov.
I mean, there you go. There's a bit of extra damage. Full damage there from Ujak. But I mean, you can see it's dominant when it has been. It's just about to be a 4-0 game, 4-0 lead for Saw, and we have seen 3 kills for BC Games so far.
Yeah, definitely a tough one.
I mean, early doors, obviously. We've got to give credit where credit's due, and Saw are definitely deserving of that credit so far.
Just the way they're playing.
Brilliant double.
Not much to fault, Saw.
Missed, I mean...
And it's just this outside aggression again. Muturis just pushing through the smoke, finds Joel completely
really
unknown.
Exciting to watch. Yeah. You see a lot of players who have a good grasp on how to sort of punish outside, but Mutarist takes a lot more risks than some other players. Oh, Lecro! Timing is brutal. Kakanito did actually switch to his nades. He doesn't even find one. Anarchist does grab one. Roman, low HP here towards second bend, but the molly is going to force Anarchist back for now.
And look, if you're BC game, do you even go for this? You're locked out of the bomb
It's one
site.
of the closest chances you've had in a while, so you might consider it, but that consideration is going to be ripped away from you. This is what I mean, these fast A's, these fast pops somewhere, they just catch teams off. BC Game finally back on a full buy again, ready to show us what they're made of. Done. Just like that, Saw, take the round again. Literally speedrun Nuke.
Yeah, and the problem as well is BC Game. I believe Nuke is still the most CT-sided map in the pool currently. And even with the CT side being percentage-wise stronger for Saw, they have won more rounds on the T side in total than they have the CT, just based on the fact that they'll be starting there. That's how dominant it is. They'll get, you know, 7-8 rounds on it and then just close out the game with ease. Timing for Lecro couldn't really be worse. He was given a chance, I guess, you could say, to get his gun out, but just couldn't fire. But yeah, this has been very, very impressive here from Saw. And look, we said it's their best map. It is so clear as to why.
We did see a response from BC Game on Anubis. Nuke is one of those games, one of those maps that it does feel like you can never take your foot off the gas.
No, definitely not.
Once again, opening kill goes the way of Saw. BC Game. Oh, it's another kill through the smoke, Fred.
Yeah, Prime Taps
Finally, we do see a kill back, and Prime Taps wants more, but gets a bit more than he bargained for.
You understand the reasoning for the repeak. We are going to see this double rotation down to the lower site. Not much utility, and Aristos gets caught off guard by Lecro here. Oh, and Anakin's finds first round can be found, and the flash from Lecro is incredible. So BC Game, they put that first round on the board. The problem is the money here is so strong for Saw.
Yeah, rotation's extremely quick there from BC Game.
And
see Lecro get to control, and Arquez drop down as well, and it just completely catches off the Saw players.
And I think now, though, all that's going to indicate to Saw is, look, BC Game, they're going for these fast rotations because they have to. They can't just justify, okay, maybe let's freeze for a little bit. Let's see if they do actually decide to go down towards B. No, the second that ramp kill comes through, straight away, BC Game, very quick. Ujerks, not kind of reacted to. He's going to drop down off main, searching for the player towards blue box, but Kakanito tries to edge his way out of main, and oh, Ujerks could have found that pick, but not the cleanest of shots. Mutarist once again, though, Charlie. He is so quick down outside, and Aristos finding that pick, getting the trade onto the ramp player.
Rumdap's had a brilliant Anubis. Does find one here, takes down the second. Important B hold. Mutarist falls to Kakanito, and Ujerks does find one, but 15 HP now will fall, and BC Game mustering a bit of a streak here, 2 in a row.
Best case scenario, though, Charlie, it's a 7-5 half a BC Game. That's kind of what you would maybe expect on Nuke, maybe a little bit more towards an 8-4, but I like it from Saw. They know their Nuke T side's good, but straight away, they lose 2 rounds in a row. Look, guys, we're going to talk things through. Something's gone wrong. BC Game are changing things up, and we've got to react to it because this is our map. This is our series to take, and if things do somehow end up going the distance and going to Inferno, that's where BC Game could work their magic. So I think Saw realised, yes, they've got 2 chances to close out the series, but they don't want to risk it.
Round number 8, though. Still, the buy is going to be in play, and it likely will be in the next round as well for Saw, as they did definitely build up quite a decent chunk of finances.
Some outside utility being sent from Saw once again.
A lot more players outside with this time.
Finally, we've got the AWP on Anarchez, though. Ooh, boost attempt has been spotted, and Anarchez will find So they've got knowledge there's at least one more here behind red box. Joel, though, staring at the smokes, hoping for them to fade. Arizdo's just waiting. A little bit worried about a flank, and Roman still tucked away here towards Squeaky. I'd love to see Roman take a bit of a risk, try and push through this smoke and maybe creep down the vents. But Kakanito, he's holding for it. No one's rotated down from BC Game. And the problem is there hasn't been much contact. This is where BC Game need to realise, look, it is silent right now on the server. Gonna make their way down. The first rotation being the AWP of Anarquez. He can peek out at any moment.
Information gained, and Roman gonna try to catch his timing. Here's a lot of players, so many bodies going from ramp.
Everyone from ramp.
This is so much information that Roman's got. Look at the amounts of UDL that's getting bombarded out.
Oh! Aristos gets 2 though, and with Roman and Ujux finding picks, it leaves Kakanito in a tough 1v3. And that's the problem with leaving all your eggs in one basket. All 5 down towards ramp. It's just so one-dimensional. The second Roman gets that information, to me, the round's over. Even though the advantage is the way of BC Game, all eyes towards ramp. And the double from Aristos kind of just confirms it, but that's the 6th now found from Saw.
Timeout clearly working despite losing the opening kill in this round.
And it was great decision making from Saw. The silent aggression towards outside. We saw BC Game not moving a muscle.
Money's almost broken instantly. BC Game. See, plenty of limitations in terms of defuse kits, weaponry, utility. It all.
Joel with a deagle in hand. Molotov sent out. Joel realizing that he could find himself a bit of a chance with Ujux taking down Anarquez. And the space being taken. They have to be a little bit worried about Secret. Smoke coming through. Roman gonna get timing though. Kakanito. Great awareness there. Eventually though, Joel is found. And Prime taps. With the knowledge of a player towards heaven. I'd love to see a flash play come through. Nice nade, but Ujux peeks into it. Muturis could send out his HE. It's all about timing as Lecro's flanking and the XM will strike. AK upgraded. And now the bomb going to make its way down towards B. Nice flashbang there, deterring the rotations. Lecro is already down. If Lecro goes... Oh, that's unfortunate. We can see the bomb plant now. Kakanito falling as well. Story well out of the round, but has a lot of impact with finding that pick, and the reposition of Aristos is brilliant. Prime taps, he's low HP, but he's taken a risk not fully clearing dark. Ooh, okay. Ready for it. So prepared, but low HP. Prime tap's always going to struggle that.
Really, really bold call from Story. Saying go down towards B. You have to win this 1v1. And I'm gambling someone's dropping vent. Not an easy shot to hit as well. I mean, look at that. Just about got him before he went down the vent.
Like I said, it doesn't
Could
even
very
look like...
easily been a wallbang.
It doesn't even look like the bullet connects.
Probably just got the pixel on his arm, but managed to make it work. And we're going to see the force again from BC Game.
Yeah, it seems like they're in the scenario now that maybe
I think they were hoping they might be able to reset Saw's economy, but their economy's still pretty good.
Yeah, it's looking strong. Ooh, Joel.
Roman, not far off. Oh, look at this gamble. Look at all these bodies that are down to this lower site.
Well, look, Saw, they've gone quite heavily towards outside in the last couple rounds, so BC Game, they're reading into it. The problem is, Saw, in this one, all sat top lobby. I think they're kind of expecting this to be a bit of an eco. The read of the money and the finance, it should have been, but no. Investment has come through. This is where Lecro needs to go huge and try and take enough attention away from Joel as he climbs up the vent. Story might have spotted Lecro there. He has.
The kill found. Joel is getting ready to push up these vents.
It's going to be this ramp play, though. Great call here. Timing from Uterus. Gets the information. There's a player down towards Secret. Not the greatest of fights from Uterus. Already 2 players down towards B. The Deeg of Anarchez. Not great. Oh, Ujax doubles, arrows, finds Necro. Yeah, that was tough.
So many players in what seems like the right positions for BC Game there. So quick. We saw it in a previous round, one of BC Game's wins. When they kind of just tried to overwhelm and swarm towards the B lower site really quickly. Kills just weren't coming through. Kakanito's taking too much damage, and Story will finish it off with the AWP. Saw another round. The constant buys from BC Game have been really rough for them.
Well, it's 8 rounds found by Saw. It's an incredible T-side regardless. They've still got 2 more opportunities here, and the way that Saw are playing is impeccable. I love how slow they kind of took that, even with the kind of lower side gamble. We had 2 players down there, and Story, he's holding these tight angles nearly every round and connecting. And as an AWP, he's 5 and 5, but he's doing his job. That's all that's required. Look, you just need to hit this one shot, and brilliant stuff.
Fred, look at the buy again. It's obviously much better than the previous 2, but there's no defuse kit. Util is so lackluster. There's limitations non-stop. BC Game, I don't remember the last time they've had a full buy of everything. I don't even know if they have had a full buy of everything.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Uterus attempting. Not the greatest of sprays, but Anarchez finds Ara's dose. Anarchez, he takes the fight. He knows he's got to be the difference maker in this round, and certainly has, as he's secured 2. And Joel slowly going to make his way up Secret. All going to be about timing for Story. Story's been allowed to cross into garage. Joel. He's going to be clearing. Doesn't spot anything yet. This is unfortunate for Joel.
Oh, this timing is insane.
If Joel turns around, he doesn't check it. Oh, Joel. Oh, no.
He's going to be confirming outside's clear, or outside looks clear.
Yeah, the only place that they could be is lobby or round heaven, but I think that's an afterthought for Joel. Could be climbing up now. Lecro is holding the heaven plate. Util coming down. And now the swing comes through from Uterus. Orp of Anarchez holding. Molly comes through into Heart, force back. A lot of damage dealt. Bomb needs to go down. It is under the control of the CTs though. 14 seconds now. Uterus going to be peeking. Oh, but Anarchez finds.
Big round from Anarchez. 3 kills overall. A lot of 1v1s happened that round, and this time they did favour BC Game. So, obviously, though, still 8 rounds. Can BC Game, though, at least find 4?
Yeah, the thing is, as well, is the money's still looking good here for Saw. Story's opted against an AK, against an AWP, sorry, gone for the AK, so I'm expecting something fast. Lecro deep within Heart, but the instant tap from Ujax. Kakanito will get one before falling, but the trade.
Roman again through the smoke.
I think the smoke was naded. I'm pretty sure anyway, but even if it wasn't,
Didn't look like it. I mean, I'm convinced. In fact, I'm almost guaranteed more than half of his kills have been through smoke this game.
yeah, final round
At
here.
least through the icon. But yeah, Joel in this 1 versus 4. He's pushed out. He's not being given even a fair fight. Roman will eventually take him down, but Fred Saw on their map pick have 9 on the weaker side of Nuke.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I think Saw, we kind of knew there was going to be dominance on Nuke, but to this level, I don't think many were expecting. I think a 6-6 half, maybe yeah, they needed the smoke there, but still, yeah. I think we were expecting maybe a 6-6.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. But yeah, this is just far too difficult for BC Game. A real uphill battle, and I feel like the T side of a map like Nuke is where you can really flex your knowledge and show how strong your team is on a map. And BC Game, the fact they only found 3 on the CT side, tough task here for them. As mentioned before, victor of this will make their way into the quarterfinals, and obviously the loser no longer in the playoffs. So 4 more rounds for Saw, and the series is done.
Very close angle towards her. Those. Makes contact, backs away slightly. Constantly allowed to back away, but everyone is falling right now. Roman. Oh, it's back and forth all of a sudden. And Story does just about get the kill. Who jerks from the rafters. Finds Anarchez. And I think Anarchez has the exact same reaction as me. That is ridiculously close.
Yeah, that's nuts. I think the fact that the initial kills were so tough for Saw, we saw the Julies on Arizos not connecting. Same with the USP on the back of the bomb site. Yeah, they still win the round. See, this from Roman,
to say the least.
Yeah. Luckily for Roman, on the highlight or on the replay, it didn't show the first kind of couple missed bullets. But yeah, still, Saw victorious. Just the eco for BC game, and we're going to be looking at an 11-3 scoreline.
Yeah, the full eco is, I suppose I actually do quite like to see the full eco. At least they want to play for the full buys, which is quite interesting considering they had about 4 rounds in a row where they forced. Didn't win a single one of them. Eco hit. And the MP9's gonna get some frags. The nade as well. Gets a double.
Kakanito, all that remains, slowly going to creep his way into ramp, but Ujerks is holding. 5 survivors here for Saw. Quite luckily, I guess you could say, for BC Game. It's 3 FAMASs, it's 2 MP9s, and BC Game going to be having 5 AKs.
We'll at least have a one easier chance, I suppose. The full util, we know how valuable it can be on a map like Nuke. Might be having a bit of a fight towards outside, just a double nade in fact.
A lot of early utility's been used here from BC Game, yet no one out. Might look for kind of a double execute to burn the utility of Saw, but still plenty of smokes, plenty of Molotovs. Nitris has already made his way down the vent. Looks as though it's going to be a bit of a crunch onto A through main.
Just holding the pig, so I'm ready to drop the Molotov. We'll spot Joel soon enough. A little bit of chip damage. The A-hole looks like it could be devastating. BC Game. That's where they're lining up for. How is the MP9 from range even finding one? Does eventually get taken down. Roman towards Tetris is getting chipped away, but he gets a double. Roman almost finds the 4th, but Anarchez is surely soon to meet his demise. And Mutuis will be the one to silence him. Saw a great hold, even with these weaker weapons.
Well, it's Aristos at range. It's a Roman whose position is made known, and he's still able to not only find 2, but deal the damage onto Anarchez as well. But how is Aristos finding this pick and dealing the damage as well on that?
I want to see Roman's double again. Here we go. This was massive. Just perfectly lined up. 3rd in the round, and yeah, like you said, does the damage on the final one. Brilliant, brilliant hold.
Charlie, it's 12-3.
And now the buys looking so much better as well. Upgraded weapons. It is 12-3.
It's done.
So
it's
many
over.
chances, surely.
And look, we said BC Game could be saving Nuke for a rainy day, but this game doesn't seem like sunshine and rainbows for them.
It certainly doesn't. Not a lot of util remaining either. A smoke, a flash, a nade, and a molly is going to be a hit towards ramp. First kill goes the way of the CTs. Make that the second as well. And the ramp hit is cancelled.
And the game looking over. Lekro's got a dig. Anarkez 12 HP, and it is all on Anarkez. 1v4. 12 points of health. A flank coming through eventually. And a series to be finished in a matter of moments. And there it is. Ujerks getting the final kill. An incredible nuke performance here from Saw. And as you said, Saw, you would favour them. You're expecting a victory, but I don't think anyone expected that level of dominance. Look, BC Game, they're no slouch. They're a strong-looking side, and the fact that they can only put 3 rounds on the board is such a tough way for things to finish. But obviously, we've got our second quarter finalist now. Saw able to best BC Game, although map 1 was pretty close, and it's closest things tend to get. Map 2, certainly not that result.
Yeah, really, really thrilling. Although it's only a 2 map, very thrilling 2-0 for Saw. They look very strong, but of course, we do have our friend on the sidelines, M&J. Why don't you join us, and the 3 of us can have a bit of a chat about how this best of 3 went. Because it's been an interesting one, and Saw certainly did look pretty hot. Map number 1, few mistakes, but map number 2, they didn't put a foot wrong, did they?
Yeah, it almost feels like there's not really too much to talk about, right? It Saw just running away, sort of as semi-expected on Nuke. BC Game just have a lot to go back on, right? They have a lot to go back to the drawing board, watch that map of Nuke and work out what went so horribly wrong. Because they've got the pieces, right? You think about like a superstar like Joel and Anarkez having these 2 really, really capable snipers on a roster. That's a recipe for success on a map like Nuke. They didn't materialize that at all. Joel actually had a complete stinker. And yeah, his rating is going to take a bit of an impact off of that as well, because he's rocked 100 plus ADR, 1.4 rating over the last 12, 13 maps. This one, he was completely absent. Had a couple of moments of brilliance, had a couple of rounds that did come very close. We saw towards the end that theme continue, but ultimately Saw just looking above and beyond. And as I say, the win condition for this series was absolutely BC Game taking their map pick of Anubis and bringing us to that 3rd. And the fact they were unable to do so sort of sealed their fate very early on.
Yeah, I think it's just so tough as well, because you look at the CT side of BC Game, very poor as is, but the fact they just couldn't even put up a round on the T side. Nothing was going their way. It just seemed in all aspects, even in that final round, they go for a bit of a pop towards ramp. One Molotov separates the side, and then the 2 picks both found by Saw. It just seemed in every moment, in every aspect, Saw were just destroying BC Game here. And yeah, I think it's a tough one. I think because Anubis was so close, I think BC Game are going to be a little bit heartbroken about that Anubis result, because I think Inferno, it could have been a map that they definitely could have took. But look, I think that's sometimes how it goes, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you do always have those games where mistakes are made, clutches are lost, things like that. They always happen, but at the end of the day, Nuke wasn't a good enough performance as it is. But still, this is the first real outing that we have seen from BC Game, and although it didn't finish in the way that they probably would have wanted it to, they always would have known that Saw was going to be a very, very, very challenging team for them to beat. And I think at least there's definitely a lot of positives to take away from their time here in Series 6. Of course, they are in Series 7 as well, so they'll at least get to see what they can do in that, and hopefully they'll be able to learn from some of the lessons. But I think Saw, I want to touch on them a little bit more, guys. I think obviously with them now making it through to the quarterfinals, of course, that does mean they are going to be playing either Gaming Gladiators or Passion UA. This is definitely a scary looking Saw right now.
Yeah.
I know he mentioned obviously they had a few shaky results. I think this is a very good game to sort of give some of these guys a bit more confidence back. I think we've seen a lot more moments from some of their stars than we potentially did before the player break, and even a little bit after. If they can continue this, they are definitely one of the favourites. They have to be, don't they?
Yeah, if the big boys continue their success, then we are in for a very, very exciting playoffs bracket. And yeah, so far it's followed that theme. MOUZ NXT, the invite team, taking down Aurora Youngbloods. We saw that earlier on. Saw absolutely stomping BC Game, especially in that second map. And as you say, I mean, realistically, it's very likely that Gaming Gladiators should be able to beat Passion U8. The same kind of theme kind of follows for that Fnatic Zampi game as well. And if that ends up being the case, then we're going to have, as I say, some really, really cool quarterfinals matches. Before we get into those, though, it's got to be the other side of the bracket where Ruby will be taking on 9Z. You made a very bold prediction earlier that that was going to be likely the most one-sided of the round of 16 games, or at least the most set in stone. Yeah. The 9Z should be able to steal away. But I'm going to be honest, whilst I completely agree, I think it'd be foolish to say that a team that are, ranked 11th in the world at the moment, I think, wouldn't be able to take that and actually, therefore, be a favourite to make it to the finals and even win the whole thing. Ruby have been a bit of a dark horse recently, and there's a few teams like that within this bracket too. I think Team Space somewhat fall into that category as well. So we've seen plenty of upsets in the past. I'm sure we'll see plenty more in the future, and this bracket here could be one to deliver.
Yeah, I think looking at that Gaming Gladiators game as well. Actually, we'll touch upon it after. Let's have a look at the MVP, and quite rightly it goes to Aristos. He had an incredible game, right?
I mean, his nuke specifically, I think you look at, I mean, both games that we did get to see, we got to see some exciting results, and he had some big moments on both maps, but I mean, I really was actually impressed by him on nuke. Although he didn't have as flashy a game in terms of kills, I think the impact of them, how good he was at breaking open sites, basically shutting down any chance of BC game coming back into a round. There were so many moments, but then you look back to his Anubis performance as well. There's a pretty good argument you can say he's the only reason they even went on to win that one. You've got to imagine that 1 versus 2 clutch that obviously you touched upon, MJ, how important that was. That was sort of the beginning of the end for BC game on Anubis. So yeah, I think it's definitely a well-deserved MVP spot. I think he looked really sharp throughout. I think there's a number of players you probably could have actually given it to, because I do think the whole Saw roster today actually had some huge moments as a whole unit. Definitely a few things I'd work on Anubis, but other than that, a very good performance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of kills, in terms of his rating, he was actually above and beyond everybody else, so kind of no surprise there that did end up being the MVP at the end of the day. Interestingly, Prime Taps was actually the second highest rated player in terms of like his kills and his KD and whatnot. Actually the second best player in the server, which is kind of crazy. Now that's a little bit of a testament to that first map of Anubis. He was fantastic there, slowed down massively on Nuke. But yeah, just an incredibly talented player. It's a shame here that in the CCT playoff bracket we don't have a lower bracket or anything like that, so no second chances for BC Game. That's them gone. But as you mentioned before, they are going to be making an appearance in CCT Season 7 as well. So, you know, plenty more opportunity. I expect them to make the playoffs again. Hopefully next time they can have a deeper run.
Yeah, it's always tough when you see teams that could be so good, but we just haven't seen enough from them, and we just haven't kind of let them synergize. I think it is really early for them. You know, hardly any games been played, and yeah, I think it's a tough one when you see those kind of recent roster moves. It can be tough, and it kind of leads quite nicely onto the Gaming Gladiators matchup. I know that's going to be played tomorrow, I believe, but they've just made 2 recent roster changes with Nikodos and Roy, yet to play a game on HLTV. So I don't know how that's going to go. Obviously, both those players have played at the top level, but then there's also going to be the kind of synergy problems that always happen. So yeah, I think I think that game is going to be quite interesting. I think that's probably going to be the most level of all of them, and then I'll voice the opinion again. I think the 9Z Ruby game might be the most one-sided, but look, who knows? I think Ruby are a good team. You pointed it out, could definitely be a bit of a dark horse, but yeah, I'm excited for the next up-and-coming games. I think the Sinner's Bait game as well is going to be pretty interesting. And do we want to do like a little quick predictions on both of those before we
go on?
Wrap up for a break? Yeah, go on. I'll lead this one. Why not? I'm gonna go Ruby and Sinners.
Okay.
Ruby and Sinners.
I bet Sinners. Well, I didn't bet. I said Sinners last time. I predicted Sinners. I predicted Sinners to win the whole thing actually.
How did that go?
They got knocked out in the quarter. They got knocked out in the quarter, I think. They're not gonna do me wrong again. And
Okay.
Ruby it'll be a great clip if it happens.
Yeah, having fun.
So why not? I do think it's probably the most unlikely of the teams, but I love an upset, and this bracket feels destined for some upsets to happen.
I mean, to be fair, right? You predict the favourites, they win, no one's patting you on the back. You call the Ruby win, and it comes through, and everyone praises you as a saint. So I see where you're coming from. I'm going to be a little bit more realistic here. I think 9Z should be able to beat Ruby. I think it's going to be closer than people expect. I don't think it's necessarily going to be a complete stomp. I think Ruby are a good team, but I do think that 9Z will best them. And Bait are, I think Bait are amazing. I actually think Bait are probably going to qualify for the major at the end of the year. I think that they've got so much more to come because they're such a young team. They're basically an academy team within a main roster, right? The average age of that squad is like ridiculously young. Yeah. Very quickly check, but it's like 20 years old or something. Yeah, 21. So yeah, I think those guys have got so much potential, and I think they beat Sinners later on today. Frankly, I think that they're the better team. So yeah, I know it sort of seems a little bit lame to predict the two favourites, but that's where I'm going.
Hey, look, you got a friend. I'm doing the same thing. I'm not messing around with that Ruby shenanigans over on Charlie's corner. He can stick to that. But I think 9Z is going to take it. I think quite evidently, and yeah, same with Bait. I think Bait are a really good team. As you mentioned, I think MPL's been an incredible player for them, and hopefully we can see that later on. But as said though, we are going to be wrapping things up for now, and we've got 2 more matches to be seen today, so make sure you guys stay tuned as that action will be unfolding in about an hour or so's time. But as said, that's been it from us. Enjoy the break.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website, you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.
And hello everybody, welcome back here to CCT Season U Europe Series 6. Looking forward to kicking off even more of the playoffs so far, as we already have had some exciting results and we're looking to carry forward here. But of course, alongside me, I've got Nexus and of course over as well. I'm really looking forward to getting into the action here. You know, it's going to be an exciting remainder of the day. We get to see some very exciting teams and even a little bit of a hint of South American Counter-Strike in the mix.
Oh yeah, I mean, Nexus, you want to kick off here? I mean, 9Z isn't a team we had seen many a times, but Ruby's been a team that we've been kind of following for the last few months since they've kind of got back on track. And honestly, I'm excited as well to see how the mixed South American team with the Spanish Martinez do against the Russian house, let's say, of AKs.
I mean, it's going to be quite interesting, of course, right? But I'm still unsure how this is going to go, because I feel like you and we've seen Ruby up and down recently a little bit, unsure what sort of game we're going to see out of them. 9Z, a very strong team as well, right before the player break. They grinded until the very last day, got 100k, beating a couple of teams like Fnatic, Koi, and a few others, NIP in the mix as well, but I think they actually lost against them in the best of one, but it doesn't really matter too much, right? They've been pretty damn strong recently, but narrowly missing out on EPLs next season as well, so, you know, maybe not all that sturdy yet, but nonetheless, it's going to be interesting to see how they perform now today as well, and of course the entire bracket here as well. We get to see what else is in the mix, what else we've already had today. MOUZ getting wins over Aurora Youngblood, Soul over BC Game, and a couple more as well to come today, so interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I mean, talking about 9Z right off the back of, or right before the player break and what they were able to do there, just locking in a pretty massive victory for maintaining space in iGame Dallas and getting that playoff position that kind of shot them off the world rankings here. They ended off their season with a lot of excitement here. And now I can only imagine that they just want to keep it forward. They just want to keep it rolling. They want to continue to gather some of that success that they've been kind of fielding as of recent, and just build upon that here and maintain this spot. So I'm really excited to see if they can do that here, being that they are kind of, you know, fresh off the player break. They you know, this is their first official, at least, back into the server here since their success on some of the international stages. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can just keep up that energy.
Oh, yeah, I mean, absolutely. And, you know, the beauty of it is, as Nexus, you already alluded to, you know, seeing Ruby as much as we have in the recent past, it's always a question mark with them. You know, is Moon going to be hitting his op shots? Is Cade going to be leading by example? Is Sovalia going to be kind of showing up with his performance? Or will Dex give us the clutches that we always expect out of him? So for me, obviously the underdog is Ruby. I think I can speak for both of you as well when I say that. But there's always that surprise factor they can bring in, and I think this is where 9Z might be caught off guard a little bit, especially once we get to those nitty-gritty rounds. And yeah, I mean, I'm just hoping for a really, really good game. That's my kind of whole thing here, because it is the playoffs after all, right? We're expecting the best out of both.
Yeah. I mean, I'm right there with you. I do expect some good things here out of Ruby alongside that, especially, you know, again, already having a lot of those reps off the back of the player break there, not a lot of time for rest, you know, right back into the saddle here for this squad, as you can see from their campaign there, making it on through the Swiss stage in 3-2 fashion. So at least locking in that position right, but definitely finding themselves in tough competition out of the gates here in 9Z. But I mean, obviously, again, can kind of capitalize on the fact that they do have some reps, they do have some practice here off the break.
Yeah, and also we shouldn't forget, right, 9Z being invited into the playoffs speaks to their potential as a team, right? And again, this is a pretty stacked playoffs. I'm excited, and that's where kind of my excitement for Ruby as well comes in, because they did manage to get through that Swiss stage. It wasn't easy. They were struggling a little bit. They found themselves to be on the other side of the stick, sort of to say, or at least, you know, fighting a bit for survival throughout of it. I believe they'd lost 2 series against Sampi and Passion. The Passion game you and I seen, Nexus, as well as the Meti Sport game. And luckily at the end they were able to beat the new Swedish roster, but it was not easy. It did come at a cost. They lost the map, and at the end of the day, actually they lost the map against Passion, my bad. But at the end of the day, they are here, and I'm expecting, you know, pretty much them to be on top of their game, because they know how much, this is very important for them. They know how much of an importance it in fact is, and I see them doing everything they can in order to show 9Z why they managed to get this far.
Yeah, I think that's what they show as well, and I definitely think there's some capabilities in trying to capitalize off of that here. I mean, again, playoff bracket looking pretty steep. It's looking pretty strong at the moment. So I feel like every team that has locked into position here is definitely deserved it.
Yeah.
As we can see. So excited to see again if they can level up their performance, level up their game here. I think we might be able to take a look at the Vetos here and see what sort of battleground we're going to be taking things off into as we start things off. I mean, for me, again, I think what has helmed 9Z success story has been the reintroduction of Dustu into the map pool. So as we see those bans come through here, the permas of both teams there, it's no big surprise that we see 9Z lean in on this map here out of the gates. It has been their bread and butter. Again, during their Dallas campaign, hadn't lost a map, and we're continuing that in really strong fashion. Mirage from Ruby, though, is going to be brought out here, and again, I mean, this has been a map that they've used a little bit here. I think they've only played it in the Swiss stage just one time so far, at least in this CCT, but they were able to close that out in very confident fashion over a pretty strong Mirage team as well in Meta Sport. So impressive stuff there. And then, of course, to finish things off here, we got Ancient being leaned in on as a ban here for the side of 9Z, which kind of is a surprise to me. I think they could have maybe stuck with that, but instead leaving it over to a Anubis decider.
It definitely feels like that's something they might have been working on a little bit during the break then as well. Trying to flip the script a little bit, testing maybe some of the weaker maps they have as well with, you know, a team like Ruby, right? Because they're coming into this one expecting Ruby to at least know what they're doing, but still 9Z, they feel like they're the better team. They feel like they can also probably flex a map like Anubis, see how the practice has paid off in recent times. Because like I said, right, Ancient ban, maybe a little bit out of left field, but it still feels like they're going to be pretty okay, and maybe just testing out things overall. And definitely doesn't feel like any sort of an issue to me, at least yet. Because I still feel like, overall, as a team, as individuals, I think they're better, they're more consistent. So the only victory conditions I really see for Ruby here is if they have an insane pop-off on Dust 2, pretty much.
Ooh, I can. Yeah, I mean, huh? I could.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tough position, right?
Yeah, it is, and you do bring up that point of, you know, if they win Dust, then obviously Mirage, there's always a good chance things go well. But I would say perhaps the one trick here is the fact that you are going on Dust against Ruby, a team that is still very young in that regard, a team that has yet to fully, let's say, develop as a roster. So they're going to be mainly looking at individuals saving their game, right? You got Foster as the freshest addition, who's been with them for about 2 weeks. We see Cade here as the MVP against DGT. Obviously, Digit has been amazing on 9Z. So maybe there's this trick, as you already mentioned, Ixner, with the fact that they don't go for Ancient, that could inherently be perhaps the one opportunity that Ruby then can play with Anubis being left over. Things can get a bit messy, right? Because, again, Dust, heavy aim map, where we know Russian squads tend to do very well. And then Mirage, another pug map, where Ruby doesn't need to be as dependent on team play as much as they need to be dependent on their individuals.
Yeah, it just seems like they're super interested in targeting those maps, right? It feels like all the way through the Veto, you know, anything that they could do to try and take some aim duels here, it's kind of been done with these 3 maps. So that makes it for a pretty exciting series, because again, watching them in tip-top shape towards Dallas there, and seeing how strong 9C's aim is, and then again knowing what the set of Ruby is capable of in the past there, and having a lot of strong individuals is going to be very exciting. Obviously as well, you've got the new Dust 2 changes, which I feel like teams have had to pretty quickly prepare for. Like that's a pretty big change, getting fast access towards Cat without having to boost there. So you know, how are teams going to be able to react to that? How prepared are rosters ready for that change? So I'm really interested to see how Dust is already going to play out, because I feel like it opens up so many more kind of opportunities for CTs to take control towards both Cat and Long.
Yeah, I think so, right? It opens up those mid-rounds, early rounds, and even late-round positions pretty much, or to a pretty good degree, right? Dust 2, a big issue is those rotation times and overall retakes. It's never going to be fun, so maybe that changes up the dynamic a little bit, makes it a bit more fun. But that's something that we'll kind of see in the coming months, I guess, or maybe even the coming weeks. How quickly teams do decide to adapt, of course, depends on them and what sort of changes we're going to see. But nonetheless, we're gonna find out nonetheless in due time.
Yeah, we got a bit of a delay here, unfortunately, but you know, I'll take the reins here for a second and say I feel like Ruby have a chance, especially with the Veto, and I agree with you both. I think that, you know, 9Z is definitely a better team overall, for sure, more experienced overall. You know, even individually, I'd say they have a bit of an upper hand. But knowing Ruby, knowing the players, or at least seeing them for the last 6 months since they've been together, or 5 months, with the addition of Foster recently, I feel like we're in for a surprise. And I'm not saying it's 2-0 for sure, but you know, I think Ruby might actually pop off crazy, you know, be crazy enough to pop off enough to get not necessarily a 2-0 over 9Z, but at least fight off for that 3rd and final.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think they can definitely surprise us. They have been able to do some, you know, good damage in the past as well. I mean, this roster doesn't come through into the playoffs for no reason. Obviously, I feel like, as you mentioned as well, 9Z, the experience lead into this one, but you can kind of have some of these moments where I'd imagine 9Z had taken the player break very serious. Like, maybe they got some time off, but this is a roster that also seems super motivated, maybe more motivated than ever, to really succeed and prepare themselves for, you know, what's around the corner here. They started off this year missing out on the RMRs even, but then being able to make it to a couple big events, right? I mean, made it to Dallas, as I had mentioned, and we're able to parlay that into playoffs, but you know, now it's very clear that I think 9Z that their goal is to make it to this next major. They're preparing themselves for, you know, the 2nd season of the year, and with that, I think there's going to be some chances to capitalize, and so that's why I feel like even though you can have some rust coming off of player breaks, I just don't think 9Z have taken a lot of time off here.
I mean, it makes sense. Why would they, right? They don't need the player break. They need to win. They need to show up big on the next event they're going to be playing, the bigger events that are coming up for them, as you already mentioned, right? We are going to be seeing them in EPL Season 20. We're going to be seeing them in Cologne for the qualifiers or the play-in stage or what it's called. And then obviously later on, they're going to be looking to potentially get onto the Rio Major, not Major, excuse me, the IM Rio event that's going to be happening later in the year, which for them, those are all three big things that if they succeed in any one of them, you know, they're going to be popping off even more so. So yeah, I feel like for sure their player break was more like, okay boys, let's go to the pool for an hour and then go prac back onto the server, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine that being the case there. I do got news though. We are again operating still with a delay, so we're gonna be tossing this one on to a short break. And once we do come back, we should have that game to kick off for you. It should be Dust 2, and it should be happening very soon. So stay tuned.
to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
And so we were ready to go into the game, but it seems we have been dealt a debate. We were headed into the game, everything was okay, yet we're met with a pause. The fate we can never escape is unfortunately here, but we do get rid of it eventually. And now into round number 1. It's going to be the start of this game. It's going to be a little bit delayed, but all good. Hopefully that's all of the problems we're going to have to fix for the rest of the evening done and out of the way so we can get things going. But for now, we're looking at Ruby. CT side of Dust 2 as they choose where to start on, a 9Z on the T side. And already, a lot of aggression on both sides. A mid push coming out of the CT side and might have been heard by the Ts. Certainly seems like they are very cautious of this area. But if not, it would have made sense if they would have just ran into the B side instead. But nonetheless, smokes it out into the site, and out they go into Suwalio. USP is not getting anything done. At least not as of yet. The bomb should go down without much trouble. There's Max and getting himself one at least.
Spotted the player in T-base as well.
I don't think so.
Oh, maybe?
At least now it knows, yep. Sound's been made by Kaide. Dex approaches as well. That's got to be the one easy kill. Make it a second as well. Yes, Dex will. Pistol round, no reason not to go for it. You gotta try to get this game started on the right foot on that CT side, but it's got to be met with a quick flurry of kills from the T side. Ooh. Martinez at 3k. Huazo helps out as well in the end. And 9Z lock in the first.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And honestly, we have to be kind of a little bit more, on point here with the fact that 9Z, they did not do anything but simply go upper, hold up for a little bit, right, just to make sure that there's not a death trap on the site. And once they got the bomb down, by the time Ruby got in positions to actually go for the retake, 9Z were effectively ready. Max with the early kill into lower, kind of delayed the whole rotation through upper and lower. And afterwards, 9Z just had to hold their ground. Martinez, beautiful hat trick. Huaso Peak helping him out. And we got ourselves a 1-0 start. Ruby off to a force buy though. The CIS squad not wasting any time in trying to get themselves back on track. And this scout could do some serious damage. Max down to 48. Good start. A nade as well to bring him down to 18. This is perfect. The 5-7 close range could take down Martinez easily, especially if he's going to be jiggling between the AK and the weapon. Oh. Dex with a double, Dex with a triple and a four! Dex with a 4K! That's what I'm talking about. And Buddha, well, he about to start praying and meditating, because that round is over.
What just happened?
Exactly.
Oh my god! That is insane! Oh my god. Yeah, oh, sure. Sure, make it look that easy. A 5-7 4K.
High Dex.
And the first round immediately on the board. Ruby decided to stick up for themselves a little bit here as well, it seems.
And yeah, I'll get to the point that I was making in the pregame in a moment here, but just for a second, I did say Dex, an individual performance, where he's one of the players we're looking at for Ruby. He was the star player the last time we saw them against Meti Sport. He did very good against Passion UA, albeit not on all 3 maps, but overall, Ruby definitely, kind of putting a lot of weight on his shoulders for him to carry them through, and right now, that was one way to do so. Of course, Moon here.
Express delivery.
Express delivery, exactly. 1-day delivery, or same-day delivery even, I would say. And this puts 9Z in a bit of an awkward position. Obviously, they've got a rebuy, or at least a reforce. Going through short might be the best possible way to getting to site and getting the bomb down. Problem is, you got Cade and CT, you got Moon on site, and they're locking you in with those utilities perfectly. As they are down to a single molly, smoke, and 2 flashbangs, and neither on the A side have them available. But why would you need utilities when you've got an AK? Beautiful.
That is nice. You know what I'm wondering about, though?
Let me know.
I want to know, when are we going to see a team that's going to send out a player from CT on the boost, now where you can just, right, where you previously had the boost to get to short, just have a player there, flashbang to short, jump up and spray down a couple players. I want to see that happening. Because I feel like it's going to happen soon, or sooner than later.
It's going to have to, right? Oof, this just gives me the creeps whenever I think of it happening to me. I just shudder at the thought. But yeah, I mean, 9Z, full eco, send it down middle, yeah. Good nade, good spray, does get clapped, but at the end of the day, should be a 3-1 start for Ruby, pretty certain here. And a Kobe to boot. Everything going according to plan, one would say. Sovalia gonna farm, then pick up the AK, and voila! Everything truly perfect.
Yeah, there you go. All good. Now losing more than a single MP9. Everything's good for Ruby, and with that, we move on to round number 5, where now a great start for Ruby, coming off the max of the 5-7. There's some heroics. A little BS, but who doesn't love to see it?
I can't deny it. Definitely a bit.
That's just pistol BS. You can't do anything about it. You just gotta say, all right, fine.
Yeah, exactly. You just take it in on the chin and be like, yeah, I deserve that. You know, I let him have that opportunity. For sure, though, I'm certain that 9Z will not repeat the same mistake anytime soon in this series anymore. But we got ourselves the AKs and the Galils in play. Now 9Z looking for an early opening. It's Moon instead. Don't get traded immediately back to back. Digit with a double. That's B-side completely wide open. Ruby, mistakes were made and they're paying a high price for it. Cade, not sure they know about him, but they are checking him. And Martinez wins that duel beautifully as Dex is once again called upon to be the savior for Ruby. 1v2 B retake. He's got 2 flashbangs. No defuse kit that I can see. Maybe one to be able to be picked up on B site itself, but this is going to be a difficult retake, especially with the flank of Martinez. Excuse me, not Martinez, but Digit, in fact. Does he even go for the flank? No, he's just staying upper. Okay, fair enough.
There's a chance. I'm looking at it, though. No kit. Needs to be very quick to find his first one.
Gets him.
Question about Digit's position, though, still remains. But can't even win the duel. That matters. Even so, right, it would have been probably a little bit too close. I don't think he would have had a time to collect the kit and to go back. Maybe it would have... I don't know. Who knows? All I do know is that 9Z, they've got that second round of the board. Everything is good.
Stabilize.
Yeah. The way Exeter put it as well, this has been their bread and butter, this Dust 2, and I feel like we're hitting the... hitting both teams' strides very quickly, right away, right? Moon with a couple of those AK sprays already, just dealing a lot of damage. Now Digit here as well, the double entry, we're seeing everyone pretty much wide awake. That's a great sign for the future rounds as well to come, for the entire game to come, actually.
It is.
And, yeah, that's going, without the obvious of Dex's, nasty 4K.
Man, the fact that he pulls that crazy stuff. But Ruby, they've got enough to buy. That 2-round victory that kept them alive at 4 players plus gives them a bit of Moon back on the op, so things are on the up and up again. And we see Ruby right now looking to play pretty default, 2-1-2. Usually it's see 1 player on B, but they seem to be a bit worried about that early entry on B, so doubling it up, not an issue really. We have Moon on the op. He's pretty sneaky on mid, looking for a free kill. He might be awarded one, especially if Max is gonna do that. Goes wide. No flash, no support, no nothing. 9Z immediately lose a player without any sort of map control to boot for it, right? That's the problem. They lose top mid. Now they're not sure. Has there been a long push? Is there gonna be a short push? You know, what is Ruby preparing for them? And it seems like Ruby's call to make,
well, to set up 2 players on the B defense was also the right one, as it is about to be a B take. Quasot possibly looking to fake out A bit. Though I doubt he's going to get past Moon. He's already set up on short.
Yeah, doesn't really have anything to fake out the A side with either, so that only makes things worse. But he's joining his teammates instead. Great timing with the smoke.
Perfect.
That's going to allow as well for the CT side to make another rotation toward the B side. That's going to be 4-star joining them. And through the smoke, as they blow it up, it does bloom back up, but that means the CT side get open to pickings for that site hold. 20 seconds, they gotta get past 4-star and Kaide, who's now gone down. And they do get rid of both of them. Moon, quick to get on the site as well, cannot stop the bomb, planning to try to, but it's gonna be a little bit rough as he does chase him. Is not able to get it to completion. Martinez swinging around at the pillar, can't get anything done either. As Ruby, they put up the pressure on the site. They send it player after player to go in. And with that, it is going to be a 4th round for them as well now. And this is what we wanted to see as well. I said I wanted to see Ruby performing well. We both wanted to see every team doing, or both teams doing well here.
Yeah.
I said if Ruby want to pick up the series, probably they're going to perform real damn well on this map. And I'm liking how it's going so far.
And keep in mind, this is CT side for Ruby, which is arguably their lesser side in a way, right? Usually CT side for Ruby has always been a bit of a conundrum, a bit of an issue. So the fact that they're able to contend early on is, as you said, a good sign for a game that is to come to be a good one. In any case, good retake, 2 players coming in, 2 players going out, and oof, Moon, open hand, gets tagged towards his side. Needs to be very careful, because he could easily be taken out of commission here. And we see again default for Ruby, 2-1-2. I love the fact that Moon retreats back on towards A. And as Exner said, that self-boost on short now is actually magical. I'm not a big fan of it, don't get me wrong. I think it does help the CTs obviously in a big way, but I feel like there was some magic to the fact that you had to have another player boost you up there. In any case, full short push. Let's see if they send it. Oof, the molly timing is sublime.
Now still more needed out of this T side, and they've got a chance at least to overwhelm their side defender here. But Moon, he nails the first one. A little bit of bob and weave, but even so, that's too much. Taken down, Kaide instead from long does defend, and he's got a couple of headshots potentially presenting themselves, but he decided now to go for the duels. Instead of keep up the control play with his teammate, that's the long range AK, only good for 1. And this is where that scout is going to come into play as well. One player already low and all picked up as well. A team kill comes in as well, so Walio! Oh, it's the boost that actually works out.
Oh man, the timing on that as well, the team kill. The most unlucky moment that could ever have happened. So Walio, as you said, peeking in, finding Max at the end and putting 9Z out of order. Now, keep in mind, this was effectively an eco, so the fact that they are able to get the bomb down plus 4 kills is massive, right? It is still a big pickup. But it's just such an unlucky development right here. Oh, straight through the ass.
You can see Walio popping his head up on the very right side as well. Yeah. Just enough. Damn, a week ago, that round would have gone 9Z's way.
Pretty much.
Crazy.
The
Instead, we're looking at Mood. I like this as well for the CT side. Immediately being aggressive. Challenging or 9Z for control. And that's immediately as well where 9Z is going to respond instead, right? A couple of rounds we've seen as well already. The duels toward mid, Max getting taken down by Moon. There's immediate changes from both teams. Both trying to be on top of the other one.
Ooh, Dex is in trouble, especially if he peeks. He's standing behind the corner here.
Right. Oh yeah, this is good.
It's a good corner for him, yeah, especially with support from CT and potentially another player on short. And with Cade clearing through. Oh, look at the clear here for Ruby, by the way. They've got all the info they need, and Dex is going to play around that smoke. All eyes now on first contact. If Dex can hold the line, this is massive. The molly breaks up the attack a little bit as well. Blinded. Oh. Dex loses. Quasso peek. We'll find the second. This is massive. All of a sudden, It's a save. Ruby have no way back in. And that is round 3 to 9Z. Thanks to Huasopi.
An immediate entry found and make it a double as well. The flashbang from Martinez could not have been better.
Yeah. Perfect timing.
And as well, right? Flashbang's not there. Slightly better luck for Dex that round. It's still on instead, but no. It's these small little details that matter, especially at a map like Dust 2, where we did mention as well a little bit in the pregame. Retakes and rotates are going to be absolutely dreadful to make on this map. Maybe the box now helps out a little bit as well with that, right? We already saw Sawalio wins the round from that just previously. But in this situation, not enough reason to tempt Ruby to go for the retake. So instead it's 9 seed, third round of the board. And you see what that's done to the CT Academy as well. It's finally put them at a bit of a loss here. And on Dust 2, on any CT sides really, and Dust 2 especially, with those rotates in mind, and with those retakes as well. Your economy's low, you lose 2 players to 5v3, you're going to be saving those rounds immediately. So, extremely punishing. At an extreme, we'll see how far 9Z can take this, however. This round, if it were to be one, very much guarantees pretty much that 5-5 scoreline as well, maybe even 5-6 afterward. And then it's just playing off that momentum, but I love this little play for Ruby, though it does get Sowalia killed. Buddha is sharp on the AK-47. An entry found, aggression denied, they catch that. Just the right timing. Foster about to be caught next, but the flashbang is perfection. And there's one who does struggle a little bit. Buddha still does get taken down. But 90, they've started this one off real damn well with the double entry.
What a read, by the way. The fact that Buddha turns just as he's about to step down into lower is massive. Moon, though, hitting his shot, maxes out. Back to a 3-on-3, and with Dex set up here towards long doors, this could get nasty. 9Z, smart enough not to challenge that. There is a molly that they could have cleared that corner, but do they really want to waste more utility for this? Nah, the answer is we're going to go B. Ooh, Moon spots the player on suicide, sees the C4 on him. The question now remains for Ruby, is it B or is it A? Because so far they have zero info. I mean, at this point, Dex has to activate, right? He's gonna have to find some info for himself. Here comes the push towards the B side.
Out in the open, Kaide. Only one this time, but Moon still has the cross being held. A great smoke. Name timing is okay. Does blow up one into the open, and Digit goes down. And Martinez... Not him with the cams, but a 1v2 nonetheless. Edge of the smoke, he's looking for the T's or CT's approaching, but not ready for it. The timing does get the better of him. And it does. That's got to be 6-3. The economy issues for Ruby not going to be fully shown just yet, but do keep that in the back of your mind potentially for these last few rounds. As 9Z, I'm going to try to get a couple more toward the end here. Still, a great round for the CT side again here.
Really good, yeah.
Extremely well recovered, at least.
I mean, given how it started, right? Exactly that. The fact that they recover from the loss of both Savalia and Foster is massive. Foster, you know, he was standing in that tunnel on B, hoping to get a free kill. The pop flash helped out from Martinez, and then everything just kind of started to go back in the way for Ruby. And here goes nothing. It's going to be another attempt from 9Z to try and take control of lower and mid. And this double setup, you don't get to see this very often. It's a crazy decision, especially with the molly in their face. And look at the aggressive moves. It's going to be a double for Foster. That's massive. That's more than you would ever hope to achieve when you're being mollied out of position like that. The fact that Ruby is getting kills out of it means they are absolutely prepared for 9Z. Moon been hitting his shots as well. 13 kills to his name. That is what you want to see from your upper.
Absolutely. Has been very impactful so far, even that last round as well. The retake, pretty much all him. But now still more is needed. We'll find out what it is that the T side want to try to do here in the 2v2. Another great shot out of Moon. Now 14 kills to his name.
He's already expecting them to cross the side, so If Digit is
Playing this
caught.
cautiously. Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not cautious.
Nope. Down to Sovalia.
Legs are going to be spotted as well, and Digit confirms it. Now recovering this for 9Z, even the AWP as well. And suddenly now there is the issue of that money. Financials in troubles, kinda disconnected for a moment apparently. Would get him back in a moment only, but for the meantime, this is a decent timeout as well for 9Z now to make sure they all know what they want to do. But I don't really know, because I feel like Ruby have been throwing a lot at them. In a lot of different positions, a lot of different plays. We've seen the top, or the pushes top mid, upper tunnels, lower tunnels now as well. Double setups towards long, they've been leaving short control, they've been leaving long control open every now and then. To the point that it's gonna be very hard to read exactly what they want to do from the very get-go. So if 9Z are going for calls from spawn at least, that is gonna be very difficult. So they're kind of playing to Ruby's tune here in a way.
We do have a technical pause, of course. Kate disconnecting. Some issues on the side of Ruby. Should be back in a few moments, obviously. Possibly CS crash. Certainly nothing that we haven't seen before, has it? I mean, I
had some issues with the loss.
Fair enough, fair enough. That's also an issue, obviously, that unfortunately even in the modern day and age we still have. And that will persist throughout the ages until we have quantum internet. So there's that.
Sure. Alright, so yeah, we're getting some word now, right? It's an issue with this internet, or ISP. So, he's gonna try to circumvent some of those issues. We'll be back in a moment, though. So, we'll be taking about maybe 5-10 minutes, who knows exactly how long, but does mean that we'll be going to another break. Keep an eye on the stream, check in every now and then. We might be back. We may not know, or may not. Who knows just yet, but nonetheless, we'll be back in a bit.
And we are back, just like that. Thankfully, it didn't take too long.
Yes, sir.
Issues have been solved, and we just said maybe 90 don't want to go for plays out of spawn, because that's going to be kind of hard to figure out. But here, they go for a straight-up B rush against the side of Ruby. The MP9 in the position for Sovalia nearly gets himself one out of it. With a little bit of help from the windows, not going to be able to do much with the Molotov at his feet and AK at his front. DGT finds 4-star as well. With 2 more players on the side of Ruby, entering through the tunnels, out of the tunnels, and out of the entire round. 9Z, they send him out with a very solid B rush. And that's just nice. That's just real well played.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. I like it. No complications, no BS, you know, straight up. Let's go B. Sure, it works. And Ruby right now seemingly having a few issues on B itself. There's been a few times they've already lost the sight. Pistol, and I believe the third round, and we've had this one here. But nonetheless, Ruby has done a great job at handling this first half. I think we gotta give them, credit where credit is due here. 6 rounds, CT side dust, not easy, especially not against a team like 9Z. And let's see if they can keep this up. It's a 4-spy, obviously, for the last round. 2 MP9s. We got 2 5.7s and a Deagle on Cade. Oh, spotting Buddha. Are they going to pressure him? Yes, they will. Okay. That was easy.
5.7s again. Up to their BS, potentially.
Oh, Dex in trouble.
Oh, making this real rough on that D side, but they do wait. Nice little spacing there as well for DGT. Didn't want to go in alone. He made sure he had a teammate right next to him. With that, most issues have been solved on this D side now. Though, weapons picked up for the CT. Still mean they got a chance. Both as well. They got smokes if they want to try to make that cross a little bit easier. One for the defuse. No kit, though. So that kind of makes it a little bit harder in that case. And
Yeah.
Martinez, he makes it even harder.
That pretty much confirms
Also,
it.
it's the last man as well, and that is pretty much the round in the bag. 6-6. All is good in the hood eventually here for 9Z. They do recover, but that is a great start for Ruby, right? They show us aggression. They show us they're willing to fight and put up a challenge against the 9Z on their bread and butter of Dust 2.
And a perfect sign for Ruby is the fact that Moon is hitting his shots, right?
Yes.
At 15 kills, he really is putting the hurt on for 9Z. So let's see if, they're going to be trying to get him the op out as soon as possible on T side, and what kind of a game plan they have moving on to the pistol.
That's a quick flick.
It is. It is. Martinez is fast AF, brother. Technical pause again, though, apparently. We might have another issue on the side of Ruby. I am not
Figuring
entirely
out what
certain.
the issue is.
Yeah.
It seems like it's no big issue. Just
Yeah.
something for a moment, but all good. And we continue. Now back into the second half. Of course, 9Z now on their CT side will figure out what they got here. But I'm more interested in Ruby as well,
Because we did see Ruby Passion recently as well.
Yeah.
Where Ruby picked that map feeling super confident.
And then Passion just
afterward feeling super sad about it.
Oh boy,
13-3 on
Oof.
their on what
That-
was their map pick in that game.
Yeah, that was tough. That was very tough. And then reverse sweep on Ancient, right? Or what was it? Oh,
So ready for the crouch peek.
Very well done. Re-peeks though, bit dangerous, but Buddha is holding from pit. He's got a great position, does not retrieve into it though. Still takes a fight and loses his head. It's gonna be a 3v3 all of a sudden, and Digit is coming in behind. CT smoke. You aim at the tooth, and it kind of bounces on the middle of it, of that CT cross, and they're still expecting a flank. I love the fact that Dex is paying attention, excuse me, to Savalia, not Dex, paying attention to the back lines here. Although the timing of it is absolutely perfect for DGT. Pop flash. Here it goes. Ooh, fully blinded. Martinez is down. Max in trouble.
Getting the same treatment that he gave Dex on the first half as well. With a second shot at Max. They've put this down to Digit. What do we do for the round? He's heard one dropping into CT means there is an isolated duel and a second one as well.
1
We'll
HP.
start jumping around the side. But eventually runs him down. Dual Berettas in hand. Ruby are gonna pick this one up. It does get close. Reliant on the first flashbang or a shot through the smoke as well. But the result is all that matters.
And it's the flash, really. It's the flash that gives them the entry onto site perfectly. So, with Martinez out, obviously Max in trouble. DGT then having to deal with this alone, nearly impossible. And we've got a full eco all of a sudden. Love to see that. Forgot his USP. But regardless, Ruby starting off strong, and this is where, you know, my initial sentiment kind of stemmed from when I said that their CT side having 6 rounds is really good for them, because T side for Ruby, if you want to take a look at stats, is usually far better for them overall, because they can play to their heart's desire, right? A little bit more aggressively, a bit more individually based, as they are, in fact. And yeah, good hold. Sure, they lose 2, but at this point, they're keeping the distance and putting 9Z in ever more trouble. Is Glass Cannon? Nah, no way. Digit buys an up for Martinez. Yeah, no way. For a second there, I was like, surely not going to go Glass Cannon for his teammate. It's not that important.
I would see a world if he had the best long spawn.
Maybe,
or for himself, but even so, right,
it's just crazy to consider that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, default for Ruby, though. 3 players upper, looking to split into double doors and short, possibly out mid. If they have no contention there, they might be invited to freely take over mid control. That's massive. And all of a sudden, Ruby, they're about to split B. 9Z, they're completely oblivious to it until it's going to be too late. And smoke onto double doors. Max buying himself another 17 seconds. Kite gets dropped. Dex finds one. Foster trades back. It's still going to be Buddha, though. Meditation is best utilized in scenarios like this. And Moon, no chance as he gets popped. Okay. Good hold. I would say 9Z definitely, excuse me, not 9Z. Ruby definitely a little bit too eager for that B split. As soon as the smoke goes up on doors, you can't keep on pushing. You're putting yourself almost certainly at a disadvantage, and at the very best, you will lose 2 players before you get to site, and we saw them lose 4, so...
Yeah, that's kind of the reason you often see teams as well when they do go for a play like this, have someone toward in that short position, maybe still toward lower so they can back away quickly, so they can have that fallback option.
Exactly.
Here, that wasn't the case. They fully gambled on being able to go B. It doesn't happen, and instead they do pay the price for it with the 9Z now looking to tie things up instead. And call me crazy, I think they will. I don't want to believe in the power of the Glocks with the Desert Eagles combined, I just don't. Something about it. Not what I expected to win a round, and so far I'm being proven correct.
Maybe the fact...
It's a crazy call to make, I know.
I know. It's kind of ludicrous to even consider that, but hey, the Pistols ain't winning this round at least. But this is where the fun begins.
We're talking a lot about that as well, by the way, Moon. Look at DGT.
Yeah, stepped up massively. I believe he had, what, 11 kills on the halftime? I believe either 11 or 13, one or the other. I'm not 100% certain. I know he was above 10, that's for sure. Just how many he had for certain, I'll have to double check. Actually, I might just do it right now.
13.
13, okay, fair enough. 13 kills, not bad. Moon had 15. So... Moon is yet to show up on the T side.
Hasn't had the AWP either, has he?
Nope. Ooh. 4 flashbangs long. Cade in trouble, though. Pretty certain he can't get out of this one alive. There's the nade. Still takes the fight.
Shots.
Actually still wins the duel. That's massive. A-site now being lost. That short control is going to be contested. Dex with big headshot on Max. In comes Huaso, gets headshotted himself. I believe a wallbang, in fact, that keeps him alive. As Martinez is trying his lucky stars.
It wasn't ramp. This is crazy. They just let him get up this close.
Yeah, this is a little bit ludicrous, but they smoke off the access point. Although, what?
Quick tag. Molotov is good. That blocks off short completely. He's 4-star alone on site. They have to deal with.
Surely they expect him to be in Goose, right?
He made a little bit of noise. They should know. They should know! But it matters not. Martinez in a 1v3, and at this point, the time is drawn out too far. One nice shot won't save you. This round is done for. It's Moon to close this.
Interestingly,
that is Ruby barely getting it over the line as well in this one. It's 4-star's lineup. He's making noise around the smoke. They know he's there. But sometimes you avoided the lineup, it still happens. Natural selection, baby.
Right here. This was a timing that really shouldn't have been the case for 9Z, but unfortunate enough that Foster has the insight to reposition, and just as he does, free kills galore, baby. Not to mention, Moon didn't even go for the AWP of Martinez, instead buying himself one now as we go into round, what is it, 18?
Something like that, yeah.
A small tactical pause as well. Seems like 9Z is starting to be chipped away at. And this is a massive round, actually, because 9Z lose this, and we're looking at potentially 11-8 before they have the next buy. And even then, it's going to be lacking most likely in AWP. So this is the round to do it all or lose it all for 9Z. Let's see. Just2 on the line potentially. Ruby looking for a fast long control.
Quick boost, tricky on the side of Ruby. What is it next here? What else? This is just long controls for Ruby. So this is kind of like the play they had for mid control, or mid to B. They have nothing else but this at the moment.
Love the fact that Dex is still posted outside of long doors, effectively just kind of holding the flank. Oh, that's Sovalio. I always mess him up with Dex. I apologize. The minimap pictures are so akin to each other.
Nice shot from Moon. 90, they have a perfect read on the situation, and with that time as well. There's going to be some issues here for Ruby. Good flashbang, an extra couple seconds, but not only that, they've got more smokes. Huasopic, he still has one on the site. They've got a Molotov on, what's that, DGT on a short. He can stop that bomb plan with it as well. There's absolutely got to be a failure for Ruby. It does not look like there's a way out of this one. They can't even get toward the site. They're being stopped. Oh, every what possible avenue except that one. They've cracked the code. Somehow, 3 kills out of nothing.
Shit. 10 seconds till the end of the round, and
9Z are getting clapped through the smoke. They can't hold the line. One by one, they go down, and that is a site taken by Force Ruby.
That was an insane kill from Moon.
It was. I don't even know how he got vision of that.
I don't know
but
what happened with that.
It must have been when the smoke cleared because of the nade, right? He must have seen him at least for a millisecond and just took the shot, and that was it. That's all it took.
That is crazy.
And like I said, man, Ruby, you're not to be messing with them on Dust, man. They might be a little bit in trouble. They might not have had the best performance against Passion, but they're still a CIS team that relies upon individuals, and this is exactly what they do. They tear you apart inch by inch. And Max, USP in hand, could be the surprise party here for at least one. Nah, not really. And voila, round is done as Mr. Sovalio is about to check out the rest out of the Hotel B. Ooh.
That is clean.
11.
And with that, it is troubles.
It is.
Yeah, this is the difference between teams that have had the reps before after the break has ended, and the team that hasn't had as many officials or any officials after that. Definitely a big change, but nonetheless, this is where we still find ourselves in. With an 11-8 scoreline, Sovalio, him out toward long with the team, and again, they are going to go for the boost. What's that? Friday Dex up top? I'm not sure. 4-star this time, actually. A complete lie out of my mouth, excuse that.
It happens, it happens.
I just took a gamble. I was wrong. Making it very hot of an INZ as well toward the car this time. So now this is nice, because now they're showing us a different sort of play style, because they have been going for these very basic attacks of let's group up and hit a place together. Now they instead they take long control, they draw that 9Z side toward that area a little bit, with Hwasopik as well being taken down. They haven't been able to find any sort of information toward Long. They're unsure what exactly Ruby is planning. And unless they keep giving away kills like this, Ruby should have a pretty good situation in the round, but back to a 4v4, 9Z, they feel a bit more comfortable, backing off toward the sides, now leaving mid open instead. 35 seconds.
Max, if he uses that molly just before they enter B, that's going to be a problem. Big one. Dex finds Digit. Yeah. 30 seconds. They go back and they're going to go short. This is such a smart call. Ruby, the call here is on point. Martinez on side. He's going to have to find a multi-frag at the bare minimum 2 or 3. And now they know the confirmation is here. They see him on the side. He doesn't even get a single shot off.
Oh, that's just disgusting.
And that's round. They got to save. 9Z got to save the AWP, the M4. It's 12-8. Oh, boy. Massive, massive mistakes. All of a sudden, 9Z being pulled apart. And what a recovery from Ruby, right? They lose Moon on short. They're like, okay, we lost Moon on short. We're still hoping to go for B. They come out middle, no smoke, no flash, no nothing. Peek into CT, get a free kill on DGT. And afterwards are like, you know what? Let's see if A works. Just go short, you know, screw B. They've always played 2B. Let's just go A instead. And absolutely hit the mark on Martinez, and that is 12-8 confirmed, as Ruby is basically on the verge of picking up map 1. And this is exactly the, you know, the thought I had when we were in the pregame with Exner, and I said that this is the issue I have with teams picking a map like Dust 2, a map like Mirage against a team like Ruby. You're giving them the option to play on that individual level, to get that aim duel in. And if they're going to have a good day, well, oh boy, I hate to tell you this, but you ain't going to have a good day.
You're going to have a bad day.
You're going to have a bad day, exactly. Ah.
It's quite simple, and now it's on to Ruby to try to close things up here as well. Last round. That's the change-up, that's the one that shook 9Z a little bit with unsure exactly where they wanted to go.
Exactly.
This back-to-back tactics out toward the B side, getting sandwiched between Buddha and Max. 1 and 2 exit the entire round from that as well, but return fire is just as good for T side. How do you tell it's okay, Moon? Naded by Martinez. With that, at the moment, does need to be recovered as well. Gotta be careful. We have got that back and a Molotov over toward the
There's another molly on the floor they can pick up.
Yep. Unsure with the throw that second, but the tunnels was the right call here. Now it just comes down to 4-star finding the timing with both of these players at the same time. Well, Kaide, he feels this. Only one to this side only, and that's round. Surely got it. The Molotov.
Oh, the timing.
Yeah, the martyrdom. Now it's replay time, but no!
What? Foster, what are you doing,
doesn't
bro?
need to swing!
Why the hell would he swing that? Makes no sense whatsoever. Massive mistake from the Ukrainian player. And 9Z are given the round here. Ruby. I think those are the nerves working in the mind of Foster, right? He's just a little bit nervous, has to peek because he's feeling it, I guess, but the fact that he does, crazy. 1v2, man.
It's not, the time wasn't the biggest issue here yet, but he still could have tried to play it a little bit more, right? That Molly just going down 8 seconds on it as well.
Thing is, you've got ways of playing this 1v1 a lot differently. You got 7 seconds for the Molly to burn. And then afterward, you can still kind of try and force him into an uncomfortable engagement. You're going to hear him move out. If he touches the molly, you're going to hear him be burned. So you have that sound cue of him getting out of tunnels. And I feel like Foster was a little bit nervous in that regard. And that's why we see a peek like that into the molly. Hoping that he's going to surprise him. But in fact, you know, what else is my man going to do but watch for Xbox peek, right? What else is he going to do? Turn around. 12-9, 3 to go, and we go into overtime. 9Z, they've got 9, but are they going to go above that?
We're going to find out after a very brief timeout. Hopefully it won't be too long. But nonetheless, Yeah, this is again where 9Z, a lot of pressure on them. They gotta show us what they can really do. Now, because that first half, right, you did start off alright with that pistol win, then immediately Ruby pick up the pace instead of putting it 3-1. Fighting back against whatever was being given to them, and now it's them to make that comeback. To warm up into the season, pretty much.
Well, we can see the replays here showing us the duels and the fights and all the blood, sweat and tears that these two teams have been exchanging so far. And I mean, big ups to Ruby, the fact that they're able to fight tooth and nail, get round 12 on the board, and now fighting for potentially winning map 1 is massive, especially with Mirage coming up next. I mean, I would usually say 9Z have advantage no matter the map, but as you've already called it yourself, with Ruby potentially picking up Dust 2, going on to Mirage next, 9Z, they should be a little bit more scared than in fact they showed at the start. Starting off round 22 though. Kicking the Hornet's Nest towards middle. Let's see if Max is going to be setting up a bit of defense here. He's got a smoke and a molly on him still, and a flash.
He's a Molotov as well.
They heard him burn.
Now, yep. Had to expend the smoke to get out of there.
Standard setup on short.
I love this setup for the CT side. Now, this is something
really
you wouldn't see previously as well because of the opportunity now to boost, but this time it is different.
That's a bait and switch that usually works wonders, especially if the enemy team is completely oblivious to it. And it will be an A split by the looks of it. Through long, through short. First contact is vital here. The op hits, Digit peeks in, finds the second. It's actually Huaso peek that gets it, but should be round 10 to 9Z. With that, economy starting to crash as well for Ruby. They'll have one more buy afterwards. They are in trouble.
Even then, the next buy might not be as good as one might think. Digit catches Dex. Cade is ready on short, but it matters not. 19 seconds. Time is against the side of Ruby, and I think time has ran out. That's it. That's round.
Backing off double digits, indeed. Still far from over this one. Maybe. Actually, maybe.
See,
maybe not. I don't know.
The thing is,
I would like to say it's far from over, but I feel like we're just missing one moon round.
Exactly what I wanted to say, right? It takes only 10 seconds to make a mistake here and completely collapse the round on top of itself. So Moon, if he steps up, if Dex steps up, if Sawalio steps up, basically the whole team has been doing really well. Whoever steps up might just be enough. As we got long control again. Ruby, last time they did this, remember, they had 10 seconds and still came up victorious against 4 CT players, with the 5th one ready to rotate as well. So this is yet to be done. Cade, you can see him talking quite intensely into the microphone. Confirming indeed there is no flank. Ooh, this is a big pickup, and Martinez loses the duel. And Moon, we called it. There's the smoke into CT. Now it's down to Huaso and Mr. Max. And we can see the coach behind the team there sitting in the chair on the camera. TG something, I want to say. TGE, I believe. TGD. TGE. The Brazilian coach. TGE, thank you, production.
Still.
Can't talk during the rounds, and with that, DGT find himself out of the round, but Max with a quick, big pickup. A smoke that Ruby can't really use either. There's a massive gap in it.
Question is...
Only one with a smoke is Sawalio, far away! But Max sidelined completely.
And look at
One
Sawalio,
man still
right?
on short, can't do anything about this bomb plant. Wasso peak. HE goes out too little, too late.
There was a molly to be picked up as well, but he does not. And there goes Mr. Buddha, about to join the everlasting life on Dust. As that is the final kill. Moon delivers 21 frags to his name, and Ruby will secure round 13 as they eliminate 9Z's options on their own pick. And now 1-0 in the series. Damn.
Damn indeed, but we're gonna hear a bit more from Exner about how this map went, so take it away.
It was absolutely incredible work coming through from the side of Ruby. Here's what started it all off, and this is immediately when I kind of was picking up on what you guys were putting down. You know, 9Z definitely, I think, making a smart decision in leaning in on Dust 2 here in terms of playing to their own strengths, and I thought it was smart, right? I thought they were going to be able to wield that to their full effect, but then finally watching as, you know, Ruby's individualism alongside the complete conviction in the calling, and especially in that second half right there, an excellent T-side put together. This is something that some of the best teams in the world have not been able to do against a team like 9Z. Vitality have struggled on this map versus 9Z. You know, Liquid has struggled versus 9Z on this map, and
yet still Ruby is able to overcome some of these difficulties here and show their full strengths. It was individualism, it was excellent calling coming through as well. And for that, I think Ruby already have a lot to be proud about in this series. This is going to be a map that I'm going to be looking forward to watching them in the future, playing out rather consistently, because, again, 9Z, an incredibly tough team here. And being able to shut it down in regulation, denying 9Z that comeback potential here. Usually a team that can hang into these maps so incredibly well, but have the key closing factors that they have players like Moon, like you guys mentioned, to finish the job with his consistent opping, and honestly being able to test and match Martinez on a rather consistent basis. So again, Ruby really stamping their foot forward here in this series, maybe catching 9Z just a tad bit rusty off the player break here.
And that's a great sign, because again, as we had mentioned, there's more maps to come here. Obviously, we have Mirage waiting in the wings for that next map. It's going to be the pick of Ruby as well, so I imagine they've got some good things ready to go and ready to kind of spring into action. So for that, I'm going to be really looking forward to seeing how they fare up here, because what we just saw is an excellent example of how Ruby are able to get away with when they're playing at their peaks here, punishing 9Z on one of their best maps here, and now being able to hop onto a map where they might feel even more comfort. And that's a good sign here for Ruby. I want to see if they can actually try and complete the mission here, pulling off what would be a pretty big upset to start off the campaign here. And for 9Z, maybe just a small disappointing result here, as I believe, and I can imagine that they're currently boot camping here in Europe right now, getting themselves prepared for the season to start. So I know that they're looking for extra reps. I know they're going to be hungry to respond into this series, but definitely denied, at least on this first map, which comes at probably a big surprise to many, but definitely for me as well. So, of course, we're going to be kicking this one off to a quick break, and once we do come back, we're going to be sending it over to Mirage.
Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.
And we're back, just like that it seems, as
We
map
are.
number 2 begins, with Ruby on that C side this time. Starting off on Mirage, they already beat their opponent's map pick, now looking to seal the deal at a 2-0 to head toward the quarterfinals. This is still a round of 16, the first round of the playoffs. We've had a couple of games today, we're going to have a couple more tomorrow as well, and this is not the last game of the evening either, because we've still got even more. A lot of Counter-Strike to go, but this time, to go is the way Ruby wanted to take this round, apparently. It's 1 and 2, very quickly drive by. And driving through the entire B side, it seems. 9Z don't really have an avenue back into the round. Rotations away. Max, nothing for him to work with. And this one has to be, well, forfeited. There's nothing else. Not even 3v5. They're not even going to attempt it. It's that bad of a situation.
And, well, I hate to be the guy to repeat myself, but damn, Ruby on Mirage, I wouldn't want to face them on their good day, truly. And, yeah, this pistol, of course, going to the T side means only one thing. 9Z most likely, I could see them forced by the next, especially if Martinez and Huaso both survive with the Kevlar. And they do. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually go for the buy. You know, get a FAMAS out, get MP9, maybe a scout out. There's the FAMAS, there's the second, fair enough. So we're going to have a little bit of firepower, or a little bit of an attempt. 9Z obviously fighting until the very last. But this is massive. The fact that Ruby is giving a beating to 9Z is a tale that kind of speaks for itself, really. Ruby, the rise of a phoenix, really. Through the ashes, through the group stage where they barely made it out. They were down they were down a game, then they won one. They were fighting basically until the very end, having a 3-2 in the Swiss stage to barely make it into the playoffs. And I think none of us would have considered them to be any sort of favorite in the playoffs itself. But now there's a potential of them actually getting into the quarters. In any case, mid control going to be contested. And this should be an entry here given to 9Z, I think. It will. Cade, not sure what the hell he was watching. No support coming in from Moon as well. Perfect start. Bit of an engagement through B house. Looking for a bit of damage, but Ruby, they're going A. No, they're going B. Yeah, they're still going B. Okay. Let's see if this works out. They've got a timing here on the player in Edward. They get him. Huaso still on site. Not sure if he's been seen or heard of. Oh, Foster. That duel is massive.
Good kill.
Yeah, I think they might go back A because of that. And they do.
Yeah. That is the call they're making. And with that as well, it's only GGT who can do anything about this one with an MP9. He has a little bit of time at least, right? If he stops that bomb plant, make that T-side panic, but he's going to decide against it. Not sure if he just didn't hear it or didn't want to, but either way, there is going to be one free for the pickings. Wasn't all that free, but nonetheless, Sowalia does go down. And now in a 3 versus 3 with the teammates coming in from CT. The problem is they don't have a smoke, they don't have a kit to work with. They need 3 players. They tap the bomb once, they remove Hasso peak immediately. And with that, Moon looking to seal this one as well. 3k this time. And with it, it is going to be Ruby. 2-0 for the start here.
What a way to open it up as well, isn't it? The fact that they beat the Force Buy, take out the FAMAS buys, and just completely collapse 9Z's Force Buy here is huge. Ruby looking at a 3-0 start, and then the gun round will tell the tale whether or not 9Z can put up a defense or not. Round 3, starting off up against pistols only, 5-7 on max. We'll see a little bit of window presence. You think they jump out? They do. Oh no, they boost into ladder, fair enough. That also works.
Now, how do they want to approach this on Ruby's side? And I want to see as well the way that they do want to approach the entire game, because we have seen a couple of different ways, and know that Mirage obviously pretty vast in how you do want to approach it with different setups. CT side specifically, you can choose to fight for mid, you can choose to forego it, instead of stack toward a site, mainly the A side in most cases. But it's going to be fun to see how the game continues to go, and if Ruby are willing to give this fight in mid often. Because so far as well in this round, right? They're given a fight, but they're taking it very slowly. Here, into the first one. The AK picked up for the EGT as well, and it's going to be a real rough situation suddenly for Ruby. Full start. He's the one who needs to pick up that bomb because Budas keeping the others busy toward the B side for a couple more seconds. Digit knows he needs to do this quickly, but suddenly he's trapped in the corner. Forster comes jumping around the corner. And Ruby, they do salvage this one, right? That could have gone differently had Buda found at least one on that 5-7, maybe slowed them down even more, had Digit found that first kill as he came back around with the AK. But nonetheless, it's a decent round for Ruby. Does get a little bit awkward, right, with the bomb being dropped into ladder.
Yeah.
But it's nothing they can salvage.
It's more of a question, can 9Z make anything of their gun rounds right here? Martinez has the AWP. We've got rifles across the board. Single defuse kit, a little bit of lack utility on the majority of the players, but overall, the opportunity now arises for 9Z to take charge of this game. And Ruby is actually just going to go straight for a B take. This is pretty ballsy. This is very ballsy indeed, but do they get it to work? Martinez with the first. Smoke off on short. They didn't wait the smoke to bloom. They lose Dex because of that. Nobody's yet out of balcony. Counter smoke being thrown. Buddha, not sure he's been seen, but he will be checked as Digit wins the duel against Foster. Now he's been spotted in kitchen. But Mr. Buddha...
About the Madden car, or bench.
Oh my god, he's still alive. How is he still alive? How has nobody yet checked him? This is massive. And Cade. Oh, the timing for Cade. The timing for Cade is proper as he checks out Forest. It's Buddha there. And good night. Good escape as well by Cade. Makes life a lot harder, though he is about to burn. Wait, what? The molly doesn't spread? As Digit is now in a 1v2 action. No defuse kit, no smoke, no molly. That's round. What? That molly...
Nines.
Bug.
Yeah, 90 is getting played with this time.
They are. They are. I just want to mention, CS2 has had issues with mollies before. I've seen this many a times where the molly struck the ground and then spread just forward, not to the left and the right of it, especially the incendiary with its reduced zone or its reduced area of effect, AoE. Right here, right? Cade should have been immediately burning, but he's burning only as he moves forward, and even then, the molly doesn't go further than to his initial position. And the mollies are really screwed in CS2, honestly. Not to mention Peeker's advantage is actually real. People that say it's not, they haven't seen Anomaly's new video. Check it out if you haven't yet. He actually does a frame-by-frame comparison on a peak, and it's legit insane. You've got like a few frames of actually advantage as a peeker compared to the defender. But we'll get into that once we get into that. As we go to round 5, 9Z starting to take a bit of a loss here early. Another B take. Dude, Ruby is relentless. They continuously try to pressure B, and, well, they're getting rewarded for it.
Yeah, they're putting the pressure into Buddha, making Martinez rotate fast as well, whether or not he has that up. And that's going to be something that will come into play here as well, right? You're immediately seeing Cade moving, or kind of in mid, moving as that space has been created, because now they can kind of feel that vibe as well, that they are going to be going for those B plays, those B stacks now. Take advantage of as much as they can. Max, in the meantime, he's got one.
Good catch. The rotation is slow, though.
Ooh. Buddha's DC'd, I think.
Oh, boy. Well...
Yeah, that's why we see the X-ray, but we don't see him in the actual game, so...
Oh, yeah.
That's a big miss. Yep, the players are well wondering what has happened. There's a man. Not here, not all there, but there is one. His name is Martinez. His 3 Deagles got 3. And on to Dex, in the 1 versus 2.
Up against an AK and an M4. Fake plants. Sees the one go through the smoke. Takes the fight against Edford. Does he expect the secondary there as well? No, he does not. Turns his back to him. Digit will win the duel. Oh, massive, massive round right here. And the fact that Buddha disconnects, it would have been horrible for 9Z to lose this round, especially without Martinez finding 3 kills. The round would have been done there and then.
Yeah, you could say Buddha would have won the round.
And by the way, you could see
especially after these 3 shots as well. God
Yeah.
damn, that's nice.
It is. Also, I want to mention that you could see that Ruby was a bit confused at the start, right? Because they were shooting at Buddha's body. Because you can see the model still in the game.
Whoever jumps out of the window starts looking at us like, wait a minute, what's happening there?
Exactly.
The X-ray just turns like, huh?
Exactly. And they were like, wait a minute, I'm shooting at him. He's taking no damage. Admin, check this guy. No, honestly... It's all Martinez there.
Yeah. Being a danger even with a weapon like the Dig here. And that's immediately as well going to cause some issues now headed forward as well for Ruby, because now they're wondering, okay, can we keep abusing that B side if they're hitting great shots like this? How long until they don't have a player disconnected? What if they have guns instead of this time? It's a lot of these what-if scenarios. But nonetheless. We continue into this one, and we'll find out if this is going to be yet out of the B take for Ruby. Currently, it seems like it might be, unless they want to go underpass.
I think Ruby want to
Players in
sell...
the apartments, Boom back in T-spawn, wondering where it should go.
I think they want to sell an idea of an A take here, Ruby. Like, oh, though that is not going to work out. Buddha finds Dex, that's massive.
Want to play the mental game again a little bit, same as Dust 2, right? With those initial plays they went for. It was very clear cut how they wanted to approach here. Again, changing things up a little bit after so many direct B hits, and this time in toward the A site instead. It's almost been spotted, that's a problem. If the spray's not good enough, and neither is the transfer. Just tried to wallbang, tried to finish the job. Unable to do so, the round comes to a close unless a 2v4 happens here. It doesn't look all that good. For 9Z. Definitely something to be happy about. Problem is, now they've both been spotted in mid as well.
Might just save. I mean, they gotta save here.
Z recovery efforts being made, and well, round 2 on the board now. A bit surprised to see Cade actually continue spraying the player in triple. As soon as the guy jumped behind cover, you would expect him to either disengage and move out of the way, or expect a potential peek from stairs, because eventually he did, as you said, realign the spray to stairs, but only after already missing or kind of expending the majority of his magazine. As we have a tactical pause, first one here for Ruby, looking to discuss what to do next. Obviously a force buy, 1.9k on Sowalia. Beautiful pop flash support from Martinez, who also winning the duel against Sowalia. And afterwards, everything kind of collapsing, especially with Cade right here. We can see him with the C4 on his back. Not sure what he was thinking is going to happen, but lucky for 9Z that they catch him before he's able to escape or actually get a kill. As round 7, we'll have Ruby full reinvest with 3 pistols and the 2 saved rifles. Top mid control going to be contested. 2 volleys actually thrown into top mid. Not sure I've seen this boost a lot lately, but can work. Boon so quick on the trigger. As Digit is caught, it's going to force Max out of position. Back in towards jungle, towards stairway. Needs to be very careful what he does next. Does he go through the smoke? That's crazy. Lucky the molly doesn't hit him.
Quite literally playing with fire, now with lead. False start. Takes a gamble, spams through the smoke and finds himself a nice little cranium to nail a couple of bullets into.
Look at the push to B. Look at Cade. My man's already lurked all the way through kitchen. He's got a free kill on Buddha here by the time he realized it's going to be too late. And he now knows, okay, nobody's surely short. He was watching apps. He was maybe not observing short. So we're expecting somebody to be watching from either A into short itself or potentially on short itself. But nonetheless, that is 5-2. Ruby, a force buy that succeeds. Man, massive W's here all of a sudden picked up by the CIS squad, especially if they go on the hunt. I'd send Dex and Somalia both hunting, man.
Honestly, yeah.
Hell, I'd even send...
Little to lose, everything to gain here.
Exactly.
Make that next round all that much easier. But they still want to worry about their own economy. They want to set up that sort of safety net instead.
I mean,
also,
it's one of the
fine choice.
Yeah, yeah. It's also one of the reasons why they did win Dust, is because they were able to keep that economy going, and they weren't really broken up by the few losses they took at the final stages of the map, as they were continuously able to get those AWPs out as well as the AKs. Love the fact that he shoots at the fuse kit. Right here, right? This is the duel that actually kind of puts 9Z far, far behind Ruby. And this was a lucky shot. I mean, lucky. This was a preemptive shot by Foster in a position that's there's usually a CT in. He was, I think, more spraying into the wooden panel than actually the corner that the player was sitting in, because he was hoping that
it could have been, that he saw or sees the player there.
Exactly.
Instead,
Here's the shots connect, right, and just lets loose.
But it feels like more that he was just trying to maybe hit a few lucky shots on the player at stairway behind the panel than anything else. Nonetheless, Ruby,
they get away with it, 5-2, and 9Z all of a sudden, they've got a lot of compensating to do. Let's see if they can manage it. The timing of this boost just...
Oh, no.
Oh! What? Madness.
No one knows where to look.
This is madness, I swear.
Moving forward to the duel. Good Molotovs, good nades for the CT side as well. And this is looking more like the 9Z we kind of expected here now. The utility is good, the team play seems better. But we still need to see that extra 5-10% as well, because again, they let previous round, they let kind of slip into the B market as well. Some gaps every now and then. Huaso Pig. Nice first shot, and it has been spotted ahead, but Walio can't connect the shots. That's an issue. Suddenly making this real difficult for that entire side of Ruby. Even this as well, the off angle for Buddha. He's playing this passive, even has an eye on the shot if he needs to, but teammate there, everything's good. And so Walio, they should know where he's at. Did shoot a fair bit out of Palace recently. But
And
he's hiding.
Yeah,
this one's kinda done.
Kinda done.
3-5. 9Z, time to wake up. Better make sure that they are not gonna lose any more rounds in this first half either. Because that Dust 2 is fresh in everyone's memory still. Way too close for anyone's comfort on that 9Z side, and even then, right, they still lost it, man.
Yeah. I wonder...
Not what we thought.
I wonder how much that affects their mentality, their confidence. Because surely they were thinking, okay, we're going up against an unknown team from the CIS region. We're the better team. We're ranked, 11th on the HLTV ranking in the world. We're like the top dog right now, fighting, for really the highest order in CS. But instead, they got absolutely
surprised by Dust, now having to fight on Mirage, having to fight on Ruby's home turf against a team that's giving you no quarter, no space as well, because you can tell 9Z, they really got to put everything out there in order to get these rounds together. So every single one that much harder than the last.
Yeah, nonetheless, we continue. Again, we've been seeing as well a couple of different approaches out of Ruby here. My question posed earlier was, how is that mid control going to be looking like for both teams?
Yeah, it seems
for
like
Ruby,
it's better for
pretty
9Z,
good,
right?
Oh, I want to say the opposite, right? That previous round, maybe that sways your thinking a little bit.
But it does feel like 9Z is consistently countering it with utility, so Ruby has very few chances of actually taking effective map control, right? How many times have we seen them prop up towards short and con effectively without losing a player or two? And yes, to a degree they've been successful, but so far 9Z have held their ground pretty well. Though, again, mid control not fully contested. 9Z seemingly backing off once more. Moon waiting at faucet at water. Smoke into top con.
Down it goes. This time not going to be missing it. Happened previously already, where they did end up.
I believe there's
a bit of a
small
missed
gap
smoke
on the right. No.
No, all the way at the on the top previously, but no, this is good for Max.
Yeah.
For everyone, pretty much. He's not going to go through that. Beyond that, so gotta be careful.
Max has to hold the line.
Found. He's even got a teammate in jungle, but no help out of Buddha until it's a little bit too late to help out instead. AD with his teammate under balcony. They do get 1, 2, and 3 to wipe it all down. Ruby, a round that is going to shake this entire first half comes now because their economy, their monies, their financials suddenly gone. A chance for 9Z now to make sure these last 3 rounds go their way. And to pick up that pace. Martinez, he's still doing well. That Deagle 3K. Fantastic. But we gotta see more. But the problem is, right, when it comes to that mid control, yeah, you're kind of right that 9Z, the utility has been there. But overall, the rounds feel like they have been a bit more in control of Ruby. They kind of been working around the fact that they haven't been getting it as much or haven't been fighting for it. And don't forget as well, they did start with like 3 rounds in a row straight toward that B site, so they're no stranger to just running into the sites. Martinez though, with a missed shots. Okay, never mind.
Luckily they've got...
I thought there could have been something here.
Yeah, for a second...
Digit denies. 4K, Kobe, that's all 5 in the bag.
Let's go. I'm sure that's gonna bring them back up to speed, and 9Z gonna be a little bit more hyped now. Ready to take on Ruby at their very best. Look at the buy Ruby's going for. Man, this is a really weak buy overall. I mean, the utility is lacking on pretty much everybody. We got an SG for Foster. You don't see that weapon anymore very often. I'm eager to see where the hell he utilizes it. Or how he utilizes it. But it's going to be massive mid-approach. And the timing as Digit as well gets caught. No. Max, don't dare peek out and die, brother. Oh, this is such an important duel on mid that goes the way for Ruby. It's massive. And remember, everybody thinking about this half and thinking, oh, it's good for 9Z. Well, yes, but keep in mind, the first map also went 6-6 on the halftime, and Ruby still managed to take it all the way to a win. Now down to Huaso. 1v3. Can only get the 1. And there's Foster. Last round of the first half coming up, brother.
Damn.
Ruby ain't playing.
I mean, I feel like that's finally an answer to Ruby for that mid control as well, where there has been so much utility. They say, you know what, nah, we go. We ball, and that is 1 and 2 out of Sawalio. Immaculate spray transfer.
Beautiful.
From which 9Z is unable to recover from.
Pretty much, and obviously the cake on top, or the cherry on top of the cake, is Foster still standing behind those boxes on top mid, taking the last player out.
It was just chilling, man. Just taking in the sights.
Exactly, enjoying the summer sun here. The hot air in the Middle Eastern country of I don't know where. In any case, it's going to be a B push again.
Middle East.
Dex.
Mirage.
Oh god, this is going to be so big. Digit! No, just the 1. That's not good enough. Max has to deliver, but he's being smoked off, mollied off. And there's no way into the round. They've got a big flank coming, yes. But they're being locked into kitchen. And that flank is currently being checked, I believe, by Sawalio. Oh. The SG. That is just like...
They even swapped the SG. It was 4-star previously.
Exactly, yeah. They're just
communal SG 553.
Oh, look at the op. Look at the op. Doesn't even get a chance.
Look at it go.
And
one more.
That's it. 7-5, brother. Oof.
That is getting Moon at the top for his team. Great performance out of Ruby in this first half. Right, 9Z, kind of like it was Dust 2 as well, a very similar story.
Yeah.
They do come back into it a little bit, but it's not enough to really make it a convincing scoreline by any means.
You know what's the
scary
part?
We saw glimpses.
Yeah.
But we didn't see the full power of them here. Instead, this is just Ruby giving us the answer to what or which sort of Ruby are we going to see, because we have seen the best and we've seen the worst of them as well.
Look at the spawn. What? I don't think I've ever seen a better spawn for a T side at all. I love it. Let's see, yeah.
They're taking the most out of it as well. They're saying, you know, boys, we're balling, we're going to be.
Oh, look at the counter, though.
Run on in. Double boost. Double down, almost, but nope. Instead, they've got Dex in an isolated position for the moment. Fighting for his life, running out of ammunition.
Oh.
As Digit and Huaso P get a 2 versus 2, it is just a straight line of players now. Timing could be what seals the deal here, potentially, but Moon's already out on site. They know he could be. But the problem is Sawalio's got to be covering for this as well.
Yeah, Sawalio's got his back, so Moon just has to be focused on the 180 in front of him, and this is the fake plant.
Oh, that is insane.
Oh!
That's insane. That's a fake.
That's beautiful. That is absolutely fantastic. It opens up the opportunity to go for the plant now for real, and the round is done. Well played. 9Z, they saved their heads, and they saved their series potentially because of that. The fact
that is so smart.
It is. And the fact that Moon turns to check the site, right?
Yeah. He just thinks that's a free kill.
Yep. Get bent, they say, and well, bent they are. Ruby.
Man, I have a shit-eating grin on my face with how nice that was.
Yeah, it's true, it's true. Oh, I love this zoom camera, man. Damn. Oh,
low FOV.
Yeah.
I am a DGT there. I am taking that to the grave. That is such a good play.
Yeah.
That's going to be on my gravestone.
Fake plant on the pistol. Easy win.
Pros always fake. They've been teaching you something wrong this entire time. That's either way. 7-6 now. Ruby being caught up to a little bit. They should be 7-7 as well. No two ways about it, really. And 9Z as well. They're responding in kind here as well with the start of the game, or start of the half. Ruby, they started with a couple of B takes. 9Z saying, yeah, we can also do that. Either way, this round as well, it's a slow burner, really. The bomb has been planted, and Ruby's not giving them a single thing. They got a Galil, they gotta try to save. Oh my god. Moon even as well picks off another one.
I mean, extra
damage only dealt by Ruby.
Exactly.
9Z, you don't get a single kill, and they were up against pistols.
They don't mind
Now
it.
they're gonna be up against the rifles.
Well, here we are. Once again. No AWP. We got the rest of Ruby kind of slowing down in their performance as well, but 9Z haven't been overly impactful as beyond Digit. Some great moments from individuals, but overall it's been the one-man army of Digit making a lot of strides. As we got mid-control contested, 9Z would effectively, basically the whole team looking to take control. Top con smoke, not blocked off. Cade can't time that correctly. Does he still shoot through it? No. Doesn't take that opportunity. And they're going to go short, I feel like. This would be the prudent opportunity to take on ladder control and then just split into short B. But there's a precedence. If Cade dies, there's a very good chance this could all blow over into a site itself. Cade still wins the duel. Where's the player that was supposed to go into window? The molly into con is perfectly timed as well. It stops their approach. And Digit has finally made his way into window, but he's being expected as Foster in noob corner. This is a crazy position to be in at this level, but it works. Sometimes it's just that good. As Sovalio behind the smoke playing the odds. Oh, I'm not sure what that was, Sovalio. But in comes Foster. Can't get anything done. That's it. Surely that's the round. It is. That has to be the round. No way Dex gets this. Right? No way. No way! Digit just turns his back to him. No.
It's so slow on the actual retake. It takes him a good while to get into position, but now there's no time because of it as well. Plays himself. as they say. But that means 9Z. Round locked in. They get a chance to keep things going. We're back to it now.
Well, all of a
Interesting
sudden,
setup for Ruby, if nothing else, I want to say.
I'm not sure why Cade left jungle in the first place. It's a bit weird seeing him rotate out of it instead of just keeping control and letting his teammates actually get into CT.
Shouldn't be overwhelmed unless his teammates...
Exactly.
Okay, I guess it makes sense. His teammates were playing very passive. No one was watching jungle, so didn't want to have to deal with that. So in a way, I kind of see it. But Aurora took care of one. Should have at least tried to go 2 for 1, I think. But oh well.
Yeah. Not much you can do, right?
Yeah, so Walio, he's got nothing he can do. Oh, never mind. I lied. Almost finds the timing. Round 16. Still going on this T side. This time they're going to be securing themselves round number 9, and for the first time we're seeing 9Z with an actual lead in the game.
And actually starting to play a bit more properly, a bit more on point, right? Everybody's starting to chime in. Proper control of the map being established and kind of looking a little bit more on point.
All-Star just wants to save that M4, being hunted by 4 players. Stuck from every single side, pretty much nowhere to go. That M4 gets removed in 9Z. Doing pretty damn well in that round, but Ruby, they still got themselves gone around again. All being dropped over to Moon as well. We talked about him, he had what, 11 kills at halftime. It's been, what has it been, 5 rounds, 6 rounds?
I believe, yeah, 5 rounds. 7 to 5, right?
Yeah. Hasn't had that up yet, and only has had 2 kills. And with how Dustu as well went, he's a big part of this entire team and their success.
I mean, he ended up Dustu with 22 kills, so would expect him to step up now. Round 17. 9Z.
21, but yes.
Oh, 21, sorry. Yeah, there you go. Regardless, 9Z. Well, let's see if they go double digits. Let's see if they put Ruby out of their misery on Mirage and put us onto Anubis as the final map of this series. Winner takes all. Quarterfinals, of course, awaiting. As we open up with an A execution. Pretty straightforward, pretty basic, but very hard to defend against when you've only got 2 players with minimal utility to do so. A lot of flashbangs, missed opportunity by Moon. First contact by Sovalio is good though. That's massive. Second by Cade as he goes towards Couch. Finds 2. That's big. As all of a sudden it puts 9Z out of order potentially. Buddha, does he really go through the smoke here? Nah. Of course not. They get rid of Moon.
Thought about it for a second.
Yeah, I think he wanted to go, but the call the call out was a bit different at the end. Did Martinez see Foster?
Timing as well.
I think he did.
Someone might have told him, at least, but now he knows. Taking the shot, the long-range spray will connect, but the problem is still Sovalio. Don't really have any way to plant the bomb easily. Smoking Palace has also faded, and now that makes things even worse. 9Z, so many uncertainties they have to deal with at the moment.
Smart by Dex to stay in CT deep, in spawn, literally. Just looking for info if they decide to push deep CT. The way back, not shut, but it's going to be hard to get out of here unnoticed. As Sovalio in Palace, does he activate? Surely he does, right? Crouch walk out?
Think
no.
about it.
Ruby letting the bomb go down,
games
though.
here. Make him think he's not there anymore.
Yeah.
Finds the first one. In for the 1v3 boot out. Show us what all that meditation's about, but instead, nah. He's got nothing.
The calm presence, usually enough, but at this point, not gonna work. Whew. We are in quite a conundrum here for Ruby, right? They lose this, they are going to have to go on to a full eco. For 9Z, much the same can be said. They lose this and they are on an eco for sure, so very important round for one and the other, I wanted to say, but that was... I expected actually Moon to lose the duel there. Sure, connect the shot, but not win and come out unscathed. Or at least damaged. Well, what's the decision here? B? Really?
Back to basics. Both teams, they seem to like the B side.
The jump spot. Oh, the timing of it as well.
Doesn't see him until it's too late. Molotov. It does split them up at least, but that MP9 needs to deliver more than one. Well, for Dex, that's all his fate is able to do.
That's round. Surely. They won't expect
Potentially
max.
so, yeah. Martinez, big find. Even faking it once.
Yep.
Yeah, oh, that's just nasty for Max as well. Waiting for Sawali to make the jump. Or maybe not waiting, but at least hears it. And Moon to save his AWP instead. A 1v2, though, is still tempting. And Martinez is low.
No defuse kit, though. Ah, there it is. He can pick it up, so at least that happens. But he is dead. USB to peak window apps, not gonna work, brother. I think this is pretty much all there needs to be said for 9Z. This is it. They shouldn't be losing Mirage anymore. Ruby, I think they are mentally defeated in that regard, because they've lost one too many clutch rounds, one too many close rounds, and nobody's really starting to pop off anymore. Moon has completely shut down. You know, Sawalio's there with 10, Cade with 10, Dex has been non-existent throughout the entirety of this first and second half. Besides a few select moments at the start of the map, it seems like 9Z have truly got the reins now in their hands, as NA execution again happens, and this should be an easy enough of a pickup once more.
Yeah, quick rotations though, 4 players pretty much defending the site, though 3 look behind a smoke in the connector and jungle and stairs, whatever area it might be. And all that great in terms of fighting for this. Spraying towards Palace, good fight. What? Of Max as well, oh yeah, his teammates telling him they're boost and just take the shots. Able to see the Tracer through the smoke, and with that, the CT side.
Crazy.
Those chances taken away, though, they do get one.
Oh,
Weapons begin to give over as well, and they spot the next man in toward Ninja with that. Martinez, what a shot, one miss. Needs to survive, needs to buy time, but there's still an opportunity for this route to go in the way of that CT side. Just needs 4-star to find a big shot, and he's done so.
No time, though.
And I think the time is too far ticked down now. You can still take it on Martinez, but the round is done. Even taking him down is too big of an issue. Still, Martinez takes him down. We're seeing the Spanish Opera activating a bit more himself. And a bit of a slow ending towards Dust 2, right? He was constantly being bested by Moon.
Yeah.
Didn't have a great time, but here, he's waking up. And round 20 begins. 9Z, they're looking for map point.
Lest we forget that round where Ruby waited on long A on Dust for like 40 seconds, down to 20 seconds on the clock, and then actually went for the A take, finding Martinez through the smoke. That must have given him quite the shake-up, but it seems like they're back on track finally. And Ruby, love the aggression into B house. I think it could work, but last time they lost a player because of it. Let's see if that happens again as we kick off with Buddha. Checking out underpass. Slow but steady. 9Z looking to approach towards a mid control. And, you know, I kind of expected this, to be fair. Their CT side has been a bit poor of late. Ruby has been struggling with it. Just look at the game against Passion and everything is clear, and good timing on the molly. They know they've lost ladder. Surely, Foster, you don't repeat that. Come on, brother. Yeah, he doesn't. Okay. For a second there, I was like, come on. Don't pull yourself like that. Digit finds Moon. That's the kill on the op, and that pretty much opens up A side for the taking. It's going to be only on Cade to try and defend this. His position is already known as he finds two. That is massive. And Savalio behind the smoke here could be a surprise for the player out of Palace.
Playing the edge of the smoke, they can still spam it. They can still try to probe around it a little bit, but Savalio with one before his demise again. Martinez. It's his turn to show us what he's made of. 15 seconds, though. That's an issue.
That is an issue. The problem is...
Martinez misses a shot.
Bomb gets...
The round is done.
Yeah. Oh, he sees the shadow. Can't lose that
Won't
duel.
miss.
Sees the second player as well. Anything map point.
Closing out for round 12. It's down to 4-star to deny.
Yeah,
the problem is, right, Martinez, he can swing whenever he wants to. He doesn't even have to.
No, he doesn't have to. He's got a player watching his cross, so... Well,
he's still taking the challenge.
He still goes for it, which is crazy, yeah. But I think at this point, Ruby kind of screwing themselves a little bit. After Cade was able to get two, they should have been there to shut down the push onto site, right? Trying to prevent the bomb from either being retaken or not allowing Martinez at least to be singling out kills. Not to mention, Ruby kind of forgot about the shadow in CT. That gave away the info to Martinez. He immediately was able to adjust the aim, and bam. Right there and then. Right here, shadow spotted. What does Dex think was going to happen? Instead of Foster peeking from deep, Dex dies, and then that's round. And ooh, this is...
yeah, that's rough. That's real rough. So Walio is being baited in by his shoulder.
GG, that's
Digit
round.
comes swinging around, and with that, Map 1 is starting to look like it's headed towards its end. There's another one that goes down.
Map 2, but yes. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, Map 2.
Yeah. So people don't misunderstand, but surely they don't.
Not at this point, but you know what what we haven't mentioned? The fact that Hellcase, by the way, they're have been part of it for a while, and they've been doing a giveaway. You can see as well every now and then it pop up on the screen with the code CCT. You can get a 10% top bonus onto their platform, active for new and old users. If you want to check that out, because this map seems pretty damn checked out itself. No chance for Dex. He gets taken down eventually, all by his lonesome in the end. Digit 23 kills, Martinez at 17. That's enough to lead a 9Z to victory on their opponent's map pick. To give us a third map in the series, we're headed to Anubis, and we talked about it. It's a bit of an odd pick, or odd slide for 9G to let it in, especially now as well with this being a 3-mapper, with them having to claw back from their opponent's map pick. That's going to be interesting to see how it goes, but before we go that way, let's take to Exner to see what he has.
An impressive clawback coming through there from 9Z as they are able to maintain some space here in the series and bounce back stronger here on Mirage as opposed to Dust 2. Their T sides just look very flawless, and you know, the very beginning stages of this game, as you can see, we saw a lot of the same individuals from Ruby stepping up to the plate here and asserting dominance in the server. It felt like, you know, again, the same individuals were arriving. They had the same level of success on that T side, and I thought that was going to be the winning formula here for Ruby. Ruby to maybe just kind of catch 9Z in a bit of a state where they might not have been all that warmed up. They were playing these post plants incredibly well, as you can see from some of these late round scenarios. Some tough clawbacks that they had to pull their way through, and It felt like they were answering the call every step of the way there on the side of Ruby. Of course, on that CT side, we did see some recovery. We did see some of 9Z's strengths and experience really shine through over the grand scheme of things. The hold started to kind of get a lot more stabilized, and they were able to coordinate. As we can see from that round, that was one of the better crossfires that we've seen from them. But outside of that, again, Ruby holding on here, even though losing a little bit of the economy advantage, still managed to close out a 5-7 half on the T side, which you should be very excited about with plays like these when you have individuals arriving on the scene like this. But it wasn't quite enough in the grand scheme of things because obviously, again, the defense couldn't quite get past what was 9Z throwing at them here. I mean, as we saw, the tone was set from the pistol round with how well they played things out, with the little faking that they did on the bomb plant. That was very exciting. The preparation that they kind of distracted their opposition, and that sort of comfort is what you're going to get out of 9Z with that experience, as we mentioned here. That's the advantages that they have here. And with the ability to strike back and the ability to really assert some of that dominance in this this second half of this map, I think 9Z have certainly built a lot of energy in this series here. It makes me excited for Anubis because obviously this is a team that not only wants to come into this playoff event and say, hey, some of our like big runs were not just a fluke. Some of our international events, they weren't just using a couple of best of one wins and taking down Liquid in a best of three, but they are actually a roster that's going to be here to stay, that's going to capitalize on the fact that this is a team that's starting to get invites into like international competition more consistently. And if they can make a deep run here in CCT and start to lock that in, that'll be all the more impressive here, and it'll be a great way to kick off their season here in the second half of the year. So looking forward to seeing if they can keep that up. Obviously, we do got Anubis waiting in the wings here to see if they can hold on and continue their playoff run. With that being said, I'm going to be tossed to a quick break, and once we do come back, that third map's going to be ready for you all.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.
And we are back here, getting ready to see who's going to be closing out this decider here. Obviously, again, 9Z looking to try and finish off what they just started on Mirage, but Ruby still looking incredibly strong on what is 9Z's very comfortable Dust 2. So it makes for a pretty exciting way to finish things up here on Anubis. We had some pretty interesting takes hopping into this map, and I think a lot of weight was said to be placed on the knife round. I mean, why exactly do we think that is here? Because I'd be interested to hear your whole side of things.
So, the way it really goes is I can't decide on who I want or think is going to be winning this entire game. So I'm going to go with the flow of the game and say it's a T-sided map, and the T-sided start is absolutely what's going to kickstart either one of these teams. And what we are hearing as well, to those wondering, Ruby has won the knife round, so they get to choose where to start on as it's been played. And they are choosing as T, and no surprise, no real surprise there. So I'm going off the vibe of knife round winner wins this entire thing. But it's an interesting pick overall, because it's not the greatest map for either team. For Ruby, not great. For 9Z, it just feels like they're flexing their map pool a little bit, trying to get some numbers up, seeing if the practice has paid off maybe on this map a little bit as well. But I'm not fully inclined to believe either way.
Yeah. I mean, what's interesting for me here is that this is a map that historically, like you said, 9C has really struggled on. And the domestic scene, a lot of losses, like just not even being able to test some of the lesser competition, the likes of Sharks and Audic. And at the heights, they've been able to take down Vitality and shut down players like Zywoo in big matches where, you know, he was heated up. So
It is really interesting to see. But I guess we'll get to see how 9Z fare up against the side of Ruby here. Guys, go ahead and kick things off.
Yeah, we will. It is going to be Anubis, ladies and gents. Map 3 is the final one here of our third round of 16 playoffs match. As we get ready to see the pistol openness finding 2. What a way to really do it. 9Z, they stepped, you know, they did do a step back on Dust, but on Mirage, well, they return fire. Wasabi with a double as well, and it seems like they will keep on firing off on all cylinders on Anubis. What a start to the third and final of this one, because as you said yourself, Nexus, whoever wins the knife chooses the T side, most likely being the favored position for Ruby as well. You would expect them to be in a pretty damn good position. Somalia, though, unfortunately,
flying knives, oh my god.
Can't do it. Yeah, I mean, he tried to throw that knife, just kind of jumped with it, but
Damn, this is almost looking like London at this point, but thank God, no. A great start in the round here, Martinez. First, that wasn't even landed. It was just still flying midair. Huaso peak as well. Clean. And with that, 9Z. One's in the bag. That's a good way to go about it. Right, we kind of already alluded to it. It's a T-sided map. Starting things, it is the CT side to pick up that first round. It's them now to try to build up that momentum early on, to build up a bag for eventually when Ruby started to pick up a couple of rounds as well, so they can still have that bang for a rainy day. Here, the flashbang does come eventually, so it's still Boot out fighting 2 before his eventual downfall, but a round comes to a close. The only thing they lose is a single MP9. Beyond that, right, everything's good. Full eco anyways for that T-side. They only had, what, 2 flashbangs, I think. Not a round where we're expecting them to win anyways, just seeing how much damage they can do to that 9Z side early on. But here comes the guns. This is where the real damage gets done.
As this is the real round. Ruby, what's their game plan? How do they intend to approach this? Are they looking for canals control? They're looking for deep mid control. So far, it looks pretty basic. We've got a pretty simple split with 2 players focusing on middle, 2 players possibly going into canals.
No early aggression with Martinez having that op out already. It seems like Ruby might not want to test their fate again. Another nade into the smoke, trying to open up a venue, but Martinez, no opportunity here. Bottless into main, actually bounces just a little bit too soon. Doesn't blind Digit. And Ruby not yet fully inclining one or the other way. Or leaning, rather. But it seems like they might actually want to finish up on B at the very end here. As they're going to be popping out a con and B main. Rotations are ready for the side of 9Z, though. I believe Martinez is about to close in the gap. Huaso and Buddha holding the line. Here we go.
Flash goes out and Dex goes in with a headshot of his own. Buddha's got an off angle while Huaso Peak has himself a kill, making nearly a second as well, but he's still struggling. And it's the bomb mode move to try to make its way in toward the side. With the help of Kaide, he's able to get it done. And get it over toward the side of the map at least. Nope. Real way in toward this. They've got a crossfire or an off angle to deal with in Kaide, but he swings for both. Dex opening things up, Kaide closes, a 4K for him, and Ruby immediately in this one. And a goddamn nice way to do it. You're just swinging from one side of the pillar to the next.
I mean, Cade...
Damn, that is nice.
Cade was touted to be the MVP of Ruby, right? When we saw the head-to-head at the start of the series, it was Digit versus Cade, and honestly, we are yet to see Cade in his... I think in the light that we know him as. So it's about time that he steps up and gives us something to observe. So Valio, good entry in A main, that pretty much confirms it. It's going to be an A push behind it because Ruby, they have no reason not to continue pressing A side. And with Cade taking mid control especially, it pretty much gives them a free way. Or I wanted to say a freebie, but it seems like turning back their attention back towards B. Not sure. Ruby indecisive perhaps a bit. Worried about the pistols.
So far so good here for Ruby. Not suffering any losses. Kaide seems to have spotted a 1. Waiting for it, seeing if the challenge does come again. Smoke and Molotov, Max pretty much out of this round now, and with that, the entire round out of contention. Simple enough. Ruby are going to tie things up, and I don't see 9Z hunting for anyone much.
I definitely expect them, right?
It's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah. So we got ourselves round 2 for Ruby. 5 survivors, most likely.
Yeah, that's what it seems.
A pretty standard start, just like we've seen in every single map so far, hasn't it? I mean, the exception being perhaps Mirage with a 3-0 for Ruby, but overall, as close as it can get. We should be seeing an opt-out for 9Z. There goes the buy from Hwasa. And the question on everybody's mind is Ruby going to continue their default, or are they potentially switching up to a bit of a faster approach? Maybe hoping to get a bit lucky. If 9Z is looking to be a bit aggressive themselves, usually we see some B main control from the CTs when they're feeling it. Fast A main control though. Look at the speed of that approach. They're really moving into it fast, but it's going to be Sovalio with the team kill. Digit comes in cross as he takes down the last player in that position and puts Ruby down a man. No Buddha. Ooh, expected push. Gets punished for it. Hwasa in danger from multiple angles all of a sudden.
Has to select which fight he wanted to go for. Canals is the one he chooses because he has a teammate to help him. Digit in the back line takes care of Kairi, and that takes away so much pressure from Hwasa Peak as well. Letting him play around with the smoke. Up for the duel. A headshot comes out of it, but no kill. Dex still survives. That's the M4A1S. Or any M4 in this case. Martinez with a missed shot, however, not seen many of those. Does make things a little bit worse. An off awkward bomb plan for sure. Very aware of main, however, and Moon, he's waiting for it as he walks in, and this shot was from him as well, not just Martinez. And now the Dex and what about S2? His HP ain't looking good, but the bomb plan now actually good work in his favor. So they do gotta clear him either way. They spot him, hunt him down, and jumping. I don't know what's up with the jumping kills, but we've seen a couple of them already today.
Well, it seems like accuracy almost improved.
Accuracy comes from the, yeah, it comes with the core. It doesn't matter if you're jumping or not.
Yeah. In any case, Ruby, they kind of screwed themselves over here. I feel like they had the opportunity when they did that fast A push. Obviously, a bit of a conundrum that they, well, that the team kill happens. But as soon as they're able to get onto B site, should have been a bit faster on the move. In any case, it's going to be round 6. 9Z on the up on Martinez. And this is a full commitment to A. I love the idea. They know they got a free kill last time, so they're trying to use that again in their favor. Max, close by. A little bit too eager. Full belt of utility, not a single one thrown. And this is a problem. It's going to be Digit holding the line. Mollied off from stairs. Smoke off into A main. Ooh, breaking up the smoke could give him an opportunity. It does. Dex is caught. It's still going to be a 4v4. And this retake is going to be very hard to come by for 9Z, especially with the positioning they find themselves in. Though nobody's checking main. Is Ruby completely oblivious to a main flank? Surely not.
Timing is there.
They are!
Shot taken, but a missed one from Moon. They have taken control of Heaven instead, so they've traded positions now. The bomb, however, not planted for that T-side at all. Smoke's going down, they locked him in, and all Martinez has to do is nail one shot here. Take it, they can't nail it, instead they get off the defuse! But the kills are all coming the way of 9Z. And second to spare, the defuse comes through. A retake that seems to be, I don't know, cursed. It felt like so many mistakes from Ruby. The timing was there for 9Z. They still almost get it done. Down to the kill on if the diffuser gets taken off the bomb or not. Ruby. A misplay or two here, but it's still not enough.
Well, big pickup. 9Z. Their defense starting to be a bit better all of a sudden, looking a bit more consistent in the hold. There's 3 players on B side going to be holding the line. Martinez with the first. As he's trying to line up from Temple. The smoke. Oh my god. The language is hard. Obscures his view, of course. Forces him out of position. Doesn't matter. The rest of the squad is holding the line, and Moon,
He is too far gone. About to be sent to the moon here as
ballsy choice. Pulling out the USB. Matters not, though. It is 5-2, and Ruby T side, the one side we expected them to really pop off, being shut down on all accounts.
And all being allowed to do anything in this round. Martinez gotta takes action. At about that time, let's go. Now, yeah, this is like I said, kind of far from what I thought was gonna happen. Ruby, right, those first 3 rounds, that's all good and such, but now 9Z, they're putting up these rounds immediately as well on that CT side. Definitely gonna be something they'll have to work on Ruby. And right, we nonetheless came into this one saying for neither team has this map really been great. And probably even more so, it hasn't been even good for Ruby. 15 games played, they've only won 5 of those. Although, most two recent ones have been wins against VP, Prodigy, and Passion UA. But before then, they had about a 7-8 losing streak. You know, it is this small thing, so don't worry about it. But it's still a bit of a map that they haven't all that great on. They have played it, though, a fair bit. So you imagine they at least have the basics and all those things down, at least, after a good while. And of course, Foster as well, a fairly new piece to the roster. Maybe brings in something they didn't have previously. Here, Max, he's being brought in, a couple of players jumping at him. Couple of kills for that T side to work with, and suddenly with Wasso Peak, him and his teammate in a little bit of trouble, but it's nothing too much to handle for them. And Martinez, I don't think he's going to miss this one.
Nah, he's been pretty solid so far. Missed a few shots on Dust, but seems like he's gotten back on track on Mirage, and on, of course, Anubis here. Definitely feels a bit more warmed up. 6-2. This is extremely one-sided. You would think it's a CT-sided map, but in fact it's not. To those that might be currently shocked by surprise, no. It's heavily T-sided. It has been since the start, and with Ruby technically being much better on T-side, well, not technically, quite factually, in fact, you would expect them to do a bit better, but not so far. They've been shut down every step of the way. And we got ourselves, again, pretty default setup. Ruby looking for later control of canals with a lot of main A control. But where's the flash? Well, there was one thrown, I guess, but it missed. As Digit was not blinded at all. And look at the push out of B main as well. They've got a lot of info out of this. Smart from 9Z as well. They don't even need to take this fight anymore. They took the information. They know what's up. They know that there was one guy watching that push. And they can focus their attention back towards A, although DGT, I'm not sure why he's not on site. Nobody's watching main. Utility is key as well. He's got a single molly on his belt. Cade finds Max and Digit. What is that?
Yeah, he is not ready for that.
Yeah. 9Z getting a bit too comfortable in their own shoes, perhaps. Thinking round is easy. In fact, it's not. 3v3 retake. Let's see.
Finally seems like Ruby might have found an answer, but even then, it ain't all that easy. Moon playing this a little bit wide, waiting for the first one, with the second up top. 4-star. Down to the last man. Martinez has a kit. He can try to immediately stick that defuse at least. Make things awkward for Martinez, who's now tapped the bomb. Scoped in once, but a shot missed.
Beautiful bait.
Singles the end of the round, and Martinez, while the shot is there, the bomb will also find him. As Ruby now getting something here. Now, this is looking like a reverse of what we had at the first 2 maps, pretty much, right? It was Ruby up first in both maps, pretty much. They had that lead, and 9Z had to fight back into both of those. yeah, things might change a little bit, and it's very odd to think so. This is a T-sided map. The T-sided map. And we're not seeing much in that term out of Ruby now, sure. They've got a couple more rounds to at least make things even. Or as even as possible. And either way. Comes to this. Fast through the smoke, that's the play they want to make.
Wasopiki, in the meantime, has managed to go through the smoke as well on his own. As a 3-for-2 trade comes through, it leaves Ruby down a man as they go for the B site. Martinez also activating. 9Z want to try to stop Ruby from getting anything here. Last round is all a fluke according to the CT side. That 7 on the board. The South American team have come out to play.
And this is the
and
9Z
I'm wondering,
we
there was this on
expected.
Dust 2.
Exactly right. This is the 9Z we expected from map 1 onwards. It took them 2 maps to wake up. It took them 2 maps to get on track. And it's not like anybody's really on 20+ kills. You know, nobody's going crazy overboard. Huasopuig is doing really well. Digit, Buddha, Martinez, everybody popping. It's just the team play that's working out nicely. The flanks, the support, the communication seems to be on point. And Ruby kind of lost in the dark a bit. Wading through the swamp without any sort of info at all, as they're going for mid control, sure. But 9's already expecting something like that. Max gonna be the defender here. Let's see if he can find a free kill. First contact, sees 2, finds both, and it's gone. Or it should be. No way, you repeat this, Max? That's kind of crazy.
Wait, the first team at least is jiggling this for information.
Yeah.
And with Huasopuig here, they're gonna tell him or make sure that no one else gets any close. Final man forced to a fight by the Molotov, doesn't really have much to do. And Zawalio, even less to do.
There you go. (9Z) very quickly in a great position in the game. As this just leaves that second half to wonder, what does it look like for Ruby?
Because that T side right here hasn't been great. Their CT sides haven't been great. Mirage kind of fresh into mind as well. So I do wonder, where does this then, where does this leave us?
Well, it leaves us in the fact that Ruby is about to be clapped 9-3, or excuse me, well, could be 9-3, could be 8-4, but regardless,
what?
That looked...
Went through the edge, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah, I moved right as he shot, so I'm guessing there's a little bit of accuracy. His Martinez.
Flick, yeah. Wall banging.
Taken down. No 2 players tagged down on that T side. He's a little bit of a chase in a main moon. Ammunition runs out. He's not going to go with a third man tagged low.
This makes life a lot harder
if you count
for Ruby,
for DGT also.
Yeah. Although, with Dex falling, that's 3 players below the 20 mark, HP mark. So all of a sudden, Ruby, they might have a man advantage, but it doesn't feel like it to them. 1 bullet will finish the job for the majority of the players. Is Buddha holding the line into Khan. Cade needs to win this duel. He's expecting him at pillar, but doesn't check him wide. Buddha gets the kill. In fact, it leaves 3 players with critical HP, with nothing. Yeah. Even with the util they have, this is going to be very, very, very hard fought.
A unit made of glass on that T side, pretty much.
Volley shatters as well.
AG on Huasopuig as well could find the bomb planter, and he's thinking about it.
Does he go
no,
wide
so Walio, he snuck in. Could go to camera as well. He could just play the edge of the smoke as well. He's wondering, what can he get? Smoke phase. There's a flashbang, but the timing is just insane. Not it. A 9-3 half out of 9Z. Damn. There's no other way except to say, goddamn, that is impressive.
The 9Z we expected. The 9Z that we had hoped to see.
It just takes them a while to warm up into the new season, the first game.
last time they played
And
was
all
in
that,
June,
yeah.
right? 16, 17.
Yeah, June 16th, 17th, think 2 over to Fnatic, right? They
Exactly.
won a
the Fire
100K.
Fire. What's its name?
Yep.
Fire E-League. I need to. Fire League. There you go. Thank you, Exner.
I was waiting to see if you caught that or not.
I heard it, but I wasn't sure. Wait.
But yeah, basically 9Z. This
We had a
is
friendly ghost to tell us the answer.
Love it. Well, I mean,
Not
look,
Casper, but the other one.
Wait, which friendly ghost?
Don't worry about it.
In any case, Ruby, I think they had a good run. I think their opportunity ended on Mirage. They had the chance to pull into a W of a 2-0. Instead, they were pulled behind the shop and shot, and that's it. As 9Z is
This
about
push is nice.
to hit B, maybe hoping for mid control. It is a nice push, though. There's a lot of info Ruby's getting out of it. I'm sure 9Z is aware of it, though. Surely they have some idea.
They're not.
Oh boy. The problem is Dex doesn't hit a single shot besides a few skimming shots. It ain't really working out. Moon. Ooh. The only defender.
That's more than a flash wound.
Yeah, that's going to leave a big mark. The moon landing was real at this point as they landed that head. And it's going to be Cade. 1v5. Mr. Terminator. Gets one. Not sure what he's hoping to save here. I mean, sure. Keeps on popping off. Sure. Get a few more kills. Hope to get lucky.
Go get him.
Go get him, Tiger.
Get that money.
I mean, they're gonna need it. They need to force buy. There's just no other option. 10-3 CT side Anubis. I mean, I guess they can go for full eco and play the gun round for the last hope kind of scenario. But then you're leaving 9Z at a potential 11-3 scoreline and relying everything upon having a good gun round. Without the op, mind you. So yeah, I'm not particularly hopeful for them. It is going to be a force buy, fair enough. There's the Nova on Moon. We got the 5-7s.
Yeah, back to it now in round of 14.
Ooh, Souvenir Nova, by the way. I believe Furia is on there. Who else?
Yeah.
Vitality? No, that's not Vitality.
Who knows? I think that looked like the the major.
Yeah, it looked like the major logo. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which one. I can't remember.
Boston,
Stockholm?
maybe?
I don't know. No.
Stockholm? Could be Stockholm.
What are the newer ones?
2020 plus, yeah.
Yeah, 21 plus, yeah, I think. Yeah. But doesn't matter. Oh, does not matter.
Come on.
1 and 2 for 9Z. Quick trade back at least. They get 1 on that Ruby side, and even tagging Huaso Peak down to 6. But they continue. This time toward the B side. 5-7 awaits. Molotov well placed as well.
Full of dust.
All-Star trying to assist. Suddenly, there's a chance. The CTs, the 5-7s. This is how Dust 2 started. A 4K from Dex back then, and now a 1 versus 1 is needed.
That's the C4.
Hyder versus Buddha. You need to secure this around. HE goes out to try to blow it up. If you can spot Hyder, the last man in the smoke in 15 seconds. That's an issue. And a big one of that, because Buddha knows. And Hyder as well. All they gotta do is wait. Swinging, taking the duel. This one locked in. Kaide secures a round for Ruby. You said it, they got it forced by, they absolutely win it as well.
They do. They do, and it comes at a bit of a price, but there is no price. There is no price you wouldn't be willing to pay in order to win a round, as the 5-7s saved them again, and not for the first time even as well. Not gonna lie, Kaide you know, playing it a little bit at odds here, not falling back after time starts to run out. At the end of the day, taking that fight was the smart choice. 10-4, 9Z on Tech 9s.
Walk the smoke. That's nice, neat little trick. Not going to let the T-side player lurk out that easily. But I think that was just a blind spam from Moon. Okay. He'd find one on that T side, and right for Ruby, this is still, keep in mind, right? Do or die. Last map, they're down to 10-4. No second chances in the playoffs, and Martinez hitting some nasty shots with the deagle, not the first time. A single mistake for Ruby could be their downfall here. Send him out of the playoffs. They already have had one or two appearances in previous playoffs. Haven't really made too many waves, but they've snuck in here a few times.
I am kind of interested in seeing what the hell 9Z bring up on the gun round. I think we'll see a bit of a switch up. They've had quite a little bit of luck with A main, so I'm supposing that they might look towards a bit of an A split. For Ruby, though, as you said, there are to be had no mistakes. Every one last mistake will be their last, as we have a full eco. Should be easy to handle enough. We've got 2 MP9s, a little bit of money gathering scenario. And I don't want to say it, but are we, like, legit? Is this something that can we even talk about? Is this allowed to talk about a potential CT comeback on Anubis? I mean, is that even real?
I think that goes against some rules, but we can at least entertain the idea.
Yeah, because at this point, we're going to have to start talking about it soon if Ruby continue. Obviously, the next gun round is going to be, you know...
Kai's going to farm.
Proof of that. Kai, possibly a double. Wide swinging him, not really. Just a single kill, though. That's not a trade you
My bad, jinxed him.
Yeah, you did. Caster's curse is real, boys and girls. The magic
I just
we
want to
wield.
believe.
Good move. I mean, we wield real magic, let's be honest.
We're masters of the arcane arts.
And the divine.
Less that. It feels more like a,
more unnatural, you know, the curse.
That is true.
Alright, Buddha, an AK in his hand. They gotta try to chase away someone, and they've at least managed to do that. Moon back into A main he goes. Not too much he can really do here, but either way.
Oh, it's like, hello bros, what's up? Free
Timing
money.
great. An AK to pick up, even better.
Indeed.
And around for the CT side again. Now, right, surely soon for 9Z that pressure is gonna start mounting up. Or settling in, let's put it that way instead. Because, right, if they don't win this round, then it's gotta be 7, then maybe even 8.
I mean, the
That's
discussion
how the
has to
comebacks
start
work.
at
It's
one
one
point.
round at a time, and
Yeah.
suddenly as well, around Ruby, right? Moon is still sleeping. That's the one good thing 9Z have right now, is that Moon is still sleeping. This comeback, it doesn't look all that insane at the moment. It doesn't look like it's... or have too many players backing you, really. Kinda the only one who's not going negative at the moment. Moon gets the worst receiving treatment as well. This time for Martinez, who finally gets his revenge as well from Dust 2. He was getting shafted again in the stick back then.
Not a great opener. Kai needs to be very
Far from it.
careful. It's going to be a B split. Mr. Foster indoor. We're going to have Dex behind site. Good timing on the smoke, but they haven't really blocked off Con, have they? Digit could push on forward if they feel like it, though. Seems like 9Z have ulterior motives. I like the fact that they pull back. They have the advantage. They know they can play with that. They don't need to lose anybody too soon. And with the rotation from mid from Kaid going towards A, it means Ruby's going to have 2 defenders. That's it, Dex and Foster. And Foster has been a little bit of a hit and miss lately. So it's going to come down to, again, individuals showing up. Let's see. Foster holding main. Dex holding canals. And, oh, he's about to check out Digit. There we go. Good hold. Foster and Dex both for 1. Second as well here. The man with the golden gun holding the line. With Dex and Con, they're going to have to focus him first. And they do. Martinez takes him out of commission. Smoke to allow the cross in the plant. 2 versus 2. The retake for Savalio and Cade. Comes at a cost, but not enough. Martinez caught. Now Max. The man from Uruguay.
Getting into position as well to catch Kaide. Like spotted. Khalil finds himself the first one now up against the AWP. Savalio's not sure which way he's gone, but it matters not when Max goes swinging into it instead. Round decided by the AWP this time. And Ruby, they are making this comeback happen. 9Z started to sweat.
You said it, round by round.
That's the way things go. That's the way a comeback is happening.
Yeah.
Don't think about it as 10 rounds. Think about it as
the one round you're playing right now.
Rounds.
Yeah, exactly.
And 9Z as well now. Take the time out. Make sure they know what they're doing. Make sure what you guys know are doing as well at home. Make sure you know what you're doing. Right. Counter-Strike, hard game. A lot of variables. A lot of things that you don't maybe you don't know all those things about it, right? There's a lot of depth in the game. Keep your eye on the ground to see what these teams do. Try to replicate. Get better. Let's see if 9Z gets any better after this time out, though. Although I want to say, by the way, big shout out as well to DGT. 15 kills. He's been top of the server pretty much every single map. And yeah, every single map. Yeah, he's been up there. Just Moon beat him on Dust too, but beyond that, right, he was still top of his team. Active whenever needed. Kaide. 1 and 2. Drops the bomb. And the CT side in a great position to get suddenly a 9 advantage to work with. And the bomb at their feet. Moon is thinking about it. As mentioned, has had a rough time in map 3. Still time for that to change as well toward the end here. Nice shot. Third comes at a 4v2. The man advantage still is maintained on Ruby as 2.
Surely the round is going to end here in Ruby's favor, right? Unless Martinez finds a
Imagine
double.
So.
I'm having a hard time seeing anything else transpire. And look at Foster's push as well. The info he gathers here is massive, as Ruby pretty much knows what's up.
Trying to make an A or B play still out of this.
Yeah, I think that's actually inadvertently the best case scenario for 9Z. They have to get past Dex, I believe, in Temple.
Martinez makes the noise. Dex, he's thinking about it.
Pulled away from it, yeah. And now down to Digit and Martinez. The timing doesn't work for Digit, though. That's the C4, and that's the round. 10 seconds to go. Martinez needs to save the AK.
Yeah, just a bit more awake this time.
Yeah.
They were so wary of that mid-presence that they wanted to make sure no one was coming there. And that is the bomb as well that secures the round. With that, Ruby, on to number 19. They're still going here. Only 2 rounds make the difference between them and 9Z, who've slowed it down considerably for this second half. Kind of being stumped right now by what Ruby have to offer.
Here we go.
Smoke deployed, mid being held. A default out of 9Z. Try to make sure that they can punish aggression out of Ruby this time. Catch them, work some sort of advantage into the round. Anything they can play with is something they'll be happy to take, but...
One thing I gotta mention...
Looking at Ruby, they're playing this passive. They don't even have anyone holding deep into mid. They just have one man in camera instead.
Yeah, and it seems to have scared 9Z enough into submission, right? Because they are no longer looking at those quick peeks Nobody's really looking for an early entry alone. They're just kind of playing off of potential mistakes of Ruby, and whilst that's possibly the correct way to play, Ruby's giving them none. And effectively it's costing 9Z valuable time that right now they've already ran out twice of. Digit, does he try to solo A, try to see if he can draw rotation while the rest of the squad focuses on B? I mean, that's a possibility here.
Though I'm not sure it's really going to work out, especially with the double setup here towards Pool. Moon, does he check the corner? Yeah, he does.
Oh! He's just not having a good time.
Nope, not at all. But this confirms it's a B take, though. Look at who's holding. Again, it's going to be Dex and Foster. This time, Foster alone. A lot of damage dished out. He's not dead yet. The rest of the squad has arrived.
All the damage dodged. Staying alive, keeping things going to boot out one more for him. Well, Max needs to be checked out of the corner. That's not happening. As 9Z have finally decided to wake up after so many rounds of slumbering. It's been 6 in a row. Or 5 in a row, excuse me. But 9Z, they don't want things to go too far. And again, that comes down to Moon not having a great start at the opening. That could have changed things a lot more. But it's Max the one to finish this one. Take away the pressure from the retake. With that, Ruby, they can just sit that one out and instead have to focus on what is still 3 rounds needed to tie things up now. A lot of pressure, but at least one thing is clear. It's the fact they don't have to worry about the fact that it's match point yet, right? They only had the 10 in the previous round as well. Now it's still 11. It's still doable. Overtime is not even necessary if they want to make this comeback. There is a little bit of breathing room. Flashbangs from Martinez. Absolutely wonderful, but a shot finally connects for Moon.
It's 10th kill of the map here. Quasso peak, though, brings us back to a 4v4. Trouble on the horizon again, Ruby. They'll need a bit of luck, and Digit will not allow them that. Cade gets snapped, that's a site in trouble, and the drop down into water could work, but the double drop is actually what surprises them. Buddha with the kill on Dex. There's the molly into Khan. It forces both players out of position.
Oh, that is ballsy, Moon. I like the idea. The problem is he's still locked out of place, and
well, this retake is nearly impossible to go by, surely, right?
Yeah, Digit too much control right now in full start. Doesn't seem like he's even ready for this.
Oh, dude. Not like it's gonna do massive damage, but the fact that he nades him, pulls back, the timing on it, perfect. There's the molly as well, and that is, or should be at least, map and series point to 9Z. There is no way they go for this retake and succeed. No defuse kit, no utility. HP is a problem. And there it is, 12-8, 9Z close the gap and arrive at their final station. As it is going to be map and series point up next.
And 9Z, they want to look into their spot in those quarterfinals, their first game back from the break. It took him a while to warm up, it seems, but DGT, he was never asleep. That's one big thing. Martinez, he's waking up as well for the third map here. And we're slowly but surely seeing them shaping up, right? Dust 2, it wasn't great, let's put it that way, right? There were a lot of mistakes and individual duels that didn't go their way. And a couple of moments, specifically around about 2, something about a 4K with a 5-7, that really shook him. But they've recovered. 4 chances to close things out now.
Love the aggression.
Let's have at it.
Love the aggression into A main. Let's see if they get away with it. There is nobody really checking that, so right now 9Z could be in trouble, especially Mr. Martinez with the M4, with the C4 on his back. Oh, the timing. Oh, Moon, what? Oh, Martinez misses the shot. The timing is insane here.
I just feel bad for Moon.
I do as well, yeah. Such a good game, Mark 1.
here. Dex under 5-7. Combination known to many on the 9G side. And Max, his AK decides to poke through the smoke as well, open up the veil a bit more. The curtains, and suddenly the 5.7s, the pistols, they are unfolding. Surrounding the CTs here, or T side completely with Quasso Peak alone. The 1 versus 4. Not often seen, but let's see if he has that dog in him. Currently the A side is completely open as well. He is not going to beat the timing. He's going to be here at least similar time. That's the orb of Moon.
Fake plan.
Running through, getting off the bomb plan as well. Moon knows.
As soon as he heard that.
Timing's not the greatest, but
yeah.
Down to it. Close things out. Oh! One found. Second and third all spotted.
No way.
Quasso Peak, if there is a chance, it would be an absolutely insane opportunity to convert as well. But it's going to be denied. Respect the opportunity. The bomb plant comes, 2 kills as well. He's making Ruby work for it. But this series is not done yet.
Seems like we're still taking a few minutes longer than perhaps initially expected. Ruby is not giving up. That's a fact. Of course, you guys, if you haven't seen yet, go check out Hellcase. They've been with us for quite a while now, but they've got a bit of a promotion going on, haven't they?
Yeah, there's a little bit of code. What is it?
It's called CCT. Pretty easy. I mean, you're watching the tournament called CCT, so you might as well check it out for, I believe it's 10% top-up bonus.
That's right. We're new at old users as well, but not only that, they've also got giveaways. You can check that out in the banners below, but as well, got a lot of things. You can check that out. See what's below the stream. What did they have? What did the banners say?
Keep in
What
mind.
does the stream say?
Still, keep in mind, bet responsibly, be a smart person about it. You have to be 18 or above, etc., etc. As I always say, don't bet the money you pay your food or rent with. In any case, Moon finds Martinez. Max, that is a big pickup because all of a sudden they've got a rat in their CT spawn. I'm not sure Ruby's ready to exterminate it yet.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, don't you? Gets all the cheese and the bread and the flour.
I've named my rat tail.
I knew it. I knew you.
Open the spawn there himself. I don't know what's up with it.
I think it's just a natural spawn, you know. Every few cycles it appears. Should let Cosmo do her in.
Perhaps Moon, another shot connected, a 3k for the round. 19 in a real bad position. Again, Quasso Peak. What are we for?
My brother in Christ, is this really a full comeback on CT side of freaking Anubis?
Down 3-10.
Like, what? My mind is blown by just the fact that we're even seeing something like this. Ruby, their statistics for CT, I'm gonna pull them up right now because I believe they're like 32% on Anubis. Let me double check that just so I'm not talking out of my ass, but they are at 35.9% win rate on CT side of Anubis.
To those who don't know the numbers game that well, the statistics, the easy way to put it is not good, no bueno, pretty bad.
Yeah, pretty damn bad. I can't believe it. 9Z, what is happening right now? Also, what is Ruby doing to make sure that they don't get clapped? Because they are playing their hearts out, and I love it. I mean, it is, after all, it is the playoffs. It is the round of 16. They barely made it out of the Swiss stage, and there's something had to be done. As we are going to have a fast B play. Dex with 1. The hold from Moon has to come through. He gets clapped. Buddha with a double. This could be it. Perhaps no. Foster and Kate still deliver. 2 versus 2. And Kate has to stay alive. Foster still a ways off. As the bomb is yet to be planted even. In jail. It is Mr. Digit. And he's going to remain there as Savalia delivers. Holy hell. We're going the distance. Rope. We're getting all the way here into round 24. Final one of regulation. Is it OT, or is it no T at all? Let's find out.
Well, my T is about to be finished, so I'm not sure what that means, but it's still close. Buddha doubles down here,
Nearly even a third as well to Kaide, but it is a lucky draw for the T side. Or CTs, excuse me, in this case. That doesn't matter to get any more than that. It's 11-12, round 24. All comes down to this for 9Z. They better give us something impressive and right now. So many rounds that have pretty much just gone by. A lot of rounds that haven't had even any chance for them. And opportunities given by finding entries. Moon, oftentimes the one to get immediately slapped out of rounds. Doesn't matter what weapon it's been on the other side, an AK, AWP, whatever it is, has been. Only these last few rounds has he managed to find some form back into the game. Does seem like that could have been enough as well, to a point, but now it needs to clear out Cave. Goes in alone, and again, it's the AK of Max to deny. And we're looking at potentially the end of this game. It's this round. 4 players to find, and mad advantage on 9Z. Usual goes out, and so goes 4-star Dex.
That was the end.
Now is the time to wake up here. Give us the performance he needs. Denied. Maximum effort comes through. Sawali Al-Qaeda 2 versus 5 to come back. It's been a great attempt, but a 2 versus 5 for all the marbles. Surely this one is going to be denied. Another smoke in Kaide as well. I'm afraid to say the comeback's not happening.
The Cinderella.
Valiant effort from Ruby. Nearly down 10-3. They make the comeback. But when it comes to the final round, there's a little bit too much of 9Z to go around. As this one comes to a close, quarterfinal spot locked in for the South Americans of 9Z. And well done indeed.
Damn, it did cost them quite a little bit of time. It took them quite a little bit of effort to get it locked in. But at the end of the day, 9Z do actually close it out. 13-11 on Anubis, 13-8 on Mirage as they snap out of the weird haze they were in on Dust and absolutely smash the final few rounds here for 9Z and, well, secure the victory. 2-1 final score, and I'm a little bit shell-shocked that Ruby even pulled it as far as they did. The fact that we get to round 24 for me, for Ruby, is a good sign, and I'm just hoping that the future is even brighter for them once we see them back in Series 7 and beyond.
Series 7 and beyond. But let's welcome back Exner as well, because he's been in the shadows hiding. Our friendly ghost. We get to finally put some eyes on him. How you doing? How's this map 3 treating you?
I'm doing fantastic. That was a pretty exciting one. I mean, I was with you guys in that level of shock, man. Just the comeback effort, the way that, you know, Ruby was able to hang in there despite looking a little bit lifeless in that first half. I'll kind of lean on saying that we came into this map being surprised in terms of the vetoes in the direction of 9Z. We've obviously seen some ceilings, but this definitely does feel like 9Z still working out some of the flaws of their very own T side as well, right? Because you know, again, as I mentioned heading into this matchup, barring some impressive results in Dallas, this has been a map that they've struggled on domestically versus some of the lesser South American teams in the ladder. So the fact that they did build themselves up such a great first half was necessary, right? They end up being able to pull it back there. At the last second, thanks to some great entries from Max, but if they didn't have that huge buffer, it could be Ruby moving on.
I mean,
I didn't want to say there's one thing, right? Taylor, I know you and I, we've seen this a couple of times, right? When it comes to South America, when you have a map like Ancient, or in this case Anubis, which is favored to one side heavily, in South America, that's the opposite case. Ancient's T-sided in South America. Anubis is a bit more CT-sided. It's crazy. I didn't want to say it because I wasn't sure how it's going to convert now with having to go up against EU.
You aren't
but
wrong.
It is crazy to still see it in effect.
It is, and they seem to be infecting the rest of the EU scene as well, because Ruby had no business making it this close on CT. I mean, the fact that they can't pick up more than, 3 rounds on T side is crazy, and then the fact that they make the comeback as hard as it was for 9Z, it's beyond believable, in fact. And I have to say that Anubis, maybe it's the way it's being played, maybe it's the way that teams have gotten used to being played, but it is heavy T-sided, and it will remain so until further notice, until something massive changes. And kudos to Ruby still, though. They fought their hearts out, unfortunately falling flat at the end, but they did what they could, and, well, they take the L at the end.
That sounds harsh.
Well, but that's...
They did what they could, but here's the L.
Well, that's the reality of it. They're out of the tournament, man. They fought like they did what they could. Again, they came out through the Swiss stage. Unfortunately, having 9Z as their opponent, as the first opponent in round of 16, is just the unluckiest draw of all time.
Yeah, top seed.
That's the tough initial fight, right? I think you can be really proud of your performance, at least, and I'm excited to see Ruby on Dust too. This could be a team that does some serious damage, as 9Z has done in the past. But as you said, result still stands, and that feeling's definitely going to sink in. But either way, for Ruby, it was a good run, right? Had to show some resiliency in the Swiss stage, and then bring that resiliency into the playoffs. Unfortunately, just not enough to bear versus that 9Z camp.
Yeah, there's still as well a lot more Counter-Strike to go today and tomorrow. But for today, we still got one more game. Let's focus on that, because it's going to be Bait versus Sinners. It's going to be starting up in about probably 10-15 minutes max. Yeah, we're a little bit behind schedule. It's fine. We had some tech issues. We solved those. But we rock it nonetheless. And with that, do you have any final thoughts? Or who beats the ball?
I'm hella excited. I think Bait wins 100%, but Sinners... We'll see how the fresh roster looks, right? Or at least, the revamped roster looks after the break.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
What's a super stream game? It's an extension that provides a valuable and engaging game within the stream you are watching. Join an active community and test your knowledge in a live race against expert chasers by answering trivia, prediction, and recall questions tailored to the content you are watching.